In World of Wonder version 3.7, we've updated the play system and creation center. Let's check it out. Version 3.7 brings updates to the main World of Wonder interface and in-match display. We've adjusted the interface structure and sub-tab layout to help you find what you need more efficiently, and also improved how creation details are displayed to make it easier for players to quickly find creations they're interested in. Now, when you get eliminated in a match, you can view detailed damage information. Also, when you claim the first elimination or are on an elimination streak, you'll receive achievement medals. You can also now switch freely between third and first-person perspective in-game, based on what best suits you at the moment. If you manage to score the most eliminations, you'll be featured as the MVP of the match on the results page, along with your portrait. Creators can now make even better creations with the new and improved Creation Center. We've also consolidated World of Wonder's 33 tags into 7 main categories. Now, instead of selecting 3 gameplay tags, you must now select 1 main category tag and 2 gameplay features. This should help you choose the labels that best represent your creations. That adds a data center for keeping track of creation data, as well as trends and updates related to followers. You can now make creations based on the trends of your followers. The playtest feature has also been updated, with corresponding guidance to help creators discover problems with their creations that need fixing. That's it for this introduction to World of Wonder's play system and creation center updates. More creations await your discovery. To learn more, please follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Time bears witness to all and brings all sorts of changes to the battleground. As the area with the highest concentration of temporal power, the center of the Gilded Palace is where you'll find a statue of the strongest team. Open the crate beneath the statue, and time will shape itself into the strongest team's form. Interact with the statue to trigger its temporal powers and recall teammates who still have respawn chances, or teleport teammates elsewhere to the area. The Eminence Courtyard also has a statue of the strongest team, but it exists merely as a statue and cannot be used to recall or teleport your teammates. Since the Gilded Palace provides a special respawn, getting eliminated in the area will automatically use your respawn chance. At the start of the match, you can land in the Gilded Palace with your teammates to loot its supplies, then land somewhere else after you get eliminated. As long as you become the strongest team, you can use the statue to teleport other teammates over and gear up the entire team with Gilded Palace supplies. Unlike the statue that records the present, the past reflection station reflects the past. Interact with it, and a past version of yourself will appear. Take a photo with yourself to get supplies. It will enter a cooldown afterward, during which you cannot get supplies from it. Golden Sands platforms also provide a photo-taking opportunity. Their locations are marked on the map. Interact with them to wipe away the sand on their surface, and the golden sand will light up the surrounding torches. When all the torches have been lit, supplies will spill out from the center of the platform. You can take a photo with your teammates here to commemorate the game's 7th anniversary. The powers of time have also brought the Golden Dynasty's history to the fore. Tap the upper right corner to open the map, and you'll see the Desert Awakening missions on the left. Complete all the missions to learn about the Dynasty's past. Tap the icon in the upper left corner of the mission list to experience stories from the golden age of this once prosperous kingdom. Play now to explore and discover all the secrets buried beneath the sand. The power of time sweeps across the battleground, dragging Erangel, Livik, and Rondo back to the past. The Gilded Palace on the floating island is a 1,000-year-old relic of the Golden Dynasty. When landing on this hourglass-shaped area, you can select whether to parachute up or down. The Gilded Palace contains loads of treasures. The golden armor racks in the buildings can repair helmets and armor. or issue you a set of level 2 to 3 helmet and armor to aid your exploration. Those of the Eternal Dunes worship teams who demonstrate great power by erecting a statue of the strongest. The crate beneath the statue can only be opened sometime after the match begins. The team who opens it will receive generous supplies and becomes the strongest team, activating the statue. They can use the statue to recall teammates who still have respawn chances, or teleport teammates who aren't in the area to the Gilded Palace, so the team can keep advancing at full power. Though time has restored most of the Gilded Palace back to its original state, there are still a few dilapidated buildings about. Use the power of time to restore them, and you'll uncover ancient hidden treasures. The Eminence Courtyard once served as an imperial residence of the Golden Dynasty. It consists of an inner and outer courtyard. The outer courtyard has a statue of the strongest team. The inner courtyard consists of 2 levels connected by a corridor and an underground hourglass realm. There is a locked room on the lower level that houses a treasure vault. You must interact with murals on the upper level and find the key hidden behind the correct one to access the vault and obtain its treasure. The vault also leads to an underground area that is also accessible through the fountain at the center of the inner courtyard, or staircases in the building on either side. The walls in the Hourglass Realm are adorned with murals. Interact with them to dust them off and get awesome rewards. Time has returned us to the Golden Dynasty's Age of Prosperity and restored sections of the map to their original state. Now, Erangel's power plant, factory, quarry, both bridges, and Livik's Midstein have been restored to how they used to look in the early days of the game. In these Reminisce zones, you'll also encounter special weather and run into certain checkpoints. Interact with these checkpoints to take a photo with your past self and get supplies. Occasionally, you might also come across a picnic blanket. You can eat the food it provides to restore energy. These areas also contain reversal fragments. Interact with them for awesome supplies. The number of reversal fragments in an area will be displayed in the upper right corner of the mini-map. However, note that some reversal fragments are traps. Interacting with them will teleport you to the sky. Sometime into a match, special reversal fragments will appear. Interact with these to get the Golden Scepter. Take this opportunity with the re-emergence of the desert's past to make its ancient treasures your own. As an animal that once dwelled in the Eminence Courtyard, the camel is quite a curious one at that. When you encounter one by the side of the road, it will stretch its neck over to observe you. But don't worry, camels are very docile. Feel free to approach and climb on. While mounted, tap the weapon button to fire at enemies. Camels aren't only found by the side of the road, they can also be summoned with a camel bell as a 2-seater vehicle. The camel runs at speeds of up to 80 kilometers per hour and swims at up to 18 kilometers per hour. It also possesses the temporal powers of the Golden Dynasty, granting it a special ability, Golden Mirage. Tap the skill button to transform both yourself and your camel into a spirit form with enhanced mobility. The skill will then go on cooldown. If you think that's all camels are capable of, you're wrong. This region used to be their home, and they're still highly perceptive of the area, acting like a living radar in the desert. While mounted, tap Supply Search and the camel will help you locate nearby supplies. You can save so much time on hunting for supplies this way. In battle, if you're under attack, use Golden Mirage to quickly put distance between you and your enemies. After recovering, hop onto the camel and start firing again, striking everyone down. If the enemy attempts to escape, you can use the mobility of Golden Mirage to pursue them. Find yourself a camel now and journey across the desert together. The Golden Dynasty has returned to its former glory, and so too have the weapons their warriors once wielded. The most powerful among them is the Reversal Blade, forged from the temporal sands. The power to reverse time is at your disposal when you wield it. It restores crates so you can open them again, and restore a vehicle's health, fuel, and tires. You can also mark your current location and status, gain a speed boost, then use the skill again while it's active to turn into a temporal orb and return to the marked location. Your health will also be restored to what they were when the mark was placed. And that's not all it can do. Find a forging station while you're in a match and place the Reversal Blade onto it along with upgrade materials. After a while, it will be upgraded into an advanced Reversal Blade. Other players can attack while you're waiting, so be extra careful. The Advanced Reversal Blade provides a bigger speed boost and shorter cooldown. And it has a special rewind ability that can only be used once per match. If you're knocked down or eliminated while the skill is active, you'll immediately be brought back to the marked location with your health and energy restored to their previous state. When this ability is triggered, the Advanced Reversal Blade will break and disappear. The Reversal Blade's powers make it always useful in battle. At the start of a match, land at the Gilded Palace or Eminence Courtyard, where there's a higher chance of finding one. Then collect upgrade materials as quickly as you can. After getting a Reversal Blade, use its Rewind ability to collect supplies from crates twice to gear up faster. When you have everything you need, head for the nearest forging station to upgrade your Reversal Blade. Then you can get around the map in a vehicle and use it as cover. Because even if it gets destroyed, the Reversal Blade can restore it. In the final play zone, the Advanced Reversal Blade's Rewind ability will be your key to victory. There are also other powerful items associated with the Golden Dynasty. The Golden Scepter's powerful magic summons a healing zone that restores the health of all players within it. You also have a self-rescue chance if you get knocked down while in the zone. The Golden Scepter can be used 3 times, and there is a cooldown after each use. Golden Armor Racks also have the power to turn the tide of battle. They can be found in the Gilded Palace and Eminence Courtyard. Approach one to restore your helmet and armor's durability. If you have none equipped, it will issue a set of level 2 or 3 helmet and armor. Think it's a pity that you can only get your hands on such a powerful item in specific locations? Don't worry! With a Golden Armor order, you can summon a Golden Armor Rack anywhere you want. Summoned Golden Armor Racks last 30 seconds, during which they can be used twice. Get defensive gear anytime, anywhere. These items are extremely powerful, and used properly, can introduce lots of unexpected turns in battles. Wipe out your enemies now!
Assalamualaikum and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMSL SEA Spring Finals. Thank you for joining us here today, ladies and gentlemen. Now, for the next 3 days, the best teams in Southeast Asia will battle it out for the championship title. That's right, the journey has been intense, but now only 16 teams remain, all with one goal. That's right, to claim the throne of PMSL Spring 2024. Come on. Nampak. You know why? It's because I'm so excited because we have one question that haven't been answered yet, and that is, will Vampire Esports hold on to their crown or will we find a new champion? That's right, PMSL Spring 2025, will we crown a new champion? My name is Faizal.
And hi, I'm Fira Fendi dan kami merupakan pengacara anda untuk kali ini. But you guys, sebelum itu, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, selamat datang ke PMSL Spring 2025 Final. Dan untuk hari ini, kita sedang bersiaran langsung dari IOI City Mall Putrajaya dan ini merupakan hari pertama kita berada di sini, Faizal. Baiklah, seperti yang kita tahu, kita akan lihat di final ini 16 pasukan yang terbaik di Southeast Asia bakal berentap untuk mendapatkan gelaran juara sekaligus untuk merebut slot ke PMGO. Wah, tapi Faizal, dekat sini persoalan yang terbesarnya, mampukah Vampire Esports sekali lagi dinobatkan sebagai juara? Ataupun kita panggil back-to-back champion? Atau kita akan lihat muka baru?
Then because we are Malaysians, of course, and we're doing this live today in IOI City Mall, we have 2 Malaysian teams in the final 16, and we're not biased, kita bukan biased, alright, but we do hope that our Malaysian teams do really well in this tournament. I tengok you gerak-gerak macam ni, I ingat you nak start di Barat lah tadi.
Kan, fikir nak sapin tadi.
Okay, alright. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, once again, my name is Faizal with my beautiful partner Fira. We are going to be announcing all top 16 finalists right now. Now, each of our finalists carries their hard-earned points from the group stages into the finals. And if I'm not mistaken, Fira, something happens to the champion, right? Champion dapat apa?
Of course lah dapat slot ke PMGO.
Oh, that's right. All the way to PMGO in Uzbekistan this year. But the slot is only one to represent Southeast Asia. Now, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, give a round sound of applause to our 16 finalists. The number 1 team right now we have coming in with 3 points. Ladies and gentlemen, a round sound of applause for Team Secret.
And the next team from Vietnam with 6 points. Let's welcome Team Flash.
Coming in with 4 points, ladies and gentlemen, a round sound of applause for KAGENDRA.
Big name from Indonesia with 5 points. Alter Ego.
Alright, from a country known for their strength in FPS games, coming in with 15 points, ladies and gentlemen, OSJA Thailand!
Next fighter from Thailand with 4 points. Give a big clap to Team Entertainment.
Alright, this is not Netflix and it's not Stranger Things, but coming in with 2 points, Strangers Esports!
The defending champion begin with 14 points. Give a big clap to Vampire Esports.
Our very strong lead with 19 points, Vera, BIGETRON Esports!
Team from Indonesia with 9 points. Let's welcome VOIN Donkey.
Woo! Okay, all right, ladies and gentlemen, with a very strong 9 points, ex-champions, Boom Esports!
representing Malaysia with the highest 20 points. Give a big clap to CELCOMDIGI Alliance.
All right. Okay, we also have a crowd favorite. They've been around since forever with 5 points. Still hill to climb, but representing Malaysia, Sam 9.
And the next one is from Thailand with 12 points. Give a big clap to eArena.
All right, topping the charts from the group stages with 21 points. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Xavier.
Our last finalist with 20 points. Let's welcome RRQ Ryu.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, once again, ramai-ramai korang jangan tak tepuk Okay, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, beri tepukan gemuruh kepada 16 finalis kita.
Wow, Faizal.
Yes.
Tadi, waktu kita announce team ni, memang diorang semua tepuk. Diorang
Betul.
bagi sokongan yang padu. Tapi, waktu kita cakap representing Malaysia, wah,
The
kita dah
power.
dengar dah kakak dekat sana tu menjerit.
Yes. Where's our Malaysian crowd? Mana kita punya Malaysian crowd? Yeah.
Baru
that is the
first day.
strength.
First day kita dah macam ni.
Jangan risau, second day, third day mesti lagi kuat. Lagi-lagi, lepas buka puasa, confirm lagi kuat.
Ya, sekarang kan tengah puasa kan?
Ya,
Kita
sekarang.
tengok muka-muka player kita dekat belakang ni pun macam sabar je.
Betul.
Sabar.
Okay lah, Fira, you know what? They are not here to look at me. They're not here to look... Okay lah, maybe they are here to look at you lah. Not here to look at me, sorry. Okay, but it is now time. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to see who will rise under pressure and take the lead. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen, once again for the PMSL Spring Final Day 1 starts now. Take it away, casters.
Wow, the sights, the sounds, the audience, it must be really hectic over there over in the PMSL SEA Spring 2025 live venue here from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, where certain clouds currently are, but we're currently in the studio. But anyways, coming into today, the grand finals are finally here. It's been a wild ride for all these teams.
Oh yeah, it's been a while, a couple of days gap, but that also allows them to rethink what they're going to do in the grand finals, especially after grueling 8 games of Smash Rule Day.
Oh, that was insane. That was crazy. If you guys didn't catch up, if you guys didn't know, this is the first time ever that Smash Rule has been implemented here in PMSL SEA. And honestly, Sir Cloud, what's your thoughts about that?
Oh, I love it. I love the Smash Rule. I love it. I really do hope that we do see the Smash Rule more in the future, maybe even in the grand finals to make it a little bit more interesting.
You know what, I agree with you. A Smash Roll, if you guys don't know, it means that for 2 days, they will be duking it out, where the first day is where they set the points, where the team with the most points will bring in another 10 points till the next day, and teams have to rush to get that amount of points, and a team to get that amount of points as well as get the chicken dinner will end the day. But unfortunately, no teams ended, and it was great being able to see the players really fight that, because honestly, everyone was so excited whenever a team did not get that chicken dinner. But enough about that. That's all in the past, because we are here currently in the present, where the grand finals of the PMSL SEA Spring 25 is currently happening. Let's have a look at the overview first before we go on, where right now we had the usual standard stuff when it comes to points. 6 points for second, 10 points for first, with a $200,000 US prize pool.
Oh yeah, lots of money on the line here to be divided across the teams. Well, of course, some of the teams, they have departed since the group stages, and now we have the best 16 teams here in the grand final. So this format is pretty much the same. But how about their journey? When did they start it? They started way back in 26 February after going through 2 weeks of group stages. Now, from today to Sunday, it is the grand finale.
Yeah, it's a shorter league this time around, but honestly, I feel like this shorter league suits the playstyle a lot better. Teams are a lot more calculative, less reckless, and every single match counts, especially since the Super Weekend, or the Smash Rule, excuse me, has been added into that as well. Now, this is what I was talking about earlier, that Super Weekend, the Smash Rule right now, where we have seen the group stages, we have seen the Super Weekends, and finally here at the Grand Finals, where the top 16 with the league rank points, will be going here today to duke it out.
Yeah, and in case you guys are curious about, oh, the Smash Rule, I missed that last weekend. Well, this is an explainer here to all of you. Basically, the team that got the highest point on Saturday, plus 10 points. That is the match point for them to reach and get the ticket dinner to end the day. But anyway, like what Tash said, that is in the past. Right now, we're going to focus on today, which is the grand finals. These are your qualified teams.
Yeah, now I can see there's still points at the side of the teams here. So those are the amount of league points these players have, have accumulated to bring themselves here. Now these league points also determines the seeding or how many points you start the day with. And I think it's super important to remember that. But remember, last year Boom Esports had one of the strongest showings, right? They started off very, very strong with the highest amount of points, but they struggled toward the end because VPE took them, I think, because came out of nowhere and overtook them in the end. So right now, for me personally, yeah, it's great to have like that extra points to kind of push you forward, but never ever underestimate I would say the power or determination of all these players to make it to the top.
Yeah, you cannot be complacent, even though like you're up there with 21 points. The Xavier, wink, wink. Well, for today's matches, I'm pretty sure they know by now because they're really experienced. But I'm sure they're also experienced with the maps that we'll be playing today. We're gonna start off with Sanhok, and then we'll be playing 3 Erangels, followed by the 2 Miramars to wrap up the day. And in between, we'll have an extended break for a break fasting later on. But before we get on to the game, just a reminder for all of you, our new feature in the game now.
Yeah, we have the Golden Dynasty. The 7th anniversary version is now available. Do go check it out. I think it's really cool that we have all these themed modes as well because it makes the game a little bit more exciting, especially after you're stressed out from ranked for so long. You can play something else.
Oh yeah, and if you want to have a teaser, I did put out a video on my social media. Don't forget to give us a follow as well, wink wink, on what are some of the new features in the game. Yes, there's some teaser in case that you're not sure whether you're going to try it or not, but I reassure you that this team mode is amazing. And speaking about amazing, Tash, today will be nothing less of an amazing show.
Yeah, it's gonna be super amazing. I think what's really important to remember is that this season is one of the most competitive seasons of PMSL we've seen in a very long time, is number one. And number two, we are seeing a lot of new blood as well. But this will all not be possible without our sponsor. We have TECNO, a brand that understands the needs of all of our hardcore gamers with the POVA 6 Pro 5G, powered by a fast processor and 120Hz ultra smooth display. Your experience is gonna be chef's kiss, because honestly, if I'm playing shooters, I want 120 Hz on my phone.
Oh, absolutely right. You can truly tell the difference between a 90 Hz and 120 Hz, and this phone is actually used by the players. So if you want to have a preview of how it looks like, keep an eye on the players when we're at the player cam later on. And a lot of them are actually using the green version of the phone, which looks splendid.
Yeah, it really looks really nice. So that's the POVA 6 Pro 5G. Remind you guys one more time, if you guys are over here in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia and want to see for yourself this tournament, there is also a TECNO booth there if you guys want to try out the phone. So do go and check it out. Now, coming back to what I was talking about before this, I think it's really important to talk about as well about, not only just caster predictions, but also what we're seeing here, the new bloods, right? We're seeing teams like KAGENDRA and Milan come up on top. We have teams from MEC from Malaysia as well. And I think it's really important as well to remember that these teams not only just come in from tier 2, but also gave a run for all these tier 1 teams money. And these are very, very experienced teams.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They did give a bit of a challenge to all these teams. Unfortunately for like MEC, they did not make it, but I'm pretty sure we'll see them again in the future. Now, looking over at the player cam, as what I mentioned earlier, if you want to have a preview of what the phone looks like, those are the phones that the players are currently using. And the supporters are there as well, coming here to support their favorite team.
Oh yeah, I think, I think that today is Friday. It's still very, very early. We're going to be seeing more people come in very, very soon. I remember last year, PMSL SEA Spring, we had people fly in from Myanmar, from Indonesia even come into Malaysia. And what's even more insane is that they had drums, they had chants and everything. So I'm super stoked to see how players are going to be dealing with that. I mean, while Malaysia is the home country, and everyone always talks about the hometown buff, but at the same time, Indonesia was like, you know what, hometown buff, who cares? We'll fly in and we'll make it louder. Let's see whether or not Malaysia can actually challenge them this year.
You know what? By now, the Indonesian teams have come to Malaysia that often. They can probably even say that, hey, this is like a second home to me. So maybe they can get a little bit of that home ground buff too.
Yeah, they really can. You know, coming into today as well, I think it's also really cool to see not only the final teams, but also when I talk about newer bloods as well, I think we've seen, this is one of the biggest seasons we've seen, you know, team reshuffles, right? I think Sem9 had a reshuffle, BTR had a massive reshuffle. You know, we also have KAGENDRA, very new from Indonesia, come in from tier 2, come into tier 1, and really just challenging everyone at the top. Even VPE is not able to really hold on to their top spot compared to last year. You can see the gaps closing. We can see dynasties possibly, you know, falling. But my question is, can VPE pull the most insane, miraculous comeback to shake us all? Because now we are heading straight into the game.
And of course, we're going to start off with Sanhok, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the first game of the Grand Finals, the Kickstarter to who will lift that trophy at the end of Sunday.
You know, it's really exciting. And when we think about Sanhok, we think very fast. We think aggression. And I think that, you know, coming in right now, when you go look at Sanhok, we're not really going to see a problem when it comes to drop spots. And I always really anticipate, you know, more aggression for this map. But somehow in the last 2 weeks of the league, we didn't really see super aggressive starts.
Oh yeah, teams maybe were a bit more careful considering that the stakes were higher during that time. Yeah, everyone's considered as well there was a smash rule at the end of week 2. So maybe they're also trying to like figure things out since it's the first edition of the smash rule ever.
Yeah, and I think it's really, I think it's interesting when we see teams really take a different approach. I mean, on top of Smash Roll, it is you know, a shorter league, so a lot less games to play, like 1 week less than usual, right? So that means that they don't really have enough time to really catch up in terms of points if they were to lag behind, and we've seen many instances of that happening. But I think today might be different. We're seeing a fast aggression here happening, as immediately one player from Boom Esports will be lobbied. OSJA gonna start off real strong here, and OSJA is one of the teams that has just transitioned in from tier 2.
Yeah, and he actually went shopping for that first split, so that's going to be the first elimination in the Grand Finals. Looking at the first circle, wow, the circle, it is a tough one. It encloses around 3 different islands, so at the start, like the teams have to guess which island might be the final circle, so that's going to be a big challenge for the teams.
Yeah, and it's really annoying as well, especially if you're not sure where to cross. I think we've seen so many different, you know, strats and rotations for this kind of circle, right? I think KAGENDRA has a great idea, just camping themselves right smack dab in the big island, in that compound as well. Boot camp, to be exact. And I think it's really cool that they're doing that because they have a 3-1 formation going on, giving one of their players into the smaller island, which means that rotation-wise, they have a bit of an idea, they have crossfire set up, and if anyone were to cross bridges, they can easily camp them. And I think, I don't know, bridge camping is something very common, and I think I want to see more of that if possible.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get to see more of that, surely. The teams will definitely want to have a good start as well, so they might do anything and everything to get that. Just like how OSJA Thailand with the first split, and it took out a play of Boom Esports. And as mentioned during the intro, Boom Esports, one of the defending champions from last year, I'm sure there will be a lot of expectation from fans.
You know, Boom Esports didn't really have like the cleanest of runs, especially, you know, in the first week. They were struggling. They couldn't find their, you know, their secret recipe to success. And then, you know, we were just questioning like what is going on with Boom Esports here, especially, you know, since it's not really like a major reshuffle per se, but it's still their coach out, right? So, you know, they are still trying to find their footing here. But I think on week 2, they came back just swinging. They were so aggressive. They were so quick. And in that team, Yummy is actually the hard hitter, the big impact maker, and I'm just super excited to see how far he can go today.
Oh yeah, the top eliminator for Boom Esports. He is a very important figure for the team, no doubt. But between eArena and Team Secret, I'm actually a big fan of Frankie. He transferred from Xavier, and he's really good. And the moment he came in on the Team Secret, it felt like he slotted in naturally.
He really did. I think Frankie has been not only such a massive impact for the team, but the reason why the team can survive or play as long as they did. I mean, in certain situations where they've lost 3 players, Frankie will most likely be the last man standing, and that's number 1. And number 2, Frankie is always the guy that you can expect to tie up those loose ends. Suddenly he comes out, gets a 1v3, comes up on top, and then manages to revive their teammates. Crazy.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And he's able to pull off clutches as well. Even in week 2, we saw him putting up a 1v3 clutch. So that was insane by Frankie. That
Yeah.
definitely hit the highlights there. But of course, no pressure on the Frankie. You know, this is not
No
Frankie
pressure.
no pressure.
Not a jinx, by the way.
Yeah, it's not Frankie and friends, okay? It's Team Secret. So hopefully they can work it out as a team.
I mean, when you look at Team Secret, I mean, I don't doubt it's definitely not Frankie and friends. I'm gonna, whoever that said that in the comments or anything like that, I disagree with it entirely. Because when you look at Team Secret, I think they have like a nice system going on where each player has their own role. I think when you look at Break especially, I think Break, you will see his name on the kill feed all the time, aggressive as ever, but he's the one that makes up space for the team. While Frankie is the clutcher, Break is the one to start up fights, goes in from those openings, comes up big in the first 2 kills, and his teammates kind of like, just kind of collapses forward. And I'm really excited to see how exactly they're approaching this, because this time around, they're not looking to go aggressive here. Instead, they're allowing eArena to start off this fight. One nade comes through, bit of chip damage onto Team Secret, but look at that, they're not moving at all.
Oh, I love your breakdown there, Tash. Yeah, the unsung heroes for Team Secret, right? Yeah, you got to give them credit as well. But speaking about the current situation where they are just right across each other, I guess both teams, they do know that it's still very early. There's still 16 teams, and you're pretty much in the middle of the circle, so you don't want to take that big risk. But on the elimination feed, Oleo from CELCOMDIGI Alliance, he got a knock onto one player from Strangers Esports.
Very, you can only see like this kind of ship damage come through, just sprays. No team is really looking to really just, fully collapse, go into this 4v4s quite yet. And understandably so, it's so early in the circle right now. And while the circle is, the blue zone is still moving forward, the only reason why OSJA is going very active right now is because the blue zone is chunking forward. Now for Strangers, they're in trouble. Earth needs to be picked up as well. And TEM, they're just playing the prone game here. No one fully committing, but hold that thought, because eArena might be doing that just about now.
Well, Tash, you asked for it, you got it. But the moment eArena, they tried to push, the immediate counter came from Team Secret, knocking one player down. But Sakura found an off angle to knock down one player of Team Secret back. A bit of a trade-off between the two of them. And on the elimination feed, we have Alter Ego and BTR on the mini screen as well. And BTR winning it against Alter Ego.
Sakura on the outer side, just waiting for the right time to rush forward here. Team Secret finds himself stuck. Hard to move out of the compound, hard to move forward as well as Frankie on the other side, just making sure that no one is just really lurking around here. Joker trying to be very mischievous here, trying to go for jump peeks forward, finds nothing. And again, both teams just saying, okay, we've done the damage, we've moved back here, but no one fully committing. I'm questioning here. But I mean, you know what? I can question, but I can also answer this, because they are very, very sure DBS is inside.
Yeah, that's one factor as well. Another factor, if you look at the circle, they're somewhere in the middle of it. So you don't really need to do that hard push, because you want to observe and see where circle number 2 goes. Okay, speaking about that, we're going to get to see it right now. Is it going to still be a 50-50? But no, not really. Looks like majority of the circle is going to be centered around Bootcamp, the main peninsula.
Yeah. Rushing up forward here, TEM as well. Now, look at the rotation circles as well now. I think everyone knows it's pulling in toward that bigger island. And I think the winner in this situation here... Actually, no, we saw KAGENDRA coming toward Bootcamp. I think DX has managed to push them out of that area. Spoke too soon as well, because VPE is just rushing toward KAGENDRA as well. We can already see a pick off there on the kill feed. As the rest of Boom Esports here, this is a team that I really want to talk about a lot, because just now, the owner of Boom Esports, he already tweeted out, I don't know if this is a curse or not, because Gary is rarely wrong, but he tweeted out earlier, be right back, on the way to win PMSL SEA.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love the confidence from the big boss himself, right? I mean, if he's confident to put out that sort of tweet, and obviously there will be a lot of observers, then the team would probably do well. Of course, it's still at the very beginning of this grand finals. We're starting to see a lot more elimination feed coming up.
But despite the eliminations, it's all just pickups here. Look at that, how VPE has managed to gatekeep the entirety of KAGENDRA, Each had to fall down already. The other members of KAGENDRA are feeling very happy and healthy there in their own compound, so they haven't moved at all. So that was the one player who I said had kind of positioned themselves outside of Ruins. Unfortunately for him, he had run straight into Vampire Esports. As VOIN Donkey here, all eyes onto OSJA. OSJA was a team that had a very, very late rotation to circle, and somehow they still managed to get inside.
Looking at OSJA's current position, yeah, they are in the circle. Wouldn't be too worried for them. I'm wondering what will Boom Esports do right now, because they have 3 people, they have the high ground, somewhat the circle. I guess if I were them, I'll probably want to hold on to this fight.
Yeah, don't really want to go far. RQ is also very interesting. I think throughout the entirety of last week, we didn't really see them actively looking for compounds anyway. They prefer like these wide open areas to hold, and for good reason as well. I mean, they're right outside quarry. You don't really want to be inside of quarry because rotating out of quarry is a pain. But number 2, RQ can do the funniest thing right now. RQ can keep Flash as well as strangers if they want to.
Oh yeah, RQ is so unpredictable, and that's the beauty of their gameplay, right? Like, teams will be finding it hard to predict what they will do. On the elimination feed, looks like a no prediction there, but VOIN Donkey, they lost 2 players, and now Boom Esports, knowing this information, if only they have more information, they'll probably push
What
in.
a shot!
But from the back, Shopper came in.
That angle, that is nasty. Circle, what the heck is that, man? The door opened for like 1 second. He was hidden in that corner. That micro angle, he took full advantage of. Potato has now fallen, and honestly, frankly speaking, right, week 1, VOIN Donkey was the team to watch on Sanhok. They were constantly getting chicken dinners on this map, and now it feels like they're struggling.
Yeah, I mean, they just got the Tash curse, right? And
Hello?
you just mentioned that, oh, they're the teams to watch. Well, now OSJA Thailand is watching them, and that's not what they want.
Man, getting called out on air this early. So, we're not even like 10 minutes into the game. Can you relax?
Really? Okay. Well, we have the entire weekend to spend together, Tash. So yeah, just managing your expectation, all right?
Now, Circle pulling toward the entirety side of bootcamp here, so it's gonna be some water right smack dab in the middle of that circle. It's gonna be annoying as heck to navigate. Now, VOIN Donkey losing 1 more player is Rezak to carry the team to the last few placement points that he can get. But at the same time, BTR is in trouble. Snape falls already. D Xavier, a different beast today, especially after not being able to clinch that final chicken dinner and, you know, being overtaken on the last day. That has just been frustrating for them, but doesn't really matter anyway because they're the team currently on top right now. They're the team to watch in my opinion. As Hazel RQ here still holding down. They have a nice terrain to play with as Jan Foss going aggressive here. Finds lobby already. Stranger stuck between all of these terrains and RQ.
Oh yeah, looking to secure that elimination point. As we can see here, RRQ, they're edging closer and closer to Strangers Esports. At the same time, the elimination feed, 2 of the top teams, D Xavier and BT, are still duking it out at each other. I wonder how they're doing right now. No elimination yet onto BTR, so it could be a long-range pickup.
I'm surprised that this Mexican standoff has been going on this long, Circle. It's been it's been forever already. No one's moved at all. Nate's chunked forward. Beautiful Nate to open it up. G-Key to fall. You can see Break quickly moving forward. Wants to get active right now. Holding on to this corner. Just waiting to jump someone out and just shoot them in the face. Shots out forward here. CQCs are here. But Sakura just a little bit better. He's low. Frankie and his teammates will try and trade out here. But Rang also will fall. Sakura and Joker has to be picked up. Trang as well has to be done that as well. As Tiger from the outer side here sprays the heck out of Frankie. He's in trouble. He falls and Team Secret will be the first blood on Sanhok.
Oh, Tiger had the eye of the Tiger to spot that flank coming in to eliminate the final member of Team Secret. Beautifully executed. But now, because of all that attention, now it's going to be Sem9 looking over them.
Sem9 has been very, very good at just maintaining their distances from teams is number 1. But number 2, they are a team that wants to put their jars in the cookie jar whenever they can. But close by as well, Leon's in trouble. Adit Luke rushes up forward. Nate to just really zone them out here. Has to go pick up. But Jimmy, the big impact maker for the team, also falls. Not looking great right now. 2 members still very much alive. Can reset, but the pressure coming in from TM is not making it easy.
Yeah, and the pressure from Blue as well, not making it easy for CELCOMDIGI Alliance. Leon will be knocked down, and now it's going to be Jimmy OP. His point is actually given to Achu from KAGENDRA, so there was a long-range steal there. Now Tiger going for a 1v1 with the DBS, but he lost it! Oh,
what
man.
the heck happened there? Oh my god, that's bad. That's terrible. Joker, oh, he's waiting. He's actually baiting just a little bit here, hoping to see if any of the CD Alliance players will rush out. Finds no one here, but happy to take away these 2 elimination points. Bing! Goes straight into their pockets. And eArena, this is a great start for them. They already have 5 points.
Oh yeah, make that 6 dash. Wow, an updated score. 6 elimination points so far, but they need to make their way into the circle. Now, Olio is going to be the final player for CELCOMDIGI Alliance. And how far is he from the circle? It's not too bad. He can navigate around the river to get into the circle, but the moment he reaches the circle, right in front of him is going to be Vampire Esports.
Yeah, half that circle is water, by the way. Anyways, Olio, great pick off there onto Joker, taking full advantage of the blue zone here. But he needs to skedaddle. He doesn't have a lot of utilities here, doesn't have a lot of heals. But in terms of surviving, it's not going to be easy either. So he's faced with the predicament, right? How many teams are in front of him right now? We have VPE, KAGENDRA, eArena waiting, Sem9 as well. Not going to be the easiest rotation, but 20k will just pick him up, put him in the pocket. That's another point for VPE.
And CELCOMDIGI Alliance ends this round with 3 elimination points. Hazel's in trouble. He will be eliminated by Tops from Team Flash RRQ. They seek revenge. They got 1 target. Now it's time for them to go in.
Peko rushing up forward here, taking full advantage of every single chaos happening here. Beautiful flank coming up forward here, puts the rest of strangers into alert mode, honestly. It actually just puts a lot of pressure onto Meow Meow. He can't pick it up, but now Narpeko will fall. That's the consequence. Lapar is here. Not gonna be easy. He has to worry about 2 players here. Lobby eating out the damage from the blue zone. I don't think Narpeko can be picked up here, if I'm being honest.
Oh, Lapa, that was so close. He pulled the trigger first, but because of the recoil, he could not land all his bullets onto Lobby. Lobby counter-fired, and he won that 1v1.
Insane. Boom Esports also out right now. Very uncharacteristic, if I'm being honest.
And let's see if BTR can be characteristic against OSJA Thailand. But we'll check that out later, because right now we're going to focus on to NC2 from eArena, the final player for them. As he rushes in, it looks like he's able to pick up a couple of points while moving in, and he's able to spot Yuhai as well, eliminating Sem9.
Yeah, really, I gotta give props to NC2 that was wide out there in the open. He was opportunistic, took 1 pick off, tried to spray and take another player down. I have to say, that is balls of steel cell play right there. I would have been shocked why he, if I were him, honestly, because there was no cover, there was nothing. But now here's VPE rushing up here. They don't have advantage in terms of terrain. They don't have advantage in terms of the circle. KAGENDRA will try their best to fully take this advantage and just rush it up forward, take advantage of VPE. The only player from VPE inside of the scroll right now is Schweppes.
Oh, Tash, just as what you mentioned, right? This is a nasty circle. It continues to be a nasty circle with the fact that there's like 20% of water within this circle and a lot of open space.
You sound like
so
a science
really
teacher.
Difficult for the teams to navigate.
It's like the Earth is made out of 70% water. Circle is made out of.
My geography's bad.
My geography's gone. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh man. Hey, but we should know what's happening in bootcamp right now. We have 3 different teams in bootcamp, including the powerhouse, Xavier.
Oh yeah. Flash has full control of this area, actually. Not too bad. 1 compound there. Have to worry about Xavier. Bose tries to be opportunistic. Only pot shot sent out here. As we do have 1 member of VOIN Donkeys, Reza, just right smack dab there in the middle. I'm not sure if any of these teams are aware of his presence here, because if these 2 teams go into a 4v4, Reza could just easily try and backstab any of them and just steal kills.
Oh, speaking about backstab, this might happen to Vampire Esports. Now we Frame on the high ground looking over them. And Frame with his M4, he gets fired back, but he managed to slide down that stone to reset.
Nice lead forward here from Tony K. Not hitting any of the members of TEM quite yet. TEM fairly quiet this game, if I'm being honest. And somehow they've been very unlucky. We haven't really seen them on the screen itself, but they have already lost 2 players. One of them already kind of like taking a lot of damage here. It's Frames, and he doesn't have any heals. So if he's down, if he's low, that's it. There's no resets.
Oh, but who's going to be able to reset Razak? The answer is nobody, because he has just been eliminated. And that is VOIN Donkey out, no points in round number 1 for them. That's going to be Xavier trying to gatekeep Team Flash. Here comes Zeus, Mr. MVP, at the forefront with the rest of K. Sends a stun grenade inside, and that stuns Lamborghini. And he will be forced to back off for now.
Have to give up the space already here. Gonna prep up the nade, throw it out. Young will be on the receiving receiving end. Don't sure if it actually hit him, if being honest, but for VPE, one player knocked down, just going for the reset. They have to skedaddle. Blue zone pushing out here, but the rest of Vampire Esports, they're getting active here. They're rushing up forward. Onzen's picked up already, and none of the nades thrown out by KAGENDRA is actually really hitting onto the members of VPE. But right now, for Flash, they're getting active, getting aggressive here. DX, Lamborghini especially, has nowhere to go. He's stuck inside of that compound, surrounded by 3 different players. Shots out forward here. They want to try and double swing him together. Somehow the shots are not quite there. And Lamborghini, he puts the damage, but not enough to take away those kills. But Levi's is here, and they tie up the last few loose ends here. And it's looking terrible right now. Nate T and Levi's making it work. They make it aggressive. And the rest of Flash are just going to fall right now like dominoes.
Oh, I love the follow-up from D Xavier. We thought that Lamborghini was a goner, but the moment the other players came in, they want to fight back against Team Flash. Now we move over to Vampire Esports. From the high ground, Schwab spraying down to BTR, knocking another player down to the ground.
Vampire Esports, they're playing this very surgically, taking one fight by one fight, and somehow still managing to survive this long. They managed to get the reset onto Onsens, move out forward, take a fight with another team, just taking advantage of all the chaos happening on the side of the circle. OSJA has nowhere to go. Satar all alone here. These 2 Indonesian teams are going to try and 1v1, but VPE says, nah, no 1v1s for you. Not when I'm here to collect my points. Blank sprays into the water. Sadar is low as heck, finally knocked, and will deny that point by going down to the play zone. But Schwebs, he's not done. He knows he's somewhere there in the water. He wants that 1 point.
Yeah, every point is going to be precious for everybody. But Satar's going to say, nope, I'm not going to give you that point. I will
Not today, dog.
deny. You know what do they say to the god of death?
Not today.
Uh-huh.
I see a Game of Thrones fan. What's up, homie?
Oh, Razy is still in this, the homie of BTR. But he doesn't have the circle. Oh man, this is going to be really tough for him to get in.
No, it's not going to be easy at all. KAGENDRA as well had finally lost control of that circle. Gonna have to get a reset onto his teammate, but can't do that quite yet. D Xavier, what a different way to start the day. They're aggressive as heck. Whoever that crosses their peripheral, they will just spray, and they show no mercy at all. Finally finding Schweppes here, as Achul, okay, will finally go down there to the play zone, so that's another point denied. 20k finds Azami. My gosh, here, it's dangerous right now. Both teams just kind of trading blows by blows, and any other team is just collateral at this point.
10 points now for D Xavier. They're currently dominating this round, and they still have the opportunity to collect more points. Oh, Juhi from OSJA Thailand. On the outside of boot camp, he might be the kingmaker between these fights.
Could be. Because right now, VPE has a tiny bit of control for that circle. The mid-side area is all the way out there in the open. There is a bit of trade. Oh no, Gewi.
You see?
Do it, Gewi! Oh
Do
no,
it.
the nade's coming through. He's gonna try rush forward here. He wants to make sure that he's able to just steal the kill and actually secure that point. He wants to get the point into his pocket here, and he does. Good enough for them, but now D Xavier on high alert right now. But Vampire Esports so aware of this predicament. They steal another point, takes out OSJA with 4 eliminations here, and now finally it's a 3-on-2 right now. Tony K active as ever, 5 eliminations in the bag. Nades rush out here as the members of the VPE as well as Levi's throw out grenades, throw out mollies left, right, and center. But DX a bit more on the better side as they get the first winner chicken dinner of the day.
And the big boys of D Xavier. And it's a big chicken dinner as well. They score more than 10 elimination points together with the chicken dinner. What a start for the team at the top of the chart.
It really is huge. When you think about it as well, we didn't really see Xavier get super active. Technically, that one fight against Flash was only happening because Flash forced that fight. And D Xavier really gotta give it to them in terms of their discipline, in terms of their trigger-happy behavior. They're not too active. All Lamborghini had to do was wait. As soon as the members of Flash rushed into that compound, the rest of the teammates just flood out forward. That's great follow-up as well. And now that they know they had the circle, all they had to do was wait and see. They didn't go aggressive. They were just spraying the heck out of everyone that crosses. Great positioning as well. What a great way to start the day.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. You can't ask for more from D Xavier. Looking at the final blow here, yes, they got out of the circle inside bootcamp, so that gave them the advantage. And Yui actually almost became the kingmaker between these two teams. If only you got like maybe 2 players from D Xavier, the storyline might be different.
It really would be different, but honestly, VPE as well, showing us a different kind of aggression as well. So I really props to them. But D Xavier, I'm not gonna lie, I think getting that first place slot with 21 league points, 21 points from that league, coming into today, it feels like the momentum from last week really rolled onto today as well. They were aggressive, they are hitting the ground running, and they for sure want to break that win streak that VPE has today. Because right now, if you look at in terms of performance, every single player is actually doing their portion, doing their job as well, except for Nate T. But honestly, if I'm being honest, Nate T is more known for throwing nades. So maybe today was just not, at least not this game, not his day. But Parajin, Levi's, Lamborghini, stellar as usual.
Just because of his name is Nate T,
No,
right?
but
He's like
it's
the
true.
Nate guy.
It's true.
True. Look at the stats don't lie, right? Like the first use, he is the highest among them all. So yeah, that's
how
cool.
could
That's
you
cool.
doubt me?
I did not. You didn't allow me to end my sentence. Calm down, girl. Calm down, okay?
Sorry, I'm just excited. It's first day grand finals.
I know. It's the grand finals. But let's excite ourselves with the highlights.
D Xavier hitting the ground running today. Massive amount of damage, massive amount of impact as well. This team can do it all. But honestly, we also have to give props right now to VPE, OSJA, as well as EA as well. Out of all these 4 teams, another team I really want to talk about is eArena. Because today, they were aggressive, they were active, they were taking fights after fights after fights before finally going down.
Oh yeah, they got a good amount of eliminations, especially like the fight between them and CELCOMDIGI Alliance outside the circle. I thought that was really important for them to win that fight so that they could move on into the circle and still stay alive from there, and still got a few pickups from while they were traveling into the circle before they got eliminated later. But here is our MVP for game number 1. It's going to be Levi's, coming up with a whooping 8 eliminations.
I mean, are you surprised? Levi's has always been that one staple player for the team as well. Very aggressive, very active. He's not necessarily the first contact when it comes to fights. That's Lamborghini. But Levi's is the guy. As soon as the first contact happens, he's gonna rush up forward and just become the guy to just eliminate everyone. I think it's great that they have this system because they're understanding what the first contact player has to do and what the follow-up should look like. So for Lamborghini, there's a lot of trust given to his teammates for him to play alone and so kind of far away to play that first contact, because he knows that his teammates is going to trade him for sure and be able to revive him till the end. And honestly, this is great because they have 13 eliminations. They weren't the most super aggressive team on the map, but understanding their positioning allowed them to have this advantage in terms of the players kind of moving into the circle itself. 23 points, huge start.
Yeah, and a decent huge start as well for Vampire Esports with 15 points. We saw after the chicken dinner announcement that they were pretty happy with their performance. 15 points is still pretty nice, so not gonna lie there. But on the very end, we got VOIN Donkey and Team Seeker. Not the start they would have wanted, no points at all.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's understandably so. I think most teams are understanding what the predicament of a map like Sanhok is, right? It's a smaller map. It's very aggressive. It can be quite unpredictable. And honestly, that was a pretty rough circle if you ask me. So a lot of teams were definitely caught off guard here. Now, coming into today as well, I mean, there are a lot of, the usual suspects that you see on top here struggling as well. I'm talking about CD Alliance, RRQ. They didn't really make it to the top 4. So I don't know why. I think this is a pattern that I've seen so far. When circles get a little bit more rough, it's always the teams that we don't expect to come up on top top make it up on top. Except for right now where we're seeing like, DX and VPE. Regardless, here's the overalls right now, and this is including the head start points before. So it's put DX so far ahead of the rest, 44. Look at the gap between them and Vampire Esports.
Yeah, it's a 15-point gap, so that's a nice cushion there for D Xavier. On page number 2, however, well, it's still only game number 1, so the points are still close enough for these teams to catch up to be in page number 1 at least. So not all hope is lost. Obviously, we still have a lot more games to go until Sunday. Page number 2, Team Secret is currently at the bottom. But again, not all hope is lost.
Of course, but anyways, oh my god, I'm still in awe at how much damage DX has managed to do. But honestly, it does suit their playstyle, right? I think throughout the entirety of the league stage as well, I think we've noticed that one thing that DX is very, very known for is that early aggression. I'm talking about early aggression. I'm not talking about a 4v4 fight. I'm not talking about breaching compounds. It's about finding their foothold on an area they want to hold, and anyone rotating into the circle, crossing them, will be sprayed mercilessly. And I think DX has one of the most insane recoil controls I've seen in many of the guns. So a lot of the time when they spray, it can be quite painful.
Yeah, and it couples with their merciless attitude as well to bring them a lot of eliminations. But anyway, Sanhok is done. We're going to head on to Erangel after this. It's going to be the map that is played the most in any PUBG Mobile Esports day. But before we head on to that, of course, we want to remind you on our new game mode, which is the PUBG Mobile Battle Metro Royale Chapter 25. And of course, this
Chapter
is part of the
25.
Golden Dynasty update as well.
Yeah, I think it's really cool. You go into Misty Port and Arctic Base, you explore the Gilded Palace, and inside you have a lot of golden sands, crates, and powerful reversal blade. So these kind of modes are going to be very, very fun. I told this to Contra already. It's giving Prince of Persia vibes. I am very excited because it does seem really cool as well. Now, you can rewind the golden sands crates to give you a second chance at wealth. That means that, looting is going to be hella fun. So anyways, if you guys haven't checked it out, go and check it out on the game itself.
Yeah, and besides the new game mode, we also have a new map inside
I'm so
of PUBG
excited for this
Mobile now, and
one!
that is a Rondo, which is the biggest map of them all. A lot of land space in it, and a lot of very beautiful towns, I must say, that you can check out. If you have not, you've been missing out. So update your game right now to check out the new Rondo map. It is in the version 3.7 in case that matters to you. And inside of it there's not only like new locations but also new weapons that you can explore as well. So Rondo, I do hope to see it in PUBG Mobile Esports in the future.
I'm really excited for Rondo, honestly. Now you mentioned it's a bigger map as well, and also new weapons. I'm really expecting for, long-range weapons to come through, more long-range kills. Who knows, right? But anyways, that's not in the game quite yet. I'm hoping next season, wink wink, let's see whether or not it's going to happen. But now we're going to go to Erangel. Now, Erangel is a very interesting map. I think it's a very, very staple map. I know that a lot of teams have been playing other maps as well, but Erangel is like the classic. It's like El Clasico, where everyone is very, very familiar. Everyone has their own drop spot and how they want to rotate. Now, I wouldn't say I think like compared to like 2 years ago where we had like one team kind of dominating and being like, okay, this is our map. The teams to really chicken dinner on this map is this team, this team, this team. That's not the case anymore, because I think this season it's been swapping hands, like chicken dinner. It's really hard to really figure out who's on top. And when you think about not knowing about who's coming up on top, I mean, let's be real here. KAGENDRA was in Sanhok just now, was I would say what's that word? Disruptor for many of the teams trying to rotate into that circle. It's so annoying dealing with them, and it's hard to believe that this is a team that came in from Tier 2.
Right, I love the term disruptor that you use, right? Especially this applies to a lot of like the newer teams, because there's probably like lesser data for the other more experienced teams to analyze how would they like to play, what's the kind of movement and so on. And for like what you said, right, a team that rose from the PMNC Indonesia to come in here, they've been showing that they've been able to adapt to the situation. That's why they are in the grand finals. Now, personally to me, I have seen them around the Tier 2 scene for the longest time, and this is a breakthrough season for KAGENDRA.
I think it's great as well. It's a nice yardstick to really give an idea to everyone in the world about why you should be paying attention to Tier 2 as well, because you just never know what kind of, hidden gems you'll be finding. I mean, Federalis, especially from Harami Bros, that was brought into BTR. I was surprised to see him brought in, because for a long time, BTR was fielding a full Indonesian roster, because Indonesia comes with so many good players, right? We all know this. But I think Federalis was that kind of like spark, that firepower they needed. And I think think for BTR, that is the impact maker they want to see. And honestly, it's really fun being able to see this happening as well. So definitely do check out PMCL when you can. Whenever, what's the other one, Sir Cloud? PMCL and PMNC.
PMNC, yeah.
PMNC, yeah, as well, for you to check out. So I think this is a great idea to see what exactly or where exactly our PUBG Mobile esports scene thrive. But anyways, enough about that. Coming back to our main portion, which is Erangel. Sir Cloud, what's your thoughts on what you want to expect to see here on this map?
I want to see a military base circle. Because when I casted, there was no military base circle. I was kind of sad. We got a lot of like.
See, I always get military base circle. You're like opposite of me.
Babe, I'm jealous now. Okay, I need an ice cream.
You need an ice cream? Okay,
Yeah.
we go later lah. We go ice cream together, yeah? Whoa! But let's talk a little bit more. I think for SMBs, I think I've seen it a lot more. I think it's to the point that we actually see teams drop at SMB for quite some time. I think TM is definitely one of those teams that always drop there, and they don't seem to have it. They're very comfortable to rotate through, the bridges and everything. For me personally, I would get a little bit more of anxiety on crossing that bridge into mainland whenever I drop there, but they seem to have protocols on what to do whenever they have these people camping the bridge.
Yeah, and not only them as well. Team Secret, they normally drop in Novo, so they'll be one of those teams that needs to cross the bridge if the circle goes to the main peninsula or somewhere up north. But if it goes the other way, if it goes to the military base, of course, those two teams will be the happiest of them all, and all the other 14 teams will need to find their way to the military base.
Yeah, and for me personally, I really want a circle. I think Milta. We haven't seen a Milta circle in a while. And speaking of Milta, the interview with Nerpeko last week from RQ, he already mentioned, whoever that doesn't know we're changing drop spots, we're gonna be in Milta. So that was a public declaration that he did during the interview. And so what do you think of this change in drop spots, Sir Cloud?
He wants to stamp it in, right? It's like, okay, don't come near Milta. It is ours.
Don't come near Milta or come near Milta. Which one is it? Does he want to fight or he wants to keep people away?
I like that thought. It could be a what do they call a reverse psychology to say that, hey, if you dare to challenge Milta, we're there waiting for you, right? And I love the confidence being put out by Nerpeko. I believe that was one of his last interviews during later of the week where they scored the smash rule.
Yes.
And it just shows that he is still as confident as before. That's number one. Number two, for them to secure Milta. Milta is an amazing spot. It's number one is by the edge of the map, so you can kind of like avoid those early people who might rotate to you. And also, it's a decent town that you can get a lot of loot there.
Yeah, and I think it's quite centralized as well. You don't have to really worry about traveling up north or southern too much. It's all right, it's not bad. But coming to the central side will be a pain. But honestly, RQ has always been known for that as that late rotator into the circle. I think for RQ, it's such an interesting thing coming into the week because I think, on week one, I questioned their confidence in terms of taking fights. It felt like they were very, very hesitant to take these fights. And I was like, okay, what's the problem here? Because you had full control of the area. You had a man advantage here. Why aren't you kind of like, kind of waterfalling and just kind of collapsing into a team? But it didn't really seem to happen. It felt like they weren't on the same page. But week two, they have fixed so many of that problems. They are very aggressive. They take up space, but they're aggressive. Their aggression is different kind of aggression. It's not the same aggression that we see from teams like Xavier. It's not the same kind of aggressions that we see from teams like CD Alliance. It's a more controlled aggression. It's more of like, okay, from this circle to this circle, let's just try and see if we can get any stragglers. From this circle is when we get a bit more active. This is where we want to get super active, taking up space. So it's very, very, it's such an awareness in terms of how they want to play the game. It's like having, like, how do I say this, like a roadmap on how it looks like to play from like circle 1 to circle 2. We're gonna stay here quietly. Circle 3, circle 4, it can get a little bit more aggressive. We can take this player, separate them from team. Circle 5 till the end. Okay, let's go all out. So loving that fact that it's like chess pieces for them at this point.
Yeah, adaptability is so important, right? And we're talking about chess pieces. If you want to take the analogy, you have 16 different factions on a chessboard. It's not like a 1v1 sort of thing, right? So you can imagine the level of adaptability. If one chess piece change their style, everyone else will need to change. So that's how crazy PUBG Mobile Esports is.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really familiar with how the pro play side works, I mean, do the players actually call out their drop spots before a game? I think you're more aware of that. How is it like, Sir Cloud? Are drop spots usually like, like a hidden thing, or?
Yeah, there's usually like this respect for drop spots, right? Unless a team chooses to challenge the drop spot, it's all up for grabs at the end of the day. So
so they don't necessarily know, right?
Yeah, they don't necessarily know, but they kind of know at the same time. So if you remember, okay, I'm going to put out this lore here, right? So if you remember, like towards the end of last week, and you were there hosting, there was like this beef between Alter Ego and BTR.
Oh yeah, there was.
That was because of one team wants the other team's drop spot. So they are now rivals.
I see. You know, when you talk about these two teams, it's such an interesting predicament, right? I think for a while now, Alter Ego was that team that not necessarily is at the top, but definitely will make it to the top 4, will be toward the middle side of the ladder. But this season, it feels like they're struggling. I think there was an interview I did with the coach, RDK, and you know, we talked about how, you know, there was this question from the Malaysian desk as well as Indonesian desk that Alva cannot play with Rosemary. Now, I already asked the coach. He was saying they're going to prove everyone wrong, but what's your thoughts here, Sir Cloud?
Well, I've heard that as well with the other coaches from the other teams, and if we were to look at Alter Ego's performance, it actually is relevant, right? If you kind of think about it, there's a correlation to that, because when Rosemary was taking a break and Alva and the other players were playing in the lineup, they actually performed well. But we also want to review whether our predictions are performing well as or not. So how's
my predictions are gone? What do you mean? Wait, what was it? My predictions are gone. I don't know what you're talking about here.
Not yet. Yep.
No, I think we're like the players, we're warming up as well. But anyways, I'm a firm believer about Boom Esports here. I mean, there's a reason why Boom Esports has the title of Raja Comeback. So it's definitely something that's definitely in the pipeline. Well, if it's not today, it's going to be tomorrow. If it's not tomorrow, it's going to be Sunday. Regardless, as we go into that. But for me, I am giving a lot of hope to Kagendra here. I think for me, it's so important to really highlight these players from Tier 2 and show that they're around. And I think that for me, I really would love to see the Tier 2 team just really challenge the Tier 1 veterans here.
Someone's a Kagendra fangirl now.
Me? Don't call me out, hello?
I didn't say who, but I hope the fangirl gets a Kagendra jersey, you know, just
wow, thanks,
man. Hashtag helping a friend.
Wild. Okay, anyways, coming back here, I think we talked a little bit about BTR, we talked a little bit about Alter Ego. I think this season is one of the biggest changing seasons as well. I think we mentioned in the pre-show just now about like how this is the biggest reshuffle season for many of these teams. We also have, while we have the Tier 2 teams, we also have big reshuffles. Your thoughts here, Sir Cloud? I think for a while we haven't seen big reshuffles from a lot of teams for a long time.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like, this season is the biggest reshuffle of the many seasons that we have seen, at least in the past 1 or 2 years. And some of them, it has worked out, some of them not so. But for the teams that have worked out, I would like to highlight like one of the biggest reshuffle teams that have worked out for me personally is going to be BTR. I think that they have the right puzzle pieces in place, not only from the players, but from the management, the coaching staff, the analysts, even their performance coach is a new addition to the lineup. And
they
so
have
far,
a performance coach? That's crazy. I love that actually. Anyways, did talk a bit with the BTR guys, and I asked them, hey guys, what do you think of your new coach? What's it like playing with him? And then they said, I don't like him. I love him.
Oh, okay. That caught me.
I caught me too. I saw Kent's face just gonna change for a second, and then he was like, "Oh, thank God, you nearly caught me."
If not, somebody's gonna sleep outside.
No. You don't mess around with Coach Kent. He is strict as a coach, but it's all love for him. But anyways, when we talk about reshuffles as well, I am also really liking that some teams have like a 5-man, 6-man roster. One of the teams is Sem9. I think Sem9 for a while they do have like a 5-man roster, but I think this is the first season that I actually seen them actively swapping out players.
Yeah, so that's the thing about having like a 6-man roster, right? It's like you need to keep like the players happy, especially the players on the bench. Like, oh, they're not playing, they're probably not fresh, or they're not feeling it. So you got to keep them happy by putting into the game And this is where the argument comes in, right? Like,
Right.
when do you put it? Do you really need to keep them happy, or do you focus on this is the best lineup for us to win the match? So there's a lot of consideration from the management. How are they going to manage like 6 players when you can only field 4 of them at a time?
Yeah, and I think it's also like, I mean, I did try to kind of pry a little bit about like how exactly these lineups are made, but I think this is something that teams kind of like hold their cards close to their chest because they don't want to show too much. But sometimes these change in lineups, they actually show in form of their gameplay. I mean, you talked about like just now about like how Alter Ego, when Rosemary subs out, Alva plays in, you know, the difference is like night and day, right? I think when Rosemary plays, it's a lot more aggressive. It's very, very active. With Rosemary, who's a very, very aggressive player, wants to go in first, but it doesn't necessarily really translate whether or not they are on that same page. It doesn't kind of negate the fact that Rosemary is still an insanely good player. It does kind of make me question, what are the comms like when he's going in for that first contact? Regardless, let's see whether or not our theory crafting is happening. It's going to be true here if Alter Ego can come back as we go into our second game of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, our first Erangel of the Grand Finals of PMSL SEA 2025.
And here it is. It's going to be Erangel. Looking at the flight path, looks like we're going to get a southern flight path this time from the area of Primos all the way to Milta. And you did mention that RRQ, they want to stamp Milta in. They will have a pretty decent start with this kind of flight path.
Oh yeah, they shouldn't have a problem getting to where they want to be here. Early drop from Vampire. I think Vampire, is going to be happy. I think I've been seeing them toward Primos, toward Fairy Pier a while already, so it shouldn't be an issue here as well. It's the people who are usually dropping at Pochinki, School, Gaka, that's going to be a little bit of a problem. Honestly, this is great because I want to see early fights. So might be seeing someone run over by a car early, question mark?
Oh, okay. We will hang that thought because that might just happen. I'm looking over at the left side where the early droppers are at eArena and Vampire Esports. They're really close to each other. But putting your theory into the game, right, with this sort of fire path, those kind of early engagements might possibly happen because some teams might want to travel to the northern side, so in between they might bump into each other.
Yeah, I think one thing that I noticed during that first week of casting as well is that every time the circle goes south, the circle goes north. I mean, the flight path is south, the circle goes north. I call it opposites day. It's a very rough when that happens. But I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem. I think people are, you know, just really taking ground. Oh my God, Sir Cloud, you oh my God. What did you eat today? What gave you the what's the word?
The mojo.
Yeah. How'd you know?
Well,
did you buy the circle?
No, because I'm casting with Tash Money, of course.
Yay! The glaze is crazy.
Oh yeah. I'm loving it. Okay, so this circle will give a big advantage to Tem Entertainment and Team Secret. We did discuss this before. So for the other teams, they have to make quick rotations into the military base. Good for RRQ because they regularly drop in Milta as they have declared, and that gave them the quickest access from the main peninsula to the military base island.
Yeah. I think right now as well, I'm seeing a lot of people towards school. I'm surprised about 2 teams, almost 3 teams there, just hanging around that area. As we rush up forward here. Now, for a lot of teams, I don't think we're just going to see early rotations as well. But Sem9 getting active early here, they're the ones who are denying people from crossing the bridge. I was not expecting that from them.
Oh yeah, they made a very, very early rotation. Another team that made the early rotation is going to be RRQ. And what our players felt at the hands of Team Secret. So Team Secret, this time, a much better start than before.
Yeah, I think for Team Secret, you know, they have a lot of ground to cover, especially since they didn't get any points in the last game as well. Stuck, not able to move for some time. I think for them, they want to be able to just cover that lost ground. I think for me personally, I like when Team Secret gets active. I like when Team Secret goes a little bit more aggressive, take up space, kind of like grab fate into their own hands, right? Because usually I feel like when Team Secret waits for things to happen, things go all right real quick. But when they are the ones aggressing, when they are the ones that, you know, that make that proactive decision to go to a team, take up that space, fight them, it looks good, especially when you have a player like Break who's just there that can easily break through any of the defenses. Anyways, here's a replay. What happened just now?
Ooh.
That's a nice spray from Trang. That's aggressive as heck. And getting one member from RRQ this early should benefit them really well because that's a lot of firepower taken away from RRQ.
Yeah, RRQ not only lost one player, but another player is pretty low, so they need to recover quickly.
When's the
CELCOMDIGI
last time we saw a
Alliance,
boat? When's the last time we saw this, Sir Cloud?
Well, I didn't get any mate to the base circle, so definitely not for me. But maybe
Yeah,
you had.
no, I didn't see any boats though. I don't think so. No, I did see one. And then they used the boat as a car.
They used the boat as a car? What?
Yeah.
Or did they like park the car on the boat and then they drove it together with it?
I think it was a hovercraft or something like that.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
that
like
one, that one. Yeah, that one.
Right.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one.
So you can use this as a quote-unquote car,
It's
but
quite
the
tanky too, actually.
yes, but the downside of it is that it's such a big vehicle. Like to just aim and spray it down is not hard.
Yeah. Takes a lot though, but it will break eventually. Anyways, that's from Milta. Oh, honestly, I'm questioning whether or not that call for, that early call from RQ saying, oh hey, we're at Milta, kind of like is a double-edged sword here because they lost one player so early. I mean, almost two actually. Look, one more player is so low.
I know, right? I wonder where he is and if it's okay.
That's like, look at Milta. He has like three teams there already.
I guess because of like this circle, right? Everyone wants to rotate past Milta. But OSJA Thailand, we got Red Bull here, the star man for OSJA Thailand. He wins it. 1v1 against Opta. Rocky went down as well. Looks like Alter Ego, they're falling apart.
Yeah, it's not looking great at all. Alter Ego, great to find that pick off onto OSJA. Wants to make their return into the game. Good start for now. Rosemary holding a little bit more further out than his teammates, but we know that Rosemary, in terms of his long-range kills, it has been quite phenomenal. Tiny little micro angles to take advantage of. Puts a lot of damage onto Chopper. That's a nice terrain they've been playing with. Secret comes through, all alone here. And immediately, the rest of Alter Ego wants to challenge. Wants to keep him away from Chopper QQ. Trying to deny that space with that nade. Finds nothing. And Alter Ego, happy to wait. They need to go for a reset as well, so Hans will be the one to get a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more active, and on guard duty.
Oh, but I love the recovery by Alter Ego, right? Like, okay, two players were down, but because they planted Rosemary on the high ground as the off-angle guy, he got a couple of knocks, and now they move in to recover their teammates. And for the rest of OSJA Thailand, they lost two. Nothing much they can do in this fight. They have to leave this area.
A lot of Sons of Groundfire right now. I think three teams already losing members. OSJA and RQ 2 each. TM lost one already. So you can say that, I wouldn't say this is the most aggressive start ever, but because of the active rotations happening, teams are kind of stopped them from doing so. And the amount of teams that have already rotated inside of SMB is a lot already. I think we're like 1, 2, 3, definitely more than 6 if I'm being honest here right now. And it's not a lot of space for all of these teams to work with as well. The only team that's actively trying to kind of gatekeep the bridge right now is KAGENDRA.
So KAGENDRA looking to pick up points from rotating teams here before moving in further. Might be BTR, like what you say, right? BTR passing by, and now they are in the crosshairs of KAGENDRA, moving up to the high ground, but more players of KAGENDRA is actually waiting there. Nice one by Ajul to knock down the Starman Satar.
And even if they did miss, they had another player from KAGENDRA on the other end here, but nope, spoke too soon. Casper will be eliminated quickly, and Satar will be easily picked up here. That was a double-edged sword. That was something that they were not anticipating at all. They were not anticipating to quickly just kind of rotate up there, and they were hoping for Casper to pick up the kills. But really gotta give props to BTR. They are so aware of what's happening. They were so quick to react to one member of KAGENDRA over on the outside, and now KAGENDRA has lost one player this early. Is looking bad.
Yeah, I do love the fact that they adapted to the situation, right? BTR, they crossed the bridge, gunfire was onto them. They immediately went to this high ground where they can reset again, and now they're back as a 4 with themselves being inside mid to the base, safe enough. But there are a few other teams not in mid to the base yet. So now on screen we have Boom Esports. They're making their way through, and I wonder which team might be waiting for them on the other side.
Boom Esports gonna take this fight against eArena if they want to even cross this bridge right now. eArena, they've been the kings of late rotations, and they really want to force these early fights. Speaking of fights here, it's Rosemary putting a lot of pressure onto the members of OSJA. Both teams finding it hard to really just cross through. They're outside here right now. They're at Milta Power. So if they want to cross through, they need to take this fight. They need to just cross into that blue zone, into Milta, and then have to cross this bridge. It's a very, very long rotation for them.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. Especially for those other teams that have not made it into the mid to the base island. We have VOIN Donkey making their way. Obviously, OSJA Thailand and Alter Ego still not in yet. So there's still a good amount of teams that have not crossed the bridge.
Boom Esports inside the compound. I think they're trying to take, a more passive approach here. They're hoping that eArena would push to them and they can punish them with the CQCs. eArena is rushing up forward here. Ponbe has kind of pushed himself on the outside. Not spotted out that yet from the mushroom house. That nade will come through. Doesn't really chunk anyone quite yet. Gonna play a little bit more closer with his teammates. Tiger, very aggressive angle. Very scary if you think about it. But finds some value as Joker finds Frenzy. So Frenzy will fall. Ponbit all alone here. If he gets in trouble, his teammate's not gonna be able to pick him up. But eArena aware of him. Gonna knock him down there. Takes a fair bit of damage already. Nearly taken out. But the sprays from Tiger from the top side of this mushroom house is just nasty.
And now Yummy is in the building together with his other teammate. They try to fire back. They got NC2 in the process. Zero is going to be together with Yummy, the duo that has to do it to win this fight before they're able to get into the military base. But looking at the mini-map, the blue, it's on its way as well.
Ponbit slowly making his way back to his teammates here. The same could be said about eArena here. It's just a matter of who resets first. Ponbit is just forcing himself into that area. That nade from Tiger, when does it hit? Ooh, barely just misses. And Tiger says, that's enough of that. I'm gonna try and play inside the smokes. I have a shotgun in hand here. I can put in the damage. Joker puts in the pressure. Ponbit to fall. Tiger, how the heck are you able to do this? That is disgusting. Come through the smokes, jump out like a rabbit, just like their logo, right? Now the rest of eArena rushing up forward, getting active. The Blues jump up forward, but the jump shot from Boom is just disgusting. Finds all the members of eArena and everyone is just going to fall here. Boom Esports somehow scraped through.
Oh, can Yummy heal up in time? He switches to bandages and he's able to heal up. Okay. Yummy will be fine for now, that is. But that was a beautiful cinematic jump shot by Yummy.
Feels almost like a Mission Impossible movie, right? Just jumps out and just sprays the heck out of you. You can't do anything about it. But eArena, at least, they still have one more player. Is Joker rushing up, going forward. And he is still not stopping the damage. He's still going aggressive here. He's all alone. Zero, barely alive right now. Just surviving by the skin of his teeth. Does he notice still one more member of Boom Esports close here? A lot of damage coming forward here. Crossfire set up here perfectly from Zero. All he does is just try to pull away the attention from his teammate here. He's low, so low. But the same could be said about Zero. But Yummy is there in the end. But both teams taking severe losses right now. No, Zero, you're not going to find any heals there.
Oh, okay. Anyway, it's worthwhile trying, right? He still have a few bandages, so that will buy him a little bit of time. Now, speaking about time is on the side of the team still in the main peninsula because the circle right now is going to be 100% on a military base. A good amount of teams already there, but on the left side bridge, we still have Boom Esports, VOIN Donkey, and Team Flash as well. So they have to find a way to get across as quickly as possible.
A lot of silence come through here. This BTR, oh man, the Indonesian derby happens again. Peko cooking that nade up. Pushing up forward here as BTR. They're here. Federalis in tow as well. And you know that Federalis, when it comes to CQCs, he is disgusting. He puts in a lot of damage. Nade in hand first for that opening. Throws it in there. Does not actually kind of hit onto Hazel quite yet. But the rest of BTR, they're being very cautious right now. A lot of respect given to RQ.
If he's disgusting, I hope he showers.
Dang!
But anyway, now RRQ, they have to get out of this sticky situation. We have Nepeko here. Okay. It's just right beside a player of BTR. There's going to be Razy. BTR surrounding RRQ. They are locked in with each other. I wonder if RRQ can actually pull off an insane clutch here. I mean, it's Nepeko. He was the PMP Southeast Asia Terminator before. If there's anyone can pull off a clutch, it's going to be Nepeko.
Oh, right. His positioning is great, actually. High ground just to see if anyone's around here. Sets up the nade just to cross through if anyone's there. Finds nothing. But both teams are just not willing to just start that fight first. They're just so worried about losing that impact early. Satarles does fall here. As Nepeko and Hazel still waiting inside the compound. Nade util in hand as well. A stranger still outside the area. I'm gonna pop one of the... Why did he do that?
If you pop one of the front tires, it gives you a bit more stability.
It does?
Yeah, that's
Wow,
like
TIL.
that's like a pro player tactic. Yeah.
Anyways, Risey falls already here. Aggression finally happening here for RQ. As Trang from another area to find him in the end, and BTR takes it as a signal to go aggressive and completely just collapse onto RQ.
BTR wins it at the end of the day. I mean, they had the numbers, but they lost their IGL Razy in the process. Worthwhile trade? Probably, because they got 3 points in it. But now, Alter Ego, welcome to the circle. Team Secret Break has to break away.
Along here, we've seen a lot of impacts come in from Break before. He's the guy to kind of go in for 1v3s, 1v2s. He's aggressive as ever, but this time around, they're not going to try and push their luck quite yet. His teammates are close here. Alter Ego not moving forward quite yet. And I think for today, right now I'm looking at Team Secret, they feel like sharks in the water. They're just very actively looking around, listening to the sounds of gunfire, going in for that third party. They managed to steal one away already, right, from that fight against with Boom Esports. So I think it's a great way for them to play as well, given the fact that they have such a large area of the circle in their control. That terrain will give them so much value.
But how Meow Meow, aka Mela, will get out of this with this kind of terrain, it's kind of hard to get information on what are the teams across you, but they have to take some level of risk at some point. VOIN Donkey taking the risk of getting into the circle directly while D Xavier is looking over them. They run straight into the circle, but just to be knocked down by VOIN Donkey, by Vampire Esports.
Vampire Esports do what they do best. Third party, just chunking anyone, doing rotations. And now Sem9, they're looking to get active. They want to aggress and they want to take fights. They've been getting a little bit more aggressive early, but it's not necessarily in a way that they fully commit to a 4v4. Now this time around, they have a terrain to work with, but they don't really have this circle in their control here as well. Now that was the kill. Oh, so that's what happened there. Trunks long range kills, honestly, valid. Very, very valid.
Oh, look at the reaction from the players of RRQ. They're definitely not happy with that performance. But it is what it is, and they'll need to wait for the next round to collect more points. Unfortunately, no points at all for RRQ this time. Now, coming back to Strangers Esports, we have CELCOMDIGI Alliance in front of them.
Strangers very aggressive from KNS there as well, as Jimmy will be the first point of contact there, but Adit Look will be the one to fall. Meow Meow, Mela, call him whatever you want here, but being honest, he's the big impact maker for the team. He's the tip of the spear. He starts off fights, and he definitely wants to try and end it. But for CD Alliance, it's way too early. They do not want to take the fight. They're just gonna leave Adit Look and say, I'm sorry, dude, you're out. We're gonna try to rotate away. We do not want to take this fight early. We do not want to lose resources this quick.
Having to play the rest of the round without their main fragger, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, 3 players. But we shift over to another Malaysian team. This is going to be Sem9 against TEM Entertainment. And Sem9, they want to take over the hometown of Mid to the Base from the hands of TEM Entertainment. And so far, so good for Sem9. Good control that they are having.
Not moved quite yet here. It's a different Sem9. Last week is a more aggressive one, but this week I think they changed up the way of their pacing quite yet. They don't want to show off their cards too soon. And I think it's good. It's a great understanding that TEM has to push to them. So they don't really have to aggress. They can just wait here, then play with the terrain and just work to their advantage. TEM Entertainment is still waiting here. And I think for Trexie, it's about finding that nice angle. Now, when you talk about Sem9, I feel a bit sad for this team, I think, in terms of criticism coming in from their fans, coming in from the desk as well sometimes, is that they always, I think it's the same conversation about them, mostly about what their team's problems are when it comes to players. Now, for me, I disagree with a lot of the takes I hear online as well, saying that it's the same problems whether or not Firen is in the team. For me personally, I think this is the best iteration of Sem9 we've seen in the last couple of years. Bringing in Firen gives them a whole different level of firepower. I love seeing it, but honestly, I think they need a bit more time to just really integrate, because like it or not, this is one of the most intense and most competitive seasons of PMSL. Every team is leveled up.
Yeah, because it's not only like Sem9 per se, right? Yes, I do agree on paper. Sem9's lineup is amazing, but translating it into the game, it's difficult because of the changes of the other teams as well. And there's so many other teams that have a very good lineup. So yes, but then again, that's the reality of a competition, right? Only one team can be the champion, and they have to stand up to it.
Speaking of stand up here, Yuhai at the highest area possible, and Frame is cosplaying as a bush. It's a very long cosplay. He hasn't moved at all.
One with nature.
One with
doing
nature.
The work of Mother Nature there with the.
You know, they say touch grass, right? Can touch grass in PUBG Mobile.
He's definitely touching a lot of greens there. I can't really say that it's grass, but you know, grass, tree, yeah, it's pretty much the same.
Potato, same thing.
Oh, I will fight you for that, but we'll leave the boxing ring later. Anyway, CELCOMDIGI
Wait, that is
Alliance now. Oh
disgusting!
no!
No way that happened! Just ran 2 members of CD Alliance just like that. They cannot fight back. They cannot move anywhere. Strangers, they started that fight. CD Alliance left, and Strangers said, no, you come back here. You come back here. Let us take this fight. And now Flash is around, and they're like, hello, let's take this fight further.
They want those points for themselves, but looks like the tree
Oh
is
no,
no
the
longer
cosplay.
cosplaying. Yeah, there goes. I mean, that was his last attempt of a cosplay, right? The smoke is green, goes well with what he did. But yeah, anyway, that's going to be 7-9. They pick up a point. But the bigger question is now, how will Strangers
game.
Esports get out of this?
KNS is really low right now, somehow managing to juke every single util. Spoke too soon. Ate a lot of damage here. Some chip damage to come forward. Should be able to run over one of the players. Yep. But somehow we're gonna see a kill there from Break onto Rosemary on the side. But anyways, KAGENDRA still very aggressive, still very active. Strangers in a bad predicament here. They took one fight. They paid dearly. Now they did manage to get the eliminations. But now other teams are like sharks in the water. Aggressive, not allowing them to go for that reset. Earths as well will be punished. Now it's down to the last few two. As Flash, they're getting aggressive. Zeus has to be reset. He has to be picked up here. But the terrain for Strangers is still their favor. So they do have a bit of breathing room there. No, spoke too soon because BTR also has their hand in the cookie jar.
Wow. You put your hand in the cookie jar, you get slapped for it. But they're the ones that slap another player, securing another point for themselves. So that's great work so far for BTR, considering they're playing with 3 players. Now Mela on this high ground, still in the inside circle. That's pretty okay for him. But because we're only at stage 5, we're coming to stage 6 real soon in about 40 seconds. He has to relocate.
Car already on fire as well. Azami, there's a lot of pressure onto a player on that end. Not too sure who it is. Can't really see. But anyways, KAGENDRA, nice hold of the terrain here, but their work's not cut out quite yet. They're not out of the woods. Nice nade onto Gelwi. Call it a Kobe. Nasty nade onto him. Secret's still around. The car's about to go down the smithereens already. Team Secret, the high ground is in their favor, but definitely not the blue zone here. They've been holding on to this area very, very long. That nade will find Secret in the end. What the heck is that, man? Like, how precise is that nade?
Man, that's why they are playing and we're here admiring their gameplay, right? That was a beautiful one by Break. My goodness. That nade to end them off, absolutely chef's kiss. Now Circle, it favors to 7-9. 7-9 got the circle. Team Flash not too far away from the circle, but majority of the teams on the outside.
It is a ping pong circle, but KAGENDRA, what the heck? That was beautifully played there. DBS in hand, just kind of proning up, down, and center, finding one. But Azami should be in trouble now. No, actually, Azami said, no, I'm not stuck in here with you. You're stuck in here with me, playing perfectly with the terrain. But Satarless will find the perfect flank behind and finally sandwich him in the end. Ichan running away for his life, and it'll be okay for them. They have some breathing room here as BTR managed to bring up Federalis back into the game. And firstly, for me, you want to bring Federalis back into the game. He is the heavy hitter, the impact maker. But look who Ichan ran into is Lamborghini, who manages to find him in the end. Nate T steals it away. KAGENDRA eliminated already 4 points in the bag, as now the one who's gatekeeping the circle is actually DX. BTR in trouble.
Oh man, BTR, they didn't have the time to pick up Federalis, and now Snape is down. Okay, they're still going to go for the revive onto Federalis, but Nate's been rained down! And if you thought that Break's nade was good, this one is even better.
One nade to get 3 eliminations that quickly. What a way to start. Can't even go for that reset. Tony K will be the one who needs the reset right now. Trying to go to top side here. High ground in his favor, but somehow Schweppes makes it work. Meant away from the corner of the eye here. Schweppes puts in a lot of damage to another member of Team Secret. Break on the top side here. He's not done quite yet. Peeks up forward, but every time he does, he's punished and he falls. Newsy will put in the pain. He puts in the hurt. Frankie, all alone, forced to push forward here. He doesn't know where to look. Just blind sprays through the smokes. He tries to play with a micro angle, but every time he shoots, Newsy and Schweppes answer back.
And he does not have any mercy, so he's taking a bit of a risk here, showing himself towards Vampire Esports. But he has to because the circle is not onto him. And finally, Vampire Esports, they found a solution. They took him out. Now it's their time to get in.
Can't believe you're already at top 4 because it's been so aggressive left, right, and center here on the first Erangel of the day. Flash, the only one player standing is tops. Not a lot. I mean, if you think about it, the only team that's primed and prepped to win right now is VPE and SEM9. They do have the 3-man advantage compared to the other teams. Never mind. DX still has 4. Nice spray from Lamborghini. Try to chunk down the HP of the member of VPE. Nuzi undeterred at all, unfazed as well. So VPE loving where they are right now, but there's not a lot of space to work with. As SEM9, they have full control of this terrain.
Oh yeah, but will they still have full control after 30 seconds? Because we're only at stage 6. We still have stage 7 here for them to consider. These area they're on the other side. They won't be involved for now, but they have to be involved because they have to save Lamborghini.
Oh, nice praise from Trexie, finding Onzen's. They were not expecting this angle to be played at all. Now, there's also some cover fire, some answering back here from VPE. But it's going to be a rough predicament trying to pick up their teammate back. Schweppes finally comes very, very closely to this terrain. I'm not sure. Okay, they are so aware. They're throwing on nades there towards Schweppes, but none of them are actually hitting at all. As Trexie still eyes onto Nuzi, still eyes onto Schweppes as well. Cooks up the nade. Let's see if it actually lands onto him. No, he's been juking. He hasn't even moved. None of the nades are actually hitting him.
Yeah, cool as ice for Schweppes. Look at him. He's like, you guys can land the nade on me, you know. But anyway, they will still try. They got Onzens instead. Nice long range by Fearon. Vampire Esports. Now they only have 2 active players left.
Trouble already, Trexie. I think it's really good right now if you think about awareness, but SEM9 seems to be very aware where the members of VPE are. Top's being very quiet as well inside of this little guardhouse. And DX with a later rotation, they have a nice terrain to work with as well. You know, for DX, this works out well in their favor. It's far away from other players, yeah, but this high ground plus long ranges, it's perfection for them. It's a recipe for their success. Nuzi is alone here right now. Very, very separated from Schweppes. Now my question, or at least my concern for these 2 players is, I would love, if you're in a situation where you're in the last circle, I want to see you play with your teammate. I want to see trades at the very least. And now since they're so separated, isolated as well, it's not going to be easy for them to play off each other. And now Nuzi, 2 fall now, a SEM9, full control onto them, blows up their car, but the kill will be stolen away from DXavier.
And DXavier, they are still in this game with a full squad. Can you believe it? The fact that Lamborghini got knocked down and managed to recover. This is insane by DXavier. They're like walking undead right now. But now the challenge is on to Schweppes. How is he going to overcome SEM9 as a trio?
Rushing forward here, Schweppes could do the funniest thing. I'm not sure if they saw him, but he's forced away here now. Rushing forward, he's all the way out there in the open, but it's DXavier that's so aware, watching him for quite some time. There's 2 pickups already stolen away at long range from DXavier. This terrain is their home, is their, their throne. And right now, the circle about to rush forward here. Tops, they still haven't found the point yet, and I'm sure for Tops, the best way for him to approach this is to wait for DXavier to take on SEM9.
And we'll see stage 8 really, really soon. Now it's going to be between DXavier, SEM9, and Team Flash. Team Flash, that last player, the final player, he has been missing for the longest time.
Oh yeah, been very quiet actually. Gonna play at the very edge of this blue zone here, wants to steal a pick-off. Kind of reminiscent to what we saw from Gewi. Sorry, was it Gewi? It was Gewi for the last game as well.
Yeah.
But for now, like it or not, both teams are just gonna take it easy. They're just gonna chill. Like it or not, they have to wait for the circle because, coming down from this terrain is the problem. Having the terrain, great, huge. Coming down from the terrain when the circle pulls, that's painful.
But you know what? I love the fact that Lamborghini is on an off angle. It's like if SEM9 over peaks, then Lamborghini can pull the trigger. Beautiful angle that he has taken, and because of his angle, he's able to direct Levi's to join him.
Some chip damage already done by SEM9 toward Levi's as they're crossing over there. So they are aware it's like a 2-1-1 formation going around here. Sorry, 2-2, excuse me. Tops is the same color as them. Nice shot onto Tops. Fearon very aware there. I'm just curious to know whether or not Fearon was aware that Tops has been there for quite some time here. Anyways, you hear the cheers from the crowd. That's loud already. Lamborghini with a big opening onto Mika. But then there's an answer back from Trexie. Nice crossfire set up here from SEM9. It's perfect as they cross. A lot of sprays coming from Fearon. Levi's, he stands no chance. And now DXavier, despite the man advantage they have, everything is falling apart. Now home crowd advantage is here. It's so loud right now. Trexie going active. 5 eliminations. eliminations, proving all the haters wrong. Perigin rendered so low right now, barely alive. As Trexie, a lot of respect given, making sure to not get sandwiched between these two players here. Nice play to Lamborghini, finds one, and now the final man left standing here for Lamborghini, for D Xavier. He's all alone, barely any HP to work with. A 1v1 situation. The days to come through, but the shots are huge. Trexie rushes up. The terrain not in his favor. The smoke cuts off any vision. But one shot is all he needs, and he
Who got it?
Get
Yo!
at the end. Home ground advantage is very much in Sam9's favor.
And then look at the home crowd. They go wild with the Sunrise chicken dinner. Man, the fans are really pleased. And not only they score the chicken dinner, they score more than 10 elimination points together with it.
A different Sam9 today, proving all their doubters wrong. Especially from Trexie, who ended the game with 6 eliminations total. That is incredible if you think about it, because he is one of the players that has faced so much scrutiny from their fans.
Oh man, and you can see the disappointment from Lamborghini. They thought they had it in the bag, but then again, it's the brilliance of Ferret opening it up, taking at least 2 down from the side of the Xavier to allow Sam9 to wrap it up. And of course, it had to be the brilliance of Trexie with that 1v1 towards the end.
Honestly, what a way. I think in that particular game, it was really hard to see which team could make it till the end and which team would kind of fall early, because everyone was getting active. This is a very active Erangel compared to the previous weeks that were a little bit more quiet early. And I understand it's mostly because of the rotations. It's not necessarily the easiest of ones right now, but I have to say, in terms of how Sam9 has positioned themselves, it's great because they know how to play with that one small terrain. They didn't move and they stuck to their guns. It was a big gamble, yeah, because if the circle pulls away from them, Xavier would have just sprayed the heck out of them. So in the end of the day, because they didn't get too aggressive, because they didn't get too active, they punished Xavier from crossing over from their terrain to get theirs.
And with that, they also scored a total amount of 12 eliminations together with it. That's going to be 22 points for the home team. Sam9 scoring the second chicken dinner and our grand finals. And it was against the #1 team, denying them away the chicken dinner, the Xavier. They had to be complacent with whatever they got, which is still a decent amount of points, not gonna lie there. But of course, we're gonna tabulate the total amount of points in a little bit more, ladies and gentlemen. For the home crowd, they are definitely pleased with the chicken dinner. Now, the question is that can Sam9 continue to be consistent enough? We'll check that out later as we look at the highlights now. The home crowd goes wild as Seb9 shut down their critics with this chicken dinner. But we also have to give it to Xavier. From a chicken dinner to a second place, they're still pretty consistent.
They are consistent. I think that's the most important part about this game. It's like chicken dinners, they're great, but consistency is even better. You don't want to go out of the game with no points at all in certain games and go, nuclear in certain games. Regardless, coming into this one is great for Team Secret. They've managed to really pick up the pace and, managed to make up for any of the lost points, they lost on Sanhok. And VPE as well, looking huge here. And I think it is a mindset thing when you think about it. For VPE, what's at stake here is their championship title from last year. For Seb9, for them, it's being able to lift the trophy in front of their home crowd. Last year, PMSL SEA Spring, it wasn't a Malaysian team that raised the trophy.
Yeah, it was a Thai team, but it might be different this year, so we gotta stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, our IGL Drexy from Seb9 is the MVP with 7 eliminations, 758 damage to come along with it, and he was the one to bring the final blow to award Seb9 the chicken dinner.
Honestly, it's great looking at Trexy here. I feel like when I look at him play, it's very calm, very cool, very collected. He used the terrain so well to his advantage. Peek out one side, put in the damage, immediate reposition to the other side, just to not allow the other team to play off each other. It's to isolate these fights. I think it's great that he does that because he understands that in terms of 1v1s, he has that upper side advantage. So kudos to him. Honestly, he nearly lost that final blow there with Xavier, but he still managed to pull it off in the end. So kudos to him. Is looking huge right now. 12 eliminations for Seb9. This is a whole different look for the team. I love this.
But we have 2 other teams that scored a double digit here. Xavier still very consistent with their performance. And welcome Team Secret to page number 1 and also the top 3 with 11 eliminations or 11 points scored by Team Secret in this round. On page number 2, the bottom suspects, unfortunately, RRQ. A very different performance by them this time. No points secured at all. Same goes for OSJA Thailand.
It's a bit uncharacteristic just to see CD Alliance, VOIN, Donkey, RRQ here at the very bottom. I'm usually used to seeing them toward the middle on the top side, so I'm really hoping that it's going to be like a day 1 jitters thing because at the end of the day, there is a lot at stake here. It is day 1 of the grand finals, but at the same time, there's not a lot of games. Games are running out here. You want to be able to pick up that pace. And points are just immediately chunking up here. Look how far away DX is. They're not slowing down at all. 59 points further ahead from VPE. I'm sorry, I can't math on the fly. You're gonna have to math that for me. But it's getting very competitive. If you look at number 2, 3, 4, 28, 32, 36, that's very, very close here. Because at 2, 3, 4, the places can change anytime.
Yeah, just to do the math right, so it's 23 points gap now between Xavier.
That's like
and
one
Vampire
whole game's
Esports.
points.
Exactly right. So they have a cushion of like roughly 1 game right now. That's pretty nice considering that we're only 2 games in. On the other page though, well, looks like Team Secret with their decent performance, they got out at number 16, but somebody has to take that spot. So now it's going to be Tem Entertainment. And surprising enough, the fact that Tem Entertainment with this circle, I was expecting them to do better, but it just didn't work out for them.
I'm not sure what's going on here for Tem Entertainment. I think last week it was such an interesting week for them because, when you look at week 1, they had their flashes of brilliance. They are very much alive. And I was like, okay, this is a very different Tem Entertainment that we're seeing today compared to, the previous years that we've seen them. And then suddenly on week 2, they went very, very quiet. It's been more about placement points than about how aggressive are getting those points. So I'm really hoping that this will change. But anyways, enough about this one as we go into the next Erangel. But before that, guys, don't forget that the Golden Dynasty is the 7th anniversary version. The themed mode is now available, so you can go inside the Gilded Palace. We have memories in there, go explore them. It's a fun mode for you guys to try out, and honestly, as I said before, I'll say it again, it's giving Prince of Persia.
Yeah, and one of the features inside of this Golden Dynasty mode is that you're able to travel back in time. Well, quote-unquote travel back in time.
Really?
You get to see, like, who were you? Like when PUBG Mobile first started, when you played that time. So if you
But
were
there's
around,
actual
like,
lore
7
then.
years, yeah, you get to if you go to this one place inside
Yeah.
of this new theme mode, and then you can activate something. Yeah, I wouldn't review too much because we want you to try it out, and you get to compare like stats between yourself back then and also now, and you get to see a model of you back then. You meaning your character inside the game. What were you dressed like, and the skins that you're using now to compare.
Oh my god, I love that! So it's not really lore of PUBG Mobile, it's our lore in PUBG Mobile. Wait, that's dope! Okay, I'm excited to try it out. I want to know how I look like. I'm not gonna lie, I'm still a noob, so I probably look the same. anyways, coming into this one, we have our second Erangel map. For me, this is the map where things start to get spicy because things are gonna change. Everyone's very aware about how each team plays. Everyone's starting to be aware about how rotations are happening. But what about you, Cloud? What do you think?
Well, I think definitely things are going to change because like in the grand finals, it's no longer a marathon, right? It's a sprint. So you have to sprint from the start. And that's exactly what Xavier is doing right now. Plus, it is the game before the break. So you want to head to a break with the good vibes of doing well. But looking at our prediction, so thanks to Sem9's chicken dinner, I scored 1. Oh, this time.
Wait, I did get 1 just now. I did say Sem9, right? Anyways, I don't remember. Anyways,
okay.
I'll give 1 to CD Alliance this time. They're very, very offline right now. Very, very not online. And you know what else is online? I'm wearing green, guys.
Oh.
Can you tell my bias right now?
Oh.
Please don't
okay.
tell Sem9. They're gonna know. Boss Tommy's gonna find me. I'm scared.
Oh, well, you could use more green, you know. I mean, if a CELCOMDIGI Alliance sends you a jersey, you know, you could use more green. Just saying. Hashtag helping a friend.
Hashtag helping a friend. You know what? Might as well just give 1 from each team. Both you and I, Cloud, we can have like 1 big locker full of jerseys.
Hey, I wouldn't mind, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's very fun. Anyways, I love, when being at the venue, one of the best things to watch. What the heck is that damage, Sphere in 1004?
Whoa.
Wait,
Man.
that caught me off guard. But then again, when you look at Firen, he's always been that impact maker for team. He's very similar to Federalis as well as Jimmy from CD Alliance. Like, if you want to look at damage dealer, the impact maker for team, you look at them. Very quiet, not really flashy, but long range plays that put in a lot of damage. That's them.
Yeah, I agree. Like, if we were to nominate a player with the biggest growth, I would give it to Firen as well. Like, during his debut, he was like okay, but he grew over time, and this is his best season so far. And Tam, okay, come on, okay, yep.
No,
yep.
my
Guys,
favorite, my favorite player, Mikya.
Get a space.
Anyways, going back to what I was saying here, I think it's worth watching the documentaries or vlogs that these teams put out, because when you look at the team talks right in between games, it can be quite inspirational, especially if you watch Coach Kent's stuff, because he's such an inspirational person in general. So teams don't necessarily talk strats. They talk about mindset. They talk about what is there to really pull together in terms of hesitation, in terms of aggression, what to hold in, what not. And I think when you play like 6 games a day, it's all about that mental, being able to consistently go next attitude and not get tilted from your last game.
Yeah, and if you talk about Coach Ken, I believe you were referring to the social medias of BIGETRON Esports, that there was this clip of him like giving his pep talk to the team, and towards the end, it's like he was reminding Federalis like, okay, Federalis, go eat, but don't take too much rice. It's like, okay, we can see someone enjoys his food, but there's of course a reason behind that. But we'll talk about that more. We'll head on to game number 3.
Did he really say that?
Oh yeah, he was like, makan bang, but don't add too much nasi, yeah.
I think it's a good thing as well, because carbs, rice actually does give a lot of, what's the word, food coma. And especially after the break, right? You know, a lot of teams start to break fast, you eat something heavy as your dinner, and then at that time you go into game 4, and then you might just be a little bit not as alert as you were before. So I think it is good that they're watching their diets.
Yeah, it gets you drowsy, right? And that's true enough, right? Yeah. Like, even if you want to compare that theory to like physical sports as well, that's what the athletes do. And these players, they should treat themselves as like any
athletes.
other sport, like the way that they eat, or the way that they spend their time and all that. So it's great that they're aware of all these things.
Yeah. Anyways, when you talk about players as well, I think a lot of orgs, a lot of teams, especially from what I know from Kent, he's a very, very strict coach. He has a regiment of what time the players wake up, what time they go to bed, routines they have to do to keep them in the right mindset. I think it's great that most teams are starting to adapt to this as well, because it really puts them in that winning mindset. Anyways, winning mindset aside, southern side of Lipovka all the way up to Zarki, this is quite a nasty flight path if you think about it.
Yeah, it's one-sided, right? So for teams who want to drop off. Tash! What is it? What is it just because you're casting we're going to get to see more main 30-page circles? I'm loving it though, it's not a complaint. Just saying.
I think it's you.
Oh man.
You asked for it. You asked for it, and then the circle gods were like, Sir Cloud dah lama minta lah. Sir Cloud has been asking for a long time. We gotta give it to him.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I'm going to pay tribute after this during the break.
Dang!
Oh man. But hey, okay. To make things even more difficult this round is because of the flight path, right? Like the flight path is towards the northern side. Like
I said it's opposite
we got the south one. Yeah, you get an opposite one. And now teams will need to re-adapt. And one of the teams that didn't do well with this kind of circle previously was RRQ. So you can see this time they are playing it a little bit more safer.
Yeah, it's different kind of play this time around. Now BTR will be stationed towards school area, and I think for this circle we can see the RRQ, while they are not over rotating, we can see them start to take full control of that eastern bridge here. I'm talking about a 2-2 formation there, and I think we did see a brief glimpse of Team Secret close by as well. But I don't think any team wants to get aggressive this early. I mean, I do kind of like bank my money, if there was any, to a team like Team Secret to get aggressive very, very early, especially with a player like Break. But, seeing how it goes here, RRQ rotating quickly into SMB is a good call for them. Because personally for me, seeing their performance in the last 2 weeks, if they have good positioning, they will thrive. So for RRQ, one of the biggest win con they need is getting the position quickly.
Yeah, but to talk about like performance, right? Like Levi's, he is like top 1 eliminator as of now. Of course, he was the MVP in game number 1 when Xavier scored the chicken dinner, brought them like 8 eliminations that round. And Xavier is still consistent in game number 2. And one of the catalysts for the team is Levi's.
Oh yeah. Levi's is great. I think when you think about we talked a little bit before, right, on Sanhok about what to expect from Xavier, from the team, about how their dynamic is for a play. I think they're very, very good at what role they have. This understanding that it's always going to be one player go aggressive first and then Levi's to follow up, and then finally the other two might be a little bit more toward mid to long range. But they're also very adept at playing CQC as well if push comes to shove. So it does show that they have a lot of range on how exactly they want to kind of play off each other, despite what map they're being played on. But now the team that I'm really curious about is TM, because honestly, they've been very, very, very quiet on week 2. They're still very quiet here in the beginning of Grand Finals.
Yeah, in round number 2, when we had a minted base circle, honestly, I felt that they kind of bottled it because the regular drop spot is in minted base itself. So with the kind of circle, you would kind of expect them to be able to do better. But with the fact that they didn't score a single point, it blows my mind. It's like, this is going to be a redemption round for them since we're going to get a similar circle.
Yeah, it has to be, because I think this comes back to the point that, we spoke about this a little as well about TEM, right? About how they approach this game. It's less about fights, more about placement points, and then just hoping that all these fights in the end will kind of give them those elimination points, which is very direct, it's very traditional, straight to the point. But the downside of that strat is that if you have no points at all toward the mid side of the game and you get eliminated, you go out with 0 to no points. And you don't want that to happen, especially in the Grand Finals. So, like it or not, I feel like TEM, they need to find a sweet spot between aggression. They need to find a sweet spot between, should we go in and get some kills here, or should we wait till the end? Because right now, it just feels too one-dimensional.
Yeah, we don't get to see much variety from Tem Entertainment, right? But of course, this is the second time we're going to get a similar circle. So hopefully, they're able to switch things up. But there's still a possibility that the circle will go to the main peninsula, and if majority of the teams happen to enter like main 30 base, that is going to be huge. But what's going to be huge is going to be BTR and PUBG Esports.
That's a great opening there from Federales with style. Huge first blood from him as well. A 0 to find him in the end. He plays his CQCs to perfection, but his teammate is there. Federales to fall. Satar will always be there to trade out here. A quick reposition on the outer side here that you have to remember. They still have to pick up Ryzy. He has to be reset as well. So Boom Esports here, they find themselves in trouble. 1-man disadvantage already. Actually, 3-man disadvantage already. Pombit here all alone. Now Satar, he has to try and, fight, and complete this fight here, at least go out surviving safely. But now the sprays are huge as Pombit cooks a nade.
Yeah, it's likely to be a struggling round. Okay, here comes Pombit, the final player. But the moment he shows up, Satar is there with S12K. Boom Esports, not empty-handed, but only 1 point. Again, another struggling round for Boom.
I'm not sure about you, but today, every single time I look at an Indonesian team, they're always crossing rotations with each other. We saw that for KAGENDRA as well as RQ. We saw BTR Boom Esports. This is the second time BTR met with Boom Esports today.
That's a good point, right? So, I guess, okay, if I were to look at it overall, right, we have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at least. Yeah, 5 at least. Make that 6. 6 Indonesian teams in the grand final. So this is like 6 out of 10. So with that sort of number, logically, the chances of them bumping into each other is kind of up there.
Yeah, definitely. I think there was a conversation as well, an interview to the players. We talked to them about how, you know, while there's more teams from Malaysia here, I interviewed a Malaysian team at the time, you know, seeing so many Malaysian teams come into the Super Weekend, I think it's great. But at the same time, isn't it a double-edged sword? Because I'm sure screaming together, playing together can also be a problem as well in terms of rotations, because you're definitely going to run into each other. Now, speaking of running into each other here, eArena, again, getting very active, very aggressive. Joker in the front line here, and Strangers find themselves at the short end of the stick right now as Tiger puts a lot of damage onto them.
Oh yeah, eArena, they love these early fights. We've seen them doing it multiple times. And so far, they're good at it. And to prove that point again, they're probably going to get 2 points out of Strangers Esports. Looking for their third one, but Strangers Esports, they say, nope, we are done here.
Yeah, they're not looking to get this fight. Nope, spoke too soon. KNS to fall already. And the rest of Strangers will just be moving away with their tail between their legs. Cloud, you jinxed them.
Oh, but I love Mela. Oh, but let's see if they love this circle. Okay.
This is I don't love this
Definitely
circle, man.
this
I mean,
circle.
as a viewer, I like this circle, but as a player though, that's no. Nope.
Oh, but yeah, who cares about them? I mean, it's their job to play. We're enjoying the show right now, right? But Mela is not enjoying this. He tried to disengage, but just to bump into Tem Entertainment. Tem Entertainment, they don't like being a number 16. They want to try to get these points out of Strangers Esports.
Not really too aggressive though, despite the fact of that. Okay, Octa crossing. Wow, GK nearly knocks him out there. He's low, but don't worry. Team Secret, the other team is waiting on the other end here. Octa finds himself in a very, very dangerous spot. The same could be said about the other members of Alter Ego here. They're stuck here. They can't cross. They're definitely not together as well.
Oh, but we have another crosser right now. Okay, GK tries to get it, but from the back!
That's so
From
smart!
the back! Rosemary was waiting for it!
That was hella smart! Rosemary said, leave me here, you just distract and I will backstab. That's exactly what they did. Dwindling down the numbers a little bit for that enemy team is good, but RQ is also here. So you cross one toll, which is Team Secret, and now you have to cross another. Nepeko here waiting, and he's gonna spray here, but the rest of Alter Ego is so aware. I think they saw him already here. Lapar to answer back here, so Rosemary should fall. Lapar trades back. It is massive. So he's immediately gonna be lobbied. No problem. Nepeko as well. Silenced at the very least. So now it's looking from bad to worse here for RRQ. They couldn't find any points as well, and they couldn't play off each other.
And Octa is bleeding out. I wonder how Rocky will get to him. He's kind of far from his other teammate as well. You need time to accelerate his vehicle. So by just getting up to the buggy, like buggy is one of the open top vehicles, it's a risk for him to even jump into the vehicle.
Yeah. At least trying to find some angles to play with. Lapar is still very much around. I think Lapar here, man, losing 3 members this early as well is not going to be easy. You can try and go for placement points. Hazel is there as well, so not too bad. Puts in a lot of damage into Rocky as well. Alter Ego, feel like they've been so unlucky throughout the course of the last 2 maps, if I'm being honest. Getting chunked down in the midst of rotations quite a few times already.
Anyway, RRQ, they will still have a second chance to try to block out Alter Ego. They're repositioning themselves. But while we wait for that to happen, we move over to OSJA Thailand. Secret here up against VOIN Donkey. VOIN Donkey, also one of those teams that haven't had the best of day.
Great opening there onto Secret as well. VOIN Donkey catching Secret as he tries to rotate to the circle as well. Cooks up that nade. Now for VOIN Donkey, just about to make sure that they're able to secure this kill is most important right now. Now, surprisingly, if I look at the circle here, not many players are inside of the base itself. Sam9 have a 3-1 formation going on here, right beside of CD Alliance, right smack dab in the middle of the circle. I think it's great reading from a lot of these players as well, not hanging out in SMB, because rotating out of SMB is a pain.
Ooh, lots of water still with the circle. That means less playable land. On the elimination feed, we have BTR in action against VOIN Donkey. Razak will be eliminated by Satar. That might be a lifeline here for OSJA Thailand. Anyway, speaking about OSJA Thailand, they're not truly out of it yet. They just lost Secret as well to the hands of VOIN Donkey. And Potato, Mr. IGL, now it's his call to when or how to get into the circle.
Well, for Team Secret's call is to swim, and the same could be said about Alter Ego here right now. So Rocky will be joining them in the water. Have a bit of roadkill as well from the kill feed. That's massive. But finally, TM getting active there, and it's against KAGENDRA. So both teams trading blows, both teams suffering heavy losses right now. Azami left alone, right at the very least here. Quick sprays onto a member of TM to lobby them in the end of the day, but Azami, he's not going to linger around here. A lot of long-range hits as well from the other side of the area here, from the other side of the terrain, and he'll be rushing to the compound right now for a quick reposition, and Flash is going to be happy to just rush into the area and steal those points away.
And there are more teams around Team Flash. They're picking up points. They managed to get a knock onto Tony K from Vampire Esports. Now Team Flash, they need to find a way to get into the circle. The only best bet right now is to play by the edge, but it's also a bit risky because it's such an open space. On top of them, more teams still rotating.
It's not the easiest of rotations. For Vampire, yeah, they're still in the circle, but they have to cross the body of water to get through here. For TM right now, they have the circle, and this is the most active I've seen them for quite some time. Actually showing their presence onto the map here. Sozip to rush forward there, finds a member of Flash, excuse me. So just sprays him out at the end of the day, but they still have to worry about tops here. Playing together in tandem, jump shots left, right, and center here. Making sure to not get isolated, and it's perfect right now. As Golf will be able to find tops in the end, but Snape is around here. For BTR, they're never too far away from a fight, so you have to always be careful for a third party.
Oh yes, and they're happy to pick up these points, but they have to move quickly because they don't have the circle. The zone is putting pressure onto them at the same time. Snape will come in to secure that first elimination point out of the hands of Golf. And there's one more player of Time Entertainment in this building. BTR, they know that.
Got the nade here. Sozip has actually hit him. Oh, it doesn't. Surprisingly, he's still very much alive. On the other end as well, we see Frankie has already been eliminated here for BTR. They're gonna breach this compound. Smokes about, Util as well. He crosses the Sozip in that corner. It's disgusting. He somehow manages to get 2. How on earth is he able to do that? He's very alive. So little HP left. Satar, very alone right now. The Blues have to come through, and he will eventually fall here. But the damage has been done. BTR, they do survive. But Tem, they put in the damage.
Wow, before denying away his point, he's still able to pick up 2 points out of BTR. That's heavy for BTR to swallow. And now RRQ and Alter Ego, both of these teams not in the circle. The blue is closing in, putting pressure onto Alter Ego with nades from RRQ, raining down onto them, not allowing them to cross the blue.
Not easy at all. It feels like a meteor shower here with the amount of nades just thrown left, right, and center. Both teams juking it as well. Lapar thinking about throwing that molly instead. And I think it's good because it does keep them away from them. Gives them a little bit more space. Lapar hops into the vehicle and he's looking to go a little bit aggressive. Rush up forward here. Bit by bit, Alter Ego manages to just chunk their way into the circle itself. That nade might just hit someone. No, it doesn't. Hazel will fall next here. Beautiful nade from Octa. But for RQ, they're looking to get active. Nice sprays through the smokes. Is perfect onto Octa. Tries to lobby him. Can't do that quite yet. Have to move back.
Oh, at the same time, the blue is still putting pressure on the Alter Ego. Hands for you is very low right now. Look at the blue onto him. Rocky is still decent amount of health, but he can't move forward. Look at the crosshairs onto him. RRQ will definitely win this.
There you go. Couldn't even survive. Couldn't even move. There's nowhere to go here. A lot of pressure. Speaking of pressure here, eArena will be the team to put that pressure onto Sem9. The team that just got a chicken dinner. Might just be possible to halt their momentum in their tracks here. Tiger, you all gotta give it to him. He's repositions, he's very active, and on top of that, very inquisitive. He's curious, he wants to go for more. He knows that Firen has to be picked up as well. He eats a lot of damage from that nade, but Trexie is waiting. Nice left-right punch here from the team, and this is what teamwork looks like.
Oh yeah, it looks like 4 points now collected by Sem9. Vampire Esports, now it's their turn to get into the circle. They're going to take the high ground approach. Very, very smart positioning for Vampire Esports. But I have to make it quick because right in front of them is going to be Xavier. And Xavier, they're quite spread out. They have good control of the circle now.
In terms of positioning as well, we have KAGENDRA still very much in the water. We have VOIN, Donkey, and Vexy still trying to find his way into the circle itself. Not everyone is in right now, and Satar is all alone. He has to take a fight against 2 different teams. It's an interesting predicament as well. And despite the fact that Xavier and CD Alliance are in that circle already, in the smack dab in the middle, no one is actually actively, challenging them for the space.
Oh, but do we want to challenge Satar? BTR eliminated. But at least they don't go out empty-handed. They're still able to collect 7 elimination points. No place on points for BTR, but 7, that's okay.
It really isn't. 7 is a lot, actually, if you think about it, in terms of how far you've gone into this game as well. Now, rushing here as well. Once again, we have Flash with 1 member left here. I wouldn't say it'd take a miracle, but I would like to see him take 1 member out before he goes down like his teammate did in the previous map here. Not too sure if Hazel had spotted him out. I think he did. So both players just trying their best to just keep clear of each other for the time being.
But the choices to keep clear right now is going to dwindle down with the fact that we're heading on to stage number 5 real soon in about 15 more seconds. On the elimination feed, Vampire Esports took out Vexy from VOIN Donkey. That is the end for VOIN Donkey. 2 elimination points collected. And here comes the next circle. It will most likely go up to the high ground where Xavier or RRQ is at, and also perhaps where Vampire Esports is. Xavier gets the circle still.
I love Xavier's positioning. Look at the terrain they have access to. And while CD Alliance does have a bit of control of that circle, it's not a lot of terrains to work with. It's mostly just flat land, not a lot of cover either. So, like it or not, they're gonna have to play the waiting game. They can't get too aggressive there because if they show their positions, if they show where they are, they're just gonna get immediately sprayed from Xavier. It's gonna be a deja vu moment from Xavier in the last map here. But for Kage, I'm surprised that KAGENDRA survives this long here. They've been in the water for quite some time now.
But he won't have the option to stay in the water now with this kind of circle, so he has to dock himself at some point. And the worst part is that in front of him, that beach is super duper open, and teams like Xavier or even CELCOMDIGI Alliance could shoot him down. But I guess the story will end now for KAGENDRA. They are out.
Sem9 here, not a lot to work with. It seems like for VPE is the same thing as well. I mean, they have a bit of terrain behind Xavier, but then making it methodical. Whoever that moves in front of them gets sprayed. That's a lot of damage by Tony K put into the members of OSJA. So OSJA looking to challenge it. They're just rushing up to Tony K. He's so separated from Onsens right now and surrounded from all different sides. Gyowi to rush out. Straight up in the face will T fall, and he gets run over, excuse me, as he immediately gets sent back to the lobby. So the other members of Vampire Esports are in trouble as well. Onsens to fall. So the only one left alive right now has to just wait and see. It's just Schweppes. He doesn't have a lot to work with. Only 4 nades, 2 mollies, 4 bandages.
And it doesn't help that there are like 3 teams in front of him. He will still pull the trigger trying to get an elimination point, but that will awake Sem9. Sem9 now around him. He has only 50% of health. Yuhai is going to go with a 1v1 against Schweppes. Schweppes gets Firen. Schweppes gets Yuhai. Wait! Schweppes, Vampire Esports, he clutched Sem9.
Wait! How did that happen?
We need a replay.
Through the smokes. Oh
Holy
my goodness!
smokes.
We need to see a replay of that. We need to see a replay of that. Regardless, the fight for us right now is RRQ here. It's a 3-way fight. In fact, OSJA here all alone here. Gyowi still very much around, and Schweppes still very much active. Red Bull will be saved to take it away from the blue zone, but Gyowi will fall into the pocket of Schweppes. The MVP, what the heck was that? Honestly, that's 5 in a row. The entirety of Sem9 plus Gyowi.
Oh man, finally Shrubs eliminated, but that was a huge highlight there, the 1v2. And the 1v2 was against Spirin and Yuhai, the two top eliminators. 479, it was insane by Chess. I hope that we get a replay on his gameplay. But now focusing on to our top 4. Surprise, surprise, Xavier is here.
Xavier. I mean, if there was the word consistency in a dictionary, there will be Xavier's logo beside it. Because low-key at this point, 3 games in a row already, you're making it to the top 4. Yeah, you don't really land the chicken dinners, but does it really matter when you're running away with so many points? It's fine. Now, for RRQ here, they have 2 players to work with, and I think what they're trying to do here is to find some cover. What they want or what they hope for right now is for Xavier to take this fight against CD Alliance. Now, for CD Alliance, this is a very interesting moment, right, Cloud? Because it's not the usual active, aggressive CD Alliance that we saw in the last 2 weeks. It's a lot more quiet. It's a lot more calculated. It's a lot more making it to the last circle and just kind of like going aggressive.
Yeah, and allow other teams to eliminate each other, right? So obviously they are collecting placement points, so that's one advantage playing that kind of strategy. But there are not as many bodies for you to collect elimination points. But perhaps for the case of CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they need to find their groove, they need to find their confidence again. And one of the ways is to score a chicken dinner, and that's their aim right now against Zeus.
Very methodical, finds one there, but Levi's will find one knocked himself, so they will be able to get a pick off there. Now, interesting enough, when it comes to the circle, the only 2 teams inside of the circle right now is RQ. And CD Alliance is all the way on the outer side. Full control of circle here from Xavier. But RQ could be the kingmaker. They could be the change in the team as well. Because GenForce is slowly but surely making their way onto the terrain behind Xavier. As Hazel puts in the sounds, makes a lot of noise to take away the attention towards CD Alliance.
And here comes the long range spray by Hazel from RRQ. Playing by the edge of the circle. That will alert CELCOMDIGI Alliance that somebody is in this compound. Now they're looking at it. They're looking to take away this compound from the hands of Hazel.
You want to as well, but you can't really hold on to it. It's at the very, very edge of that circle, but eliminating enemies one by one is the key here because they've been doing that to every single member that's around. They did that to Zeus, and now it's gonna be Hazel, excuse me. As he cooks that nade, throws it out here, but no members of CD Alliance are close. They're doing these really long swings, really long rotations, just really kind of like find him and get a feel of where he is here. Ryu rushes back, barely gets hit by that nade here, cooks it up here, but it's gonna be hard. He closes the door because look at how many nades are running toward him.
Oh yeah, he's trying to evade them. So far so good by Hazel. Now he's on the lower ground. He has to abandon this house. He cannot hold on to it all alone. But CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they're looking for him. They want to collect their next elimination point. And now Hazel behind this airdrop seeks a bit of cover. But still, he needs to get far, far away from CELCOMDIGI Alliance.
He has to a bit of a tree line for cover as well. It's a package close by. But the terrain is definitely not in his favor. If the nades were to roll down, it's just roll down straight to him, excuse me. But I think it's good because now CD Alliance is inside the circle already. So now it's a matter of whether or not CD Alliance can take the space away from Xavier. Xavier, they're very patient here. They know they're at the very, very tippy top of this hill. They know they can just move back and forth. Whether or not they want to shoot their head or go aggressive is up to them as well. But Adit Look will be the one to keep the other members of RQ busy.
Especially Hazel, he's really busy right now. Finally knocked down by Jimmy OP. Out in the open, he only has that smoke. But here comes Xavier. They want to take over this hill out of the hands of CELCOMDIGI Alliance.
Managed to make it up already. The nade barely. Oh, now he does. He does get Adit Look already. He's low as heck. 2 nades to come forward. Immediately kicks him out of the game. And Xavier suddenly, there's so much control. Circle control, zone control, terrain control. CD Alliance barely inside of the circle. They eat a bit of damage from that blue zone as well. And they have to climb up this terrain. They have no clue what the other member of RRQ are as well. So there's a lot to think about.
Oh yeah, GenForce. This is like a deja vu, right? From the previous rounds, it's like you always have that one player from another team lurking around and could possibly be the kingmaker. This time it's going to be GenForce from RRQ, and his closest competitor is going to be CELCOMDIGI Alliance, still on top of the hill.
You hear the roar of the vehicles. I'm sure he's just waiting with bated breath here. But Lamborghini with a great amount of damage onto the members of CD Alliance. There are 2 members gone already. Blue Zone chunking at them as well. And DX, they're looking to get aggressive. They're on hunting season, baby. They know exactly where GenForce is now. They're in trouble. except that Nate tries to keep them at bay. Terrain not inside here, not a lot of util to work with as well. Either he goes up forward or he eats the damage from the blue zone. So smokes are done already, but it's just an indicator that he's somewhere in there. So DX, all they have to do is answer back by throwing in more nades. CD Alliance somehow managing to come up at the very top of the terrain. This could kind of turn things around for them. RQ eliminated, 7 eliminations is their best run yet. But now, with 3 members still very much alive, very much winnable for CD Alliance.
Yeah, but these Xavier, they have a full squad, so that's going to be their advantage. They have the manpower to play with. And look at the circle. These Xavier, they have much more control of the circle as compared to CELCOMDIGI Alliance. As long as they can keep CELCOMDIGI Alliance at bay on the outside of the circle, it's looking good for these Xavier.
A lot of nades coming up towards CD Alliance as well, chunking a lot of damage. Olio nearly falls! Hides behind the vehicle, goes for that reset here, but the amount of nades coming through here barely hits him. As he does, finally for Parajin, and now they do the classic. 1 member knocked down, and they just rush forward here. 2 members left alive, and both players not close enough to play off each other. Isolated, can't play out together. Barbecue to death here. Leons will be the one in trouble right now, and Nate T just sprays the heck out of him. It's only Jimmy to worry about now. Jimmy, we've seen miracles from him, but not now, because these Xavier finally they get another one in the bag. They start off strong, they start off hot, and they are getting the 3rd chicken dinner of the day.
Oh man, 2 chicken dinners for D Xavier, 1 second place for D Xavier. So consistent, the team from the Vietnamese regions. And this time they deny away the chicken dinner from the hands of CELCOMDIGI Alliance, who came close at 2nd place. D Xavier, I know it's still only 3 games out of 18 games, but what does it take to stop D Xavier now?
Man, these Xavier, they have momentum, they have control, they have firepower, they have aggression, they have confidence.
They have good looks.
Right now, it looks really good. I mean, it feels like they're just gonna steamroll their way forward at this point.
Oh man, this is crazy by D Xavier. Full package team. And they didn't even give away any points in this round. It's a perfect round for D Xavier. Looking over at the final blow, how they managed CELCOMDIGI Alliance with those nades, keeping them at bay, keeping them on the outside of the circle, rushing in after they got their first knock. Like what you said, classic D Xavier. They know they have the mana advantage. After that knock, they just rush in, no hesitation at all. Though not the sexiest of eliminations, this time it's only 6, but still a chicken dinner.
I mean, end of the day, it comes down to that one thing. They have objectives. They have side quests in every single game, right? They come in and say, okay, what's our first objective here? Get position. And they get the positions really, really quickly. What's our side quest here? Well, we get the positions. Let's get active. Let's go take fights. Let's try and stop anyone in the midst of their rotation. It's an understanding from them that meant that throughout the entirety of this season, a lot of teams don't want to take these early fights, except for teams like eArena. So for them, it's all about trying to find these members who are in the midst of that rotation. And I think it's great for them because they know how to take advantage of it, and somehow they manage to really chunk down the amount of kills as well. But for now, let's talk about this later as we go into the highlights.
kings of the Vietnamese region, the Xavier, still putting up a strong performance with another chicken dinner. These are the monsters right now in PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia.
Momentum, they look good, they look aggressive as well, and I really gotta commend them as well on their utility usage, because every time we come to the last circle, they have a lot stockpiled. They're really good at managing the utility and making sure that they have the most amount that they need toward the last circle. So kudos to them, because look at the amount of throwables they kept, and we only really saw this toward the final circle. And if anything, that amount of nades was a big reason why CD Alliance wasn't able to shoot back, because there was nowhere to go, no cover, and the terrain was not in their favor. When all those nades rush up forward as well, either you take the damage from the nade or you swing out and just get died to their bullets from D Xavier. And regardless, Lamborghini here coming in hot with the biggest amount of damage and 2 elims. At this point, not surprised.
Yeah, multiple MVP for D Xavier. Lamborghini, the OG player for D Xavier. I mean, this guy has many credentials to his name, right? Also represented the national team in SEA Games and also did well for Lamborghini. So many seasons I've seen this guy and he's still so consistent. Like what you said, not the sexiest of numbers, but it's all about the contribution inside the game.
I mean, a dub is a dub, game is game. And if it gives you that chicken dinner, if it gives you the most amount of points, we'll take it. Because understandably so, because yeah, we think eliminations are great, but D Xavier was not in a position to actively take fights. There was just so many people rotating into the circle, too many fights going on. The priority for them is just holding on that compound. They held up the compound, to that area, excuse me, not compound, to that area for quite some time, that terrain. And they are prioritizing that over taking these fights. So for them, they already knew what the objective was and they held on to it. Anyways, this is also a great round for RQ as well. We talked about how it's a bit more quiet for them. This time around, we see them get a little bit more active. A little bit more proactive will be the right word for me, because if you see how they fight just now, it was from the bridge, it was toward the center of the circle. They fought their way in and they committed to these fights, and that is the kind of aggression I want to see from them.
Yeah, commitment, right? Everyone loves a committed guy.
Yeah. Wait, what?
Wait, what?
What?
He's married, okay, just saying, all right? He has a kid now. And anyway, but for unfortunately for Team Secret, right? They had a decent round number 2, and now they drop back down. Like what you said, right? You have to be super duper consistent. You can't have one nuclear round and everything else is just like nice and peaceful. Nah, it doesn't work that way. But
that
the
gap.
That
is
gap.
Crazy.
Oh man, I'm doing the math right now, Tab.
Yeah, I know. It gets okay. While you math, let me just talk, right? So the gap is getting bigger and bigger right now. But the same could be said about VPE and BTR and the rest as well. Because just now BTE and BTR and all that, it wasn't too big. It was like 8-7 points or so between them. Now VPE has started to really pull away. It's about like 9 points, almost 10 already. But the thing is, from VPE, I'm starting to see that momentum. I'm starting to see them get really, I would say, comfortable. That 1v4 from Schweppes against Sem9, I cannot get out of my mind. I feel like if I were Sem9, I'll be pretty traumatized.
Yeah. By the way, the math 27-point gap now for D Xavier, between D Xavier and also Vampire Esports. But on the page number 2, okay, the number 16 is swapping. Now Strangers Esports is unfortunately the team at a number 16. But if I were to look at like some of these numbers, the glaring number for me would be Boom Esports and Tem Entertainment. 0 ranked points. They need to work out on how to survive.
It's crazy, right? When you look at Boom Esports as well. I think in an interview last week as well, we talked about like for them, like what's the objective? Like what are you looking for first? They always said it's always going to be eliminations first, and it's valid, because I think like for them it's always about playing aggressive. It's all about being bombastic. Hell, their name is Boom Esports for a reason, right? And I think that seeing them in terms of points, not getting any ranked points, but still getting numbers in terms of eliminations, tells a story in itself about what they want to do in every single match and every single game. But at the same time, you need to remember it's a marathon, not a sprint. Boom Esports feels like a sprint right now, because those placement points at the very least will bring you at least a little bit more forward. So I want to see a little bit more of that sweet spot between them. We love the aggression, but we do not like high risk, high reward plays that does not reward you in the early stages of the game. But then again, it's only the first 3 maps of the day. Teams are still trying to find their footing, still trying to find their groove. Not every team is gonna yell out, "Hey, we're in Milta," like RRQ. Let's be honest here as well. So I think that I would say that the first half of the day would be the introduction period before we go into things get serious period at the second half. Regardless, we're gonna go on a break here. When we come back, the second half of the day of the PMSL SEA Spring 2025 Grand Finals. We'll be right back.
In World of Wonder version 3.7, we've updated the play system and creation center. Let's check it out. Version 3.7 brings updates to the main World of Wonder interface and in-match display. We've adjusted the interface structure and sub-tab layout to help you find what you need more efficiently, and also improved how creation details are displayed. to make it easier for players to quickly find creations they're interested in. Now, when you get eliminated in a match, you can view detailed damage information. Also, when you claim the first elimination or are on an elimination streak, you'll receive achievement medals. You can also now switch freely between third and first-person perspective in-game, based on what best suits you at the moment. If you manage to score the most eliminations, you'll be featured as the MVP of the match on the results page, along with your portrait. Creators can now make even better creations with the new and improved Creation Center. We've also consolidated World of Wonder's 33 tags into 7 main categories. Now, instead of selecting 3 gameplay tags, you must now select 1 main category tag and 2 gameplay features. This should help you choose the labels that best represent your creations. That adds a data center for keeping track of creation data, as well as trends and updates related to followers. You can now make creations based on the trends of your followers. The playtest feature has also been updated, with corresponding guidance to help creators discover problems with their creations that need fixing. That's it for this introduction to World of Wonder's Play System and Creation Center updates. More creations await your discovery. To learn more, please follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Time bears witness to all and brings all sorts of changes to the battleground. As the area with the highest concentration of temporal power, the center of the Gilded Palace is where you'll find a statue of the strongest team. Open the crate beneath the statue, and time will shape itself into the strongest team's form. Interact with the statue to trigger its temporal powers and recall teammates who still have respawn chances, or teleport teammates elsewhere to the area. The Eminence Courtyard also has a statue of the strongest team, but it exists merely as a statue and cannot be used to recall or teleport your teammates. Since the Gilded Palace provides a special respawn, getting eliminated in the area will automatically use your respawn chance. At the start of the match, you can land in the Gilded Palace with your teammates to loot its supplies, then land somewhere else after you get eliminated. As long as you become the strongest team, you can use the statue to teleport other teammates over and gear up the entire team with Gilded Palace supplies. Unlike the statue that records the present, the past reflection station reflects the past. Interact with it, and a past version of yourself will appear. Take a photo with yourself to get supplies. It will enter a cooldown afterward, during which you cannot get supplies from it. Golden Sands platforms also provide a photo-taking opportunity. Their locations are marked on the map. Interact with them to wipe away the sand on their surface, and the golden sand will light up the surrounding torches. When all the torches have been lit, supplies will spill out from the center of the platform. You can take a photo with your teammates here to commemorate the game's 7th anniversary. The powers of time have also brought the Golden Dynasty's history to the fore. Tap the upper right corner to open the map, and you'll see the Desert Awakening missions on the left. Complete all the missions to learn about the Dynasty's past. Tap the icon in the upper left corner of the mission list to experience stories from the golden age of this once prosperous kingdom. Play now to explore and discover all the secrets buried beneath the sand. The power of time sweeps across the battleground, dragging Erangel, Livik, and Rondo back to the past. The Gilded Palace on the floating island is a 1,000-year-old relic of the Golden Dynasty. When landing on this hourglass-shaped area, you can select whether to parachute up or down. The Gilded Palace contains loads of treasures. The golden armor racks in the buildings can repair helmets and armor, or issue you a set of level 2 to 3 helmet and armor to aid your exploration. Those of the Eternal Dunes worship teams who demonstrate great power by erecting a statue of the strongest. The crate beneath the statue can only be opened sometime after the match begins. The team who opens it will receive generous supplies and becomes the strongest team, activating the statue. They can use the statue to recall teammates who still have respawn chances, or teleport teammates who aren't in the area to the Gilded Palace so the team can keep advancing at full power. Though time has restored most of the Gilded Palace back to its original state, there are still a few dilapidated buildings about. Use the power of time to restore them, and you'll uncover ancient hidden treasures. The Eminence Courtyard once served as an imperial residence of the Golden Dynasty. It consists of an inner and outer courtyard. The outer courtyard has a statue of the strongest team. The inner courtyard consists of 2 levels connected by a corridor and an underground hourglass realm. There is a locked room on the lower level that houses a treasure vault. You must interact with murals on the upper level and find the key hidden behind the correct one to access the vault and obtain its treasure. The vault also leads to an underground area that is also accessible through the fountain at the center of the inner courtyard, or staircases in the building on either side. The walls in the Hourglass Realm are adorned with murals. Interact with them to dust them off and get awesome rewards. Time has returned us to the Golden Dynasty's Age of Prosperity and restored sections of the map to their original state. Now, Erangel's power plant, factory, quarry, both bridges, and Livik's Midstein have been restored to how they used to look in the early days of the game. In these Reminisce zones, you'll also encounter special weather and run into certain checkpoints. Interact with these checkpoints to take a photo with your past self and get supplies. Occasionally, you might also come across a picnic blanket. You can eat the food it provides to restore energy. These areas also contain reversal fragments. Interact with them for awesome supplies. The number of reversal fragments in an area will be displayed in the upper right corner of the mini-map. However, note that some reversal fragments are traps. Interacting with them will teleport you to the sky. Sometime into a match, special reversal fragments will appear. Interact with these to get the Golden Scepter. Take this opportunity with the re-emergence of the desert's past to make its ancient treasures your own. As an animal that once dwelled in the Eminence Courtyard, the camel is quite a curious one at that. When you encounter one by the side of the road, it will stretch its neck over to observe you. But don't worry, camels are very docile. Feel free to approach and climb on. While mounted, tap the weapon button to fire at enemies. Camels aren't only found by the side of the road, they can also be summoned with a camel bell as a 2-seater vehicle. The camel runs at speeds of up to 80 kilometers per hour and swims at up to 18 kilometers per hour. It also possesses the temporal powers of the Golden Dynasty, granting it a special ability, Golden Mirage. Tap the skill button to transform both yourself and your camel into a spirit form with enhanced mobility. The skill will then go on cooldown. If you think that's all camels are capable of, you're wrong. This region used to be their home, and they're still highly perceptive of the area, acting like a living radar in the desert. While mounted, tap Supply Search and the camel will help you locate nearby supplies. You can save so much time on hunting for supplies this way. In battle, if you're under attack, use Golden Mirage to quickly put distance between you and your enemies. After recovering, hop onto the camel and start firing again, striking everyone down. If the enemy attempts to escape, you can use the mobility of Golden Mirage to pursue them. Find yourself a camel now and journey across the desert together. The Golden Dynasty has returned to its former glory, and so too have the weapons their warriors once wielded. The most powerful among them is the Reversal Blade, forged from the temporal sands. The power to reverse time is at your disposal when you wield it. It restores crates so you can open them again, and restore a vehicle's health, fuel, and tires. You can also mark your current location and status, gain a speed boost, then use the skill again while it's active to turn into a temporal orb and return to the marked location. Your health will also be restored to what they were when the mark was placed. And that's not all it can do. Find a forging station while you're in a match and place the Reversal Blade onto it along with upgrade materials. After a while, it will be upgraded into an advanced Reversal Blade. Other players can attack while you're waiting, so be extra careful. The advanced Reversal Blade provides a bigger speed boost and shorter cooldown. And it has a special rewind ability that can only be used once per match. If you're knocked down or eliminated while the skill is active, you'll immediately be brought back to the marked location with your health and energy restored to their previous state. When this ability is triggered, the advanced Reversal Blade will break and disappear. The Reversal Blade's powers make it always useful in battle. At the start of a match, land at the Gilded Palace or Eminence Courtyard, where there's a higher chance of finding one. Then collect upgrade materials as quickly as you can. After getting a reversal blade, use its rewind ability to collect supplies from crates twice to gear up faster. When you have everything you need, head for the nearest forging station to upgrade your reversal blade. Then you can get around the map in a vehicle and use it as cover. Because even if it gets destroyed, the reversal blade can restore it. In the final play zone, the advanced reversal blade's rewind ability will be your key to victory. There are also other powerful items associated with the Golden Dynasty. The Golden Scepter's powerful magic summons a healing zone that restores the health of all players within it. You also have a self-rescue chance if you get knocked down while in the zone. The Golden Scepter can be used 3 times, and there is a cooldown after each use. Golden armor racks also have the power to turn the tide of battle. They can be found in the Gilded Palace and Eminence Courtyard. Approach one to restore your helmet and armor's durability. If you have none equipped, it will issue a set of level 2 or 3 helmet and armor. Think it's a pity that you can only get your hands on such a powerful item in specific locations? Don't worry! With a golden armor order, you can summon a golden armor rack anywhere you want. Summoned golden armor racks last 30 seconds, during which they can be used twice. Get defensive gear anytime, anywhere. These items are extremely powerful, and used properly, can introduce lots of unexpected turns in battles. Wipe out your enemies now!
In World of Wonder version 3.7, we've updated the play system and creation center. Let's check it out. Version 3.7 brings updates to the main World of Wonder interface and in-match display. We've adjusted the interface structure and sub-tab layout to help you find what you need more efficiently, and also improved how creation details are displayed to make it easier for players to quickly find creations they're interested in. Now, when you get eliminated in a match, you can view detailed damage information. Also, when you claim the first elimination or are on an elimination streak, you'll receive achievement medals. You can also now switch freely between third and first-person perspective in-game, based on what best suits you at the moment. If you manage to score the most eliminations, you'll be featured as the MVP of the match on the results page, along with your portrait. Creators can now make even better creations with the new and improved Creation Center. We've also consolidated World of Wonder's 33 tags into 7 main categories. Now, instead of selecting 3 gameplay tags, you must now select 1 main category tag and 2 gameplay features. This should help you choose the labels that best represent your creations. That adds a data center for keeping track of creation data, as well as trends and updates related to followers. You can now make creations based on the trends of your followers. The playtest feature has also been updated, with corresponding guidance to help creators discover problems with their creations that need fixing. That's it for this introduction to World of Wonder's play system and creation center updates. More creations await your discovery. To learn more, please follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Time bears witness to all and brings all sorts of changes to the battleground. As the area with the highest concentration of temporal power, the center of the Gilded Palace is where you'll find a statue of the strongest team. Open the crate beneath the statue, and time will shape itself into the strongest team's form. Interact with the statue to trigger its temporal powers and recall teammates who still have respawn chances, or teleport teammates elsewhere to the area. The Eminence Courtyard also has a statue of the strongest team, but it exists merely as a statue and cannot be used to recall or teleport your teammates. Since the Gilded Palace provides a special respawn, getting eliminated in the area will automatically use your respawn chance. At the start of the match, you can land in the Gilded Palace with your teammates to loot its supplies, then land somewhere else after you get eliminated. As long as you become the strongest team, you can use the statue to teleport other teammates over and gear up the entire team with Gilded Palace supplies. Unlike the statue that records the present, the past reflection station reflects the past. Interact with it, and a past version of yourself will appear. Take a photo with yourself to get supplies. It will enter a cooldown afterward, during which you cannot get supplies from it. Golden Sands platforms also provide a photo-taking opportunity. Their locations are marked on the map. Interact with them to wipe away the sand on their surface, and the golden sand will light up the surrounding torches. When all the torches have been lit, supplies will spill out from the center of the platform. You can take a photo with your teammates here to commemorate the game's 7th anniversary. The powers of time have also brought the Golden Dynasty's history to the fore. Tap the upper right corner to open the map, and you'll see the Desert Awakening missions on the left. Complete all the missions to learn about the Dynasty's past. Tap the icon in the upper left corner of the mission list to experience stories from the golden age of this once prosperous kingdom. Play now to explore and discover all the secrets buried beneath the sand. As an animal that once dwelled in the Eminence Courtyard, the camel is quite a curious one at that. When you encounter one by the side of the road, it will stretch its neck over to observe you. But don't worry, camels are very docile. Feel free to approach and climb on. While mounted, tap the weapon button to fire at enemies. Camels aren't only found by the side of the road, They can also be summoned with a Camel bell as a two-seater vehicle. The Camel runs at speeds of up to 80 kilometers per hour and swims at up to 18 kilometers per hour. It also possesses the temporal powers of the Golden Dynasty, granting it a special ability, Golden Mirage. Tap the skill button to transform both yourself and your camel into a spirit form with enhanced mobility. The skill will then go on cooldown. If you think that's all camels are capable of, you're wrong. This region used to be their home, and they're still highly perceptive of the area, acting like a living radar in the desert. While mounted, tap Supply Search and the camel will help you locate nearby supplies. You can save so much time on hunting for supplies this way. In battle, if you're under attack, use Golden Mirage to quickly put distance between you and your enemies. After recovering, hop onto the camel and start firing again, striking everyone down. If the enemy attempts to escape, you can use the mobility of Golden Mirage to pursue them. Find yourself a camel now and journey across the desert together.
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to PMSL SEA SPRING Finals 2025 with me, Faisal. Now, a little bit of info before we start off our interview with our Erangel map winner. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're a Malaysian and you want to come and watch the games live, don't forget to come on down to IOI City Mall Putrajaya to come and watch our Malaysian players Sam9 together with Alliance CELCOMDIGI live here today. Okay, so I think everybody wants to hear what the players have to say here today. We've got Trexie and Yuhai from Sam9. What's up, guys? Give them a round of applause. Say hi, Trexie. Hello. Jangan malu-malu. Okay, alright, so the first question we're going to be asking Trexie together with Junks as our translator. Trexie, now during the map of Erangel, you saw that you had an amazing 1v3 clutch, and if you were here live you would have seen the crowd go wild. That was insane. Now that was a very difficult situation and you were at a very big disadvantage. Yuhai was down. What was your thought process at that time and what kept you going?
Okay, Tracy, pada map Erangel tu awak melakukan satu clutch yang sangat-sangat bagus, which is benda tu bukanlah perkara yang mudah dengan awak berada dalam keadaan yang tidak begitu bagus. 1 lawan 3, Yuhai dah tak ada. Boleh ceritakan sedikit tak apa yang berlaku dalam fikiran awak ketika situasi itu and apa yang awak rasalah?
Macam masa group stage hari tu, coaching staff saya cakap saya kurang pede. So diorang suruh saya lagi pede kat grand final lah. So saya dah buat lah.
Yeah, during league stage, my coaching staff told me that I'm not very confident in my gameplay. So they asked me to be very confident in order to perform better. So here I am in grand final. I am confident with every single game that I gonna do.
Baiklah Trexie, senyum sikit. Okay, Yuhai tak serius sangat Yuhai. Chill. Kau serius sangat ni. Alright, so Yuhai, next question is for you. You're one of the most flexible and adaptable players that we've seen here coming out from Malaysia, and we've also seen a lot of players rotate from Sam9. Do you have any expectation to your teammates, and what are your performance and improvements that you think Sam9 has gotten with the roster changes?
Okay, Yuhai, awak adalah salah satu player yang boleh dikatakan fleksibel. Pertanyaannya adalah, apakah expectation awak pada grand final ni and apa yang sudah berlaku pembaharuan lah ataupun kebaikan ataupun improvement tim Sam9 pada roster kali ini?
Saya rasa improvement yang kita orang buat daripada preparation last season PMSL lepas dekat Surabaya tu, kita orang betul-betul committed dengan training kita orang. Dengan perubahan roster yang ada sekarang, saya rasa perfect sebab semua orang ada role masing-masing. And for now, target dan expectation saya untuk grand final is champion lah, of course lah.
Alright, Yuhai.
Okay, so basically if you ask me about preparation, I mean the preparation already made long way before since PMSL in Surabaya last year. And when we change roster for this season, I think this roster is a perfect roster because everyone have their own job test, everyone do their part really well. And of course, I'm really excited to look how this roster is gonna perform. And again, if you ask me about my expectation, of course, here is our home country and we are playing in Malaysia. Of course, I want to become a champion.
Alright, thank you so much, Yuhai. Thank you, Junks. Alright, final question. Trexie, do you have anything to say to our homegrown crowd right here today in IOI City Mall, Malaysia?
Okay, Trexie, ada sedikit apa-apa yang nak disampaikan kepada fans yang ada di venue iaitu IOI Putrajaya ataupun fans-fans yang berada di rumah?
Untuk fans-fans kita orang, fans-fans Sam9 and fans-fans Team Malaysia lah, teruskan sokong kita orang sampai habis grand final. And untuk fans-fans yang kat rumah, terutama lagi family saya yang kat rumah, teruskan support kita orang sampai habis.
Alright.
Terima kasih.
Alright, that's sweet. Aku ingat kau nak cakap kau akan clutch lagi. Okay, Yuhai, same question. Oh, sorry.
Okay. So for Trexie part, basically to those who come to IOI Putrajaya, I'm grateful that you are here, keep supporting us until the very end. And those who are at home, especially for my family, I think keep supporting us and pray for me that I can become a champion.
Thank you, Jenks. Yuhai, same question.
Yuhai, pertanyaan yang sama.
Untuk supporter-supporter Sem9, untuk fans kita orang yang sudah teman kita orang daripada lama lagi, jangan lupa doakan kita orang and wish kita orang the best, sebab dah bertahun-tahun kita orang kurang sampai expectation tu, but every day kita punya mindset is keep improving, and saya harap dengan dukungan korang dapat boost mental kita orang, and let's go.
To those fans, I mean especially Sem9 fans, keep supporting us. I know, deep down, you guys are very sad because of our past achievement or our performance is not very consistent. But then, please know that we always try to improve. We are always trying our best, and hopefully this season we can lift the trophy in front of you guys.
Alright, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause to Trexie, Yuhai and Sem9. Alright, thank you so much Trexie. Thank you so much Yuhai. Thank you so much Jungs. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now reached our fourth game of the day here today at the PMSL SEA Spring Finals 2025. Without further ado, I pass it over to our amazing casters. Take it away.
Wow, the venue looks bopping, and I think getting a chicken dinner from a Malaysian team this early is definitely gonna increase the vibes. We have just buka puasa, we have just broken fast, so everyone should be at full spirits, full energy now.
Especially the fact that the supporters of Sem9 celebrated that together with their favorite team as well. But the team to beat right now is the Xavier. They opened up the grand finals with a chicken dinner. They got a second place on the second game, and then another chicken dinner before our extended break.
Yeah, I think it's impressive watching them play today. I think it's just one of those teams that are like, okay, chicken, great. It's just an extra bonus for us. No chicken, no problem. We're still gonna make it to the end. Because at the end of the day, they managed to get here that 21 extra points early because they were able to play consistently in the last 2 weeks and make it here to the grand finals. Because they aren't necessarily the team that had the most chicken dinners anyways throughout the entirety of the last 2 weeks anyway.
Oh yeah, they are. That's why they are the number one team in the entire league as well. So they are definitely now the team to beat. But what does it take to stop the Xavier? I guess the other question as well is that now that we had an extended break, whether they can still continue their momentum for the rest of the day or not.
Yeah, I think that long break definitely could put a damper on all of their heat momentums, number one. Number two, you know, because of that long break, you have a lot of teams that have time to really have team talks, really figure out their strats, what they did wrong. Sometimes, I think it was an interview with one of the teams, I don't remember who I interviewed last week, and I mentioned to them, like, you know, in the span of like yesterday, you guys were playing, and today is like night and day. How did you guys manage to fix it so quick? And they said, we stay up, we just talk, and then we just kind of like identify the biggest problems, because sometimes it's just down to that fundamentals. And now that this break has happened, yeah, granted it's not even an hour long, but sometimes just getting to know where you went wrong and fixing it in the next round can change the course of how you play the entirety of the day. So it makes me super excited to see the second half.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I can't wait for that to happen. And these are some of our top 4 strategies from the first 3 rounds. Of course, the Xavier is up there, and this is based on the smokes used. And then we got CELCOMDIGI Alliance 33, Vampire Esports 32, and Alter Ego 32 as well. CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they came close to scoring their chicken dinner in front of home crowd, but the one standing between them and the chicken dinner is none other than the Xavier.
It's always them, right? When you think about it, they have been consistently on that top 4 throughout the entirety of today, excuse me. And I think like what's really impressive as well is like, okay, they're playing for placements. No, not really, because you look at the damage, they are almost double every other team's damage as well. So this is incredible because of, and it really suits how they play. It's not really those CQC fights, it's not really those 4v4 fights. It's the fact that they're able to get their position, anyone rotating inside, anyone in their peripherals will be blasted to hell, because that's exactly how they play now. 2 chicken dinners for a start. What a day for them. They're hitting the ground running. And as you said, Cloud, whether or not they can continue this, because we only have 1 Erangel and 2 more Miramars.
Yeah, the tides might shift later on, or maybe even now because of the extended break. And it's not only about maybe some teams they had too much to eat, but also some other teams might have that time to truly discuss like what are the strategies to look forward for in the upcoming match. And a strategy for you all as well. How are you going to plan your route? Well, as long as you plan your route to the Grand Finals venue that's happening right now at IOI Mall Grand Exhibition and Convention Center Level 3 East. It's going to happen not only today, but of course the entire Grand Finals until Sunday.
Yeah, I think it's a very different style venue this time. For the last 2 years, it's been mostly like in the mall and everyone's just passing by. We're watching from the second floor, third floor, sitting on the ground, right, cheering for the teams. But this time around, it's a big space for everyone to come and celebrate the players as well. And I believe there are also meet and greets as well. So now is the time for you guys to go and see your favorite players up close and personal. But enough about that, because we also have something else going on in the pipeline. Let's talk a little bit about this upcoming event. And we are talking about the Metro Royale Chapter 25. And this is a really exciting one for me because this is a big change in pace from how we usually play the game. They also have I think it's like a rewind shift time going on. You have your origins like Sir Cloud said, where you can see yourself in the beginning of PUBG Mobile. And now, you know what, Sir Cloud, thank you for sharing your teaser about this because I wouldn't have known.
Oh, well, there's still time for you to try it. And all of you out there, so in case you haven't updated the game, you can try that as well. But don't forget to try the new map at the same time, which is Rondo. This is the biggest map that we have in PUBG Mobile, and it has a lot of places that you can drop. Obviously, there is even like 2 flight paths on this map. That is how huge this map is. And there are also new weapons in the game. There are also new vehicles as well that you can try out. And I genuinely hope that we get to see Rondo in PUBG Mobile Esports in the future.
Yeah, me too. And I think that when you think about this map as well, it's the long range fights and different, terrains, different style, play as well. And I think this would really challenge the players because I think for a while now, they've been so comfortable on these 3 maps for ranked, right? I think if this map comes in for pro play, oh my god, imagine the chaos.
Absolutely right. But what's not chaotic but exciting instead is our official sponsor here, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to TECNO for being part of PMSL Southeast Asia 2025. This is a brand that truly understands all of us as hardcore gamers. With the Pova 6 Pro 5G, which is the phone that you can see here on the middle of the screen, it has a very, very fast processor together with a 120Hz ultra smooth display, and it's also used by the players itself. But without further ado, Tash, I know we all can't wait. How are the players looking like before it starts?
You know what? I really sincerely hope it's not food coma because it's starting to hit for me, right? But anyways, let's go into the game right about now.
Wow, that's a really fast one. Well,
that caught me off guard.
we ain't complaining. We can't wait for the game to start because it's now action in the final Erangel match of day number 1.
Oh yeah, now this is the final Erangel of the day. We talked a little bit about momentum breakers. That extended break is definitely that. So let's see whether or not it actually does affect these Xaviers. Number 1. Number 2, what other readjustments have changed here from a lot of teams? Are we going to be seeing drop spots change? Are we going to be seeing fixes in the fundamentals? Are we going to be seeing different styles of play, changes of roles? Honestly, I'm quite surprised you haven't seen any subs today yet. What do you think?
Oh yeah, that's a good point, right? And no subs yet. I guess maybe the teams, they are sticking with the process, like believing, trusting the process. That sort of mantra, right? So
yeah,
perhaps that could be the case. But there might be some consideration for the teams at the bottom. They're just saying there must be a reason why they're not doing well, and perhaps by switching their lineup, it might give them a different shift. So we'll see if that happens.
Now anyways, flight path from the southern side of SMB all the way up to Georgia Pearl. Now for me, personally, I've been praying for a Georgia Pearl circle for so long. You know how annoying a Georgia Pearl circle is, Cloud? There's compounds, there's a bridge, there's water, there's not a lot of space to walk around in, but no, they hate me, clearly. We're going toward the middle side.
I hope they love me more because there's still a chance that the circle might pull all the way down.
They could. I mean, a heart shift circle would be fun to watch. I mean, heart rotations is something that's genuinely very hard to deal with. Did I just say a melee? Oh my god,
Ooh.
Yummy? He's out!
I guess he looked delicious to Razy.
Yummy.
Because he's yummy. Yeah.
I got it. I hate that I got it. Damn. Yeah, but anyways, I'm not expecting this early. It's not really aggression. I think that both teams actually did land at the same spot, and I think we did see this. I'm not sure if you were casting that day, Cloud, where we saw really, really early fights come forward, and one team, instead of looting, they decided to just use their fists and get a pick off that early. And I think that it's such a great adjustment because sometimes you don't need weapons to kill people.
Yeah, you can just like bare fist, right? Like take
Yeah.
it. Yeah, like an MMA, you know, get in the ring, like bout it out. Yeah, that is the true test of warrior.
Yeah.
we got a
Okay, here we
replay.
go. No.
Oh,
No.
No.
Oh my. What a. No. I'm so sorry. That's a terrible way to get lobby. That's terrible.
No way. That is the worst way to be eliminated that we have seen the entire season.
Dude, I would mauled if that happened to me. I would be so angry, and you know, it comes back to that mental thing, right? Like if this happened, we're in game 4 today. We have another 2 more maps after this. I really sincerely hope that doesn't really kind of tilt Yummy.
Oh man. I don't know. I feel like giving Yummy a hug now is like, I feel you, you know. I think he needs a bit of that.
Can we play that song? Dumb ways to die.
Oh. Yeah. I don't know that will be an insult to him or not, but
You don't know that? You know that song?
I'm too old for that. It's past my
It's an old song, Cloud.
Oh really?
Yes.
Oh man. Then I'm too young for that, you know. I'm forever 21.
Okay, I was not expecting that comeback. I'm so sorry.
Okay, Tash, you can always buy me ice cream. It's fine.
This has been going on since yesterday. It's been over 24 hours, Cloud. We're still on that.
Yeah, I haven't got my fix yet, you know, so don't mind me. You know.
Okay lah.
It's a signal to anyone out there, you know, if anyone wants to buy us ice cream, you know, you can slide in our DMs, just say.
Wow, gitu eh. Anyways, bringing in a bit of Malaysian commentary to this English one, especially since Malaysia is the home country once again for Spring. I feel like it's becoming a pattern, right? Spring always in Malaysia, and then we move to Indonesia. What's your thoughts about that, Cloud?
I think it's fun, you're right.
Yeah.
Firstly, you get like different sets of crowds to experience the live show of PUBG Mobile Esports. I think that's great, and you get the players to try to readapt themselves into different environments. So that's interesting as well. Rather than always going to the same area again and again and again, the players might feel bored themselves, right? So it's always nice to give them a chance to explore.
You know what? I talked a bit about home crowd buff. Do you believe in that?
Ooh. Honestly, for me, I'm not a firm believer on home ground.
What? Really?
Yeah. Probably only one factor in the home ground buff that I do believe in is that you having the comfort of food. And we all know how important food is for Southeast Asians, right? You have the comfort of food, like whatever food that you like or where you come from, like you can get it like around you, right? So that is the only factor. But other than that, I feel that it's not the biggest of factors.
Okay. I mean, for me, I believe in it mostly because as a player, I mean, even though you're wearing those noise cancelling, headphones plus the IEMs and everything, I believe that you can feel the ground shake when the crowd yells, right? And especially if the crowd is yelling for you, I think it can disrupt your mental just a little bit. I don't know. That's just how I feel, though, based on the multiple titles I've seen around for so many different esports. So I'm a firm believer that this is also a thing now as well. Especially since I think this is Malaysia's most successful year in PUBG Mobile. I believe. I think 4 teams going into the end as well is quite shocking. But anyways, this is our first opening here from Razy straight onto Parajin, and this could put a damper on D Xavier and their momentum because losing Parajin this early, especially as one of their impact makers for the team, can be such a downer for the team.
Yeah, it could be dampening for them. In the 3 rounds that we have seen the Xavier, they've always survived as a full team until like our top 5, top 4, and so on and so forth. This is the first time today that they have a casualty, and it came
Early,
from
right?
BTR. Yeah, this early. This is the first time that they have a casualty this early, but we have seen a lot of chicken dinners with teams playing as a trio, so it's still possible for the Xavier.
We saw chicken dinners for player playing as one person, remember? That
Oh,
was
yeah.
wild. That was wild. I mean, we were like, just like, there's no way he's gonna win this. But somehow we had players who just wait for the last possible moment, wait for the bigger, these teams with more players still alive to fight each other, and then just come and backstab and then win those 1v1s in the end. So I wouldn't be surprised if, someone from D Xavier is able to pull that off. Regardless, I think it's great that D Xavier is kind of like cooled off a little bit. This gives a chance for a lot of the other teams to just really catch up, especially Vampire Esports, BTR as well. Look how big the gaps are now. And I honestly feel like D Xavier has just been on a rampage for way too long. Someone needed to stop them, and it had to be BTR.
Oh yeah, one of their closest contenders even, so that's interesting. And speaking about BTR, now they are the kings of Potato Hill. Literally, they're shooing away Potato himself as he did the scout. And VOIN Donkey, I don't think they want to pursue that.
Nah, not this early. Okay, let's look a little bit about the compounds and areas held here for Circle. So those circles kind of pulled into this middle side of the area, right? The only team that's currently still at SMB is TM. So my question is, for them to rotate off very, very late, my question is, what are you going to do here? Because every single team, if you could see the map right now, is just so convoluted, so packed to the middle side here. And the fight's already happening. Look at Boom Esports now, face-to-face against Flash, as Pombit eats a lot of damage already, immediately lobbied. I love this proactiveness coming in from Young. I didn't really get to see this aggression from them in week 2. I'm glad he's back. But the circle pulling to the right side, we were hoping for ping-pong circles. This is your ping-pong cloud.
Oh, towards Milta, not going to complain, but Frenzy's going to complain about this nade. It landed directly onto him, but Zero, from another angle, took down Young T instead. A bit of a trade-off, but Zero is not able to secure the elimination point yet, maybe with this nade, but still not enough.
Prolonged fight here from both these teams. I thought that after that one pickoff from Young, Boom Esports would sort of back off, but Boom Esports, they're doubling down here. They're looking to push forward. They know one person has been knocked down. What a shot from this far! Zero, what the heck is that? He's in trouble now, zigzagging forward, managing to juke. He puts in a damage, nearly takes out Talk's head, but finally in the end, his reign of terror is stopped. I have to give it to Boom Esports because what the heck is that?
As much as he wanted to turn from zero to hero, but only one elimination point if you objectively think about that. But yeah, you got to give it to their bravery of still pushing in like that, right? But I also question the fact that you only got 1 point and you were up against the full Team Flash.
Yeah.
I wasn't too sure about the map.
We had a conversation about them before the break, about what Boom Esports is, about them being the Raja comeback or the comeback kings, right? And we talked about how Boom Esports is playing high risk, high reward. Their style of play maybe suited them last season, but this season it's not fitting into the meta at all because everyone has really changed their pacing, changed the way they play. They're a little bit more careful, a little bit more reserved, don't want to take risks early. And I think every time that Boom Esports tries to start these fights, yeah, you get one pick off or two, but it's at the cost of so much of their teammates, so much resources early, and I feel like it doesn't benefit them at all.
Looks like KAGENDRA is benefiting for the fact that they got a knock on to Break from Team Secret, so a bit of a trade-off between the two. But the bad news for Break is that he's kind of far away. Anyway, GK is coming in. I would expect him to be able to save his teammate unless KAGENDRA is thinking of pushing.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised as well because KAGENDRA is just one of those teams that are just super aggressive. They love to take up space. It's very straight to the point when you look at how KAGENDRA kind of pushes forward. One person knocked down and it's an immediate collapse onto them as well. Okay, Break's online as well, but I think for KAGENDRA this time, because they have a 2-2 formation is number one, and number two is so early. I love the fact that, okay, they are understanding that while we do know that Break has been knocked down, we have no clue where the other members of Team Secret are. We have no clue how many people are around here. So let's give them that respect and play a little bit more passive, at least until toward the later stages in this map.
Yep. So we're gonna see the continuation later on since both teams they call a truce for now. But for Vampire Esports, I don't think they can call a truce with Temp Entertainment because Temp Entertainment Break is still behind them. And quite a big spread there for Temp Entertainment. Look at their positioning on the left side of the map. That is huge.
It is huge. Oh, the circle is not easy either. Like almost half of it is just water. You do have that bridge as well. But I highly doubt that the circle will be pulling southern side. And a lot of players now, because of this hard shift to the right, look at how many teams are rotating in from the west side. Anyone coming in from farm is up for a very, very big fight. I'm looking at CD Alliance here, eArena, Vampire Esports, TEM, and even that Eastern Bridge right now has so many fights going on.
Yeah, circles today have been insane, not gonna lie. Really putting a lot of pressure to all these teams. But CELCOMDIGI Alliance with the pressure by eArena, so far they're doing so good against them. And now they're closing onto eArena. eArena, both of their final players are pretty low. But the neighbor Tiger knocks down Adiluk.
They're not done quite yet. Aggression, nice jump shot forward here as well. But the same could be said for Olio. Both teams trading blows left, right, and center right now. CD Alliance, they need to pick up Jimmy. NC2 is there, not allowing any chance for Olio to even get active to pick up his teammates. Now he's jumped down already. Olio waiting. This angle could benefit him here. Tosses that nade out, and it's perfect. Straight. What's the word here? Kobe straight into the goal. So that's done.
Yep, Kobe, Jordan, yeah, that's them, that's them. But now they need to face off against Vampire Esports. Welcome, Vampire Esports, and it's only Olio alone. This is going to be bad news for CELCOMDIGI Alliance.
That Molly will buy some time at the very least. Olio stuck here in the corner, but the sheer overwhelming number of players just corralling around them is just too much for him to handle. And VPE this time, they're happy to play the devil's advocate. They're happy to be the team that waits on the wings and gets active only after a team fight ends and not allowing the resets to happen. This is great.
Yeah. I do love it. I do love it by Vampire Esports. Like, they see the opportunity, they don't hesitate, they come in. It's 1 point, they'll take it, they eliminate another team. And now we're only at stage number 3, but 3 teams already eliminated.
It's a lot more active, this map as well. I think that we talked about adaptation, we talked about a change in pace, and this is exactly it. It only needs one team to get active for the rest of the team of the lobby to follow, and that's exactly what we've seen. I mean, to be fair, the hard shifting circle doesn't help as well. We did already predict that aggression coming in from the western side of the circle. Look at how many teams. Just now, there were like so many teams coming in from the west. Now it feels like there's barely any teams alive because everyone has been duking it out. VOIN Donkey this time, it's great for them because last 3 maps, I believe, they were knocked out a little bit too early, losing players early. This time around, they shifted out the way that they rotate, the way they approach fights, and they are still healthy as a 4.
Yeah, VOIN Donkey, so far so good for them. 1 elimination point. Let's see how will they maintain this. Okay, they're on the left side circle, pretty clear from the other teams. But the next circle shift is towards the south. Tash, again the circle.
I think
What
it's
a
just
trashy
attracted to
circle.
SMB. It's just attracted to your SMB. What can I say, Cloud?
Thanks, Tash. Thanks. Just because you're here casting, we're getting a lot of these SMBs-ish sort of circles.
But I don't want SMB circle, Cloud. I want Milta.
Hey, don't worry, Tash. We still have like 6 more other Erangels to go. I'm sure you're bound to get your Milta.
So true, Queen. So true. Anyways, coming in here, look at the amount of, you can look at the map right now, the sheer amount of teams toward the mid-south circle, northern of the bridge is interesting because you have the Xavier there, we have Sem9 there, we have RRQ. And meanwhile, from the other side of the circle, not a lot of teams are inside of the circle per se, but toward the southern side of town and the southern side of Milta, there's so many teams occupying the tiny little compounds. I'm just curious to know why exactly this is a thing, because I thought that people get a little bit more proactive to get into that circle, but I guess people don't want to risk it too early for these early fights.
Yeah, I guess because of like the space is so limited, that means that teams are really close by with each other, so you don't want to get third party, just like how Vampire Esports did against CELCOMDIGI Alliance earlier on. Oh, speaking of the devil, Vampire Esports, Tony Kane knocked.
So early, huh? Anyways, no worries to pick him up at all. I don't think OSJA is actually going to rush to them because it's VOIN Donkey they want to attack right now. VOIN Donkey fairly quiet this game, but this time around his other teams are also attracted to them, and somehow one of them knocked down already. Shotguns galore here, left, right, center. Zeta knocked down already. Gilway getting active here, moving in and out, weaving through the areas, and none of the members of VOIN Donkey can even survive this onslaught, because if it's not from OSJA that's putting in the damage, it's going to be Vampire Esports because they are collapsing in, playing the same thing, the same game over and over. They're just rushing through right now, but the same could be said about other sides of the map as well, as VOIN Donkey does get the members of OSJA, but I don't think OSJA can survive this onslaught as well.
It's going to be hard, right? The fact that Vampire Esports is here, and of course they're a team with a lot of firepower. As Onzus goes up to the second floor, he sees someone right in front of him, but then again, Secret was ready to take him down, but he's not out of the fight just yet. Vampire Esports, 2 third parties, they won both of them.
Another looking at Potato as well, the last player, the IGL of the team, VOIN Donkey. He wants to survive a while longer. He wants to be able to get those placement points. But you know how VPE play. It's very aggressive. They love to swarm together. A lot of teamwork involved. And honestly, I have to say, right now, for Potato, it's all about trying to get out of there, survive, but he can't. He's just getting barbecued. What is that molly from the other side of the compound? Nonsense. That's impressive.
I know, right? That's like on the other side and he's still able to land a sort of volley. That's insane. Strangers Esports, now it's their turn against BTR. They got one, but they're trading blows with each other. But UMC burned down by Federalis.
It's just barbecue upon barbecue here as Razy will finally be eliminated right now. It's from RRQ Lapar somewhere in the other side of the map. But for Strangers, Mela somehow accidentally blew up his teammate. That is not looking great at all. BTR here just trying to buy that space, finding any opening to break that defense here as Vampires Esports, they're trying to get into that circle itself, forced to third party, but they're not in a position to actually push through. So now Strangers are out. What are you going to do here? Because for BTR, they need to go for a reset. They need to pick up each other, but so many other teams are pushing toward them.
BTR overlooked by Vampire Esports, but looking at the circle, Vampire Esports no longer interested. They want to focus on getting into the circle instead. Now the next clash point that I find interesting is actually on the southern side where Alter Ego is at. They need to move forward and their next target might be Sem9.
It's a bit more of a later rotation from Alter Ego, I feel, but I think it's good because they're understanding that they haven't been able to win these early fights, so coming in late will be better. And they've sort of like managed to wait out the initial onslaught of fight coming in from the southern side and western side as well. So look at the entirety of that southern train. It's just fully in their control. The only team they have to worry about right now is Sem9. But speaking about worrying, there's also Kage right now. All eyes onto Team Secret. And it's so interesting looking at Team Secret this time around, because it's not necessarily the more aggressive Team Secret. It's not the Team Secret where we see Break doing the opening and Frankie tying out two loose ends. It's a Team Secret that's just willing to wait, playing a little bit more passive, being patient, and prioritizing positioning.
Yes, and Team Secret this time, very different approach. And I guess that's what they discussed during the break, right? It's like, guys, we need to switch it up. It didn't work for us in the first 3 rounds. And it's nice to see these teams adapting to the situation. Now it's all about bringing in the points. But on the elimination feed, BTR's in trouble.
Oh, man. First victim is Federalis there. Onses managing to steal that away from Satar. That must leave a very bitter taste in his mouth if you think about it. Now for Satar, not the best situation to be in. He's all alone. He does have a lot of smokes to work with to cross. But as soon as he's out of the smoke and it dissipates, the only cover he has is that tree line. He needs to get to the grass, but even then, if it's in the grass, he doesn't have the terrain, he's just gonna get sprayed. There we go, the sprays are happening already. It's from BPE, from so many different other teams as well. 20K getting active here, going to a heal, as the other two members going up forward here, they want to take this fight.
And Satar popping up that smoke. He's the final player for BTR, but with that smoke, that will give away the teams the information of where exactly he's at. So at least he's within the circle, so that's a bit of good news for him. But whether it will be good news for Team Secret, it all depends on how they will defend against KAGENDRA.
KAGENDRA here, they need to take this fight against Team Secret if they want to go through. I think he spotted a micro angle there, so he put in a bit of pressure. But Team Secret, they're not playing these games. They're saying you want to fight, go ahead, but you have to come into our compound. And in our compound, we have shotguns, we have, the heavy duty guns, we have util as well. So it's such a 50-50. Whenever it's like CQC, it's hard to really break into these compounds without, getting out of it unscathed. And by unscathed, by not losing 1 to 2 players, not losing a lot of util, your shields as well. So for TS, they want to make sure they can make the most of this situation in terms of positioning.
Yeah, with that defensive stance right now, if you kind of look at it, like they're spread out like different houses, different players. So they have a good angle against KAGENDRA, and KAGENDRA needs to play the guessing game, like how many players are actually in a house. So that's what's stopping KAGENDRA from giving in a full push.
Now, in terms of positioning, I think, full control to RQ, full control to Sem9, DX. And I think that for DX right now, I think that this is like the best outcome for them, because you can see that they have a bit of a terrain to work with. That's number 1. They have a compound for them as well. And number 2, they can gatekeep TEM. TEM is just so separated right now. They have a 2-1 formation going on, I believe, with one player already lobbied. But anyways, that nade gonna find Nuzi quickly. Top's in trouble right now. He can't move. That nade is coming out here. He gets flushed out, and Nuzi will be eliminated. But the one to steal that final kill is gonna be Nerpeko. Nerpeko, what the heck is that?
Where did that nade come from? That was off screen. And he's still able to secure the elimination point. Vampire Esports, they're not out of it yet. But Onzen's knocked, still in the shack. How are they even able to step out of it?
Finally, KAGENDRA finally breaching that early aggression come through. The defenses going down already. GK needs to be picked up as well and break. What a shot. What a nade from downtown. Can't even move. He thought he could kind of play off that, but no, KAGENDRA was very much aware and was very ready to play it off each other. So this is huge for KAGENDRA. We talked about what KAGENDRA can bring to the tier 1 scene in terms of aggression, in terms of what they have to offer. This is exactly it, because they are giving so many of these tier 1 teams a run for their money. Anyways, BTR out already. Satar couldn't hold on any longer, but that's enough for them.
Yeah, Satar out. But they scored 5 eliminations and 1 placement point, so that's going to be 6 points for BTR. But they need to do better because D Xavier is still in this and they're starting to collect placement points. Speaking about D Xavier, up against Tem Entertainment.
Oh my gosh, this is aggressive. But it's not Tem Entertainment putting the damage. It's Sem9 right now. And Tem, they're happy to take advantage of all this chaos. Steal away those pickoffs from Sem9 as well. All the points, every single member of D Xavier into their pockets. But they have to be careful because they're not out of the woods yet. They're so low right now. They have 3 elims. Great, it's huge. But they still have to worry about Sem9 in front of them. They still have to worry about RRQ in front of them as well.
Wow, KAGENDRA bringing the momentum now to RRQ, pushing in as 3 players. The KAGENDRA from the outer side, Lapagot, Azami, and looks like RRQ. They're trying to defend their ground, but they're having a lot of trade-offs here between themselves and KAGENDRA. KAGENDRA now only Achula, the final player, but from the other side, he had to be Hazel from the other building to finish him off.
That's what I love in terms of how some teams have positioned themselves. When you have so much control of a compound, maybe you have like 1 person in one compound, 1 person in another, and 2 in one, which means it allows yourself to have this nice crossfire setup from the entirety of the area. It allows you to kind of play off each other as well. You can bait for your teammates, and it allows so much space for you to move around. And speaking of moving around right now, Sem9 hasn't been doing that at all. They've just been chilling in this compound for quite some time already. And now for Alter Ego, they need to take this fight. And Sem9, they have a nice position. They have the high ground here. They have 1 inside the building and 1 on outside. That nade does chunk down Rocky as well as Aorta's HP, but it's not enough to really eliminate them quite yet. Rosemary, as usual, being the backline, doing this long range fights. It's good right now, but in terms of whether or not they breach the compound here, they can't play off each other. Trexie staying fairly safe, and so does Yuhai. The rest of Sem9 as well, quite separated from each other as well, so they can't really play off, at least for 1 member. So at the very least, they can kind of like stay inside the building, hope they push through, and kind of take advantage of these CQCs. But Yuhai gets caught out with util in hand. Rookie mistake, which Alter Ego was so happy to take advantage of.
Although they had a little bit of a boo-boo, but then again, Sem9 was not able to take advantage of it. Anyway, Sem9 is still in the game together with Trexie and Mika. The duo that has to do it against Alter Ego. Trexie gets gunned down by Hans for you. Now only Mika left, the final player for Sem9. Even him could not withstand the wrath of actually Pride from Tem Entertainment that needed him down. Alter Ego claims this building.
We talked so much about Alter Ego's performance throughout the entirety of the stage. We talked so much about what needed to be done, what lineup needs to be played right now. And I think this is looking good because they've really slowed down the way they're playing. But anyway, spoke too soon because Has for you knocked down already here. They're in trouble. Rosemary, yeah, he can do these long range fights, but going up to the top of the building to pick up his teammate is not going to be easy because as soon as his head pops up there, it's going to be sprayed to smithereens.
Yeah, so he has to be extra careful, right? And plus the fact that now we are at stage 7 with 4 teams left. Everyone is really close by with each other. Great improvement as well for Tem Entertainment to survive up to a top 4 so far. So gotta give it to them. A lot of adjustment made from the break to now. And interesting enough, Vampire Esports, they're still alive.
Yeah, they've been really active throughout the map. They've been taking so many fights. They still survive as a 2. But coming back to your point about TEM surviving till now, look at how many util they have still in hand. They have collected and stockpiled a whole load. All they have to do is survive, and then the final team left alive, they can just pepper them with all the nades, all the mollies as well. Kind of give all these teams a taste of their own medicine that they had felt in the previous rounds, right? But before that could happen, we still have to worry about Alter Ego. We still have to worry about RRQ and VPE as well. Hans For You, he's very much back in the game as well. The blue zone chunking forward, so he's trying to go and see what he can pick up as he rushes forward. But every time he rushes out, you can hear the sound of bullets coming at him. So there is a lot of pressure as well as soon as Alter Ego were to rotate into the circle.
Well, speaking about pressure, it's going to tune up now. Now that we're at stage number 8, Circle is going to go to the middle. And Alter Ego, they don't have the circle at all. So the biggest challenge is for Alter Ego to try to find a way to get in with the fact that there are still 3 other players still active.
Tem. Ooh, I think they know where exactly the members of VPE are. So Onsense will be the first one they kind of mark at first, but the nade's gonna go a little bit too far out. Bright is instead saying, okay, I've already positioned myself, shown my hand, I want to move out the way here. But Alter Ego, they tried to get to the circle. The blue zone was chunking, but as soon as they moved through, Tem immediately swarmed them. And that will be the end of that. There's still one more member of Alter Ego to worry about. I think Rocky is gonna try to pick him up, and he does. Can't. Almost did though. That nade does disrupt him, so they're forced to play a little bit more back. That time is not on their side.
Not at all, with 55 more seconds before the zone closes entirely. But Tem Entertainment, they don't want to miss out the opportunity to collect these points. They don't want the points to be denied away to the blue. And now Bright with this nade. This nade could land it. A bit of an overshot by Bright.
That's for you. Going for the reset as well, but too many teams have eyes on them. That smoke is just the only thing keeping them alive. It's just wide open space and areas between them, RQ, VPE. But RQ and VPE, they have other things to worry about. They have to worry about each other right now. So this is huge, but not for long, because Goff has been keeping a close eye on them. Hans knocked down to barely any HP left, and the same could be said about Rocky May. They're in trouble right now, but VPE, they have managed to completely overcome RQ, so they're out of the game.
Oh, but Tem Entertainment glands a nade onto Alter Ego, claiming the final 2 points out of them. Now it's between Vampire Esports and Tem Entertainment.
And he does find Onsen so truly. Tony K, last man standing for the team, wants to make something happen. Onsen's immediately taken out here. We've seen Tony K do magic right now, but right now it seems almost impossible. The sheer amount of players from TEM is just too much to handle, and a winner chicken dinner for TEM. This Thai team had a slow day, a slow week even, and now they're back on top.
They are back on track. Don't give them the military-based circle, funnily enough, and they can come up with a chicken dinner. Tem Entertainment it is, putting the entertainment on the board for all of us. And with this chicken dinner, well, who knows? They might be in page 1.
This could be huge for them as well, I think, for TM, because we talked about for them, the idea of playing too passive, the idea of not going for these pickoffs and kills. This time around, you talked about that military circle, and I think that in the break as well, they said, well, you have that circle, good, let's get a little bit more active, we have the advantages here, and they did use exactly that. A little bit late to the circle, but enough to not only gatekeep teams, but also enough to play off each other, to fight and ward off teams without getting too aggressive as well. It's a nice balance. I hope to see more of this later. But for now, I think it's also really important to talk about consistency. Xavier didn't really get to see that consistency we wanted to see, at least on this game, but VPE is still very much there.
Yeah, VPE with 2nd place. I wonder how big of a gap right now Xavier had. Before this round, it was 27 points gap between Xavier and Vampire Esports. That definitely will change, but whether it's enough for them to overtake Vampire Esports, we need to wait for that. But the highlight definitely is Tem Entertainment. Nice comeback for them.
Really, really nice comeback. And coming in forward, I don't think we're seeing those massive big numbers that we always see from Xavier, especially if they make it to the top 4. But I think that in this situation, every single team was busy in that circle. Not one team was waiting idly on the side, waiting for a fight to happen and third party. That didn't happen because everyone was fighting off each other. As soon as one person got into the circle and you think that they are the gatekeepers, no. As soon as they're done with that fight, VPE comes through. As soon as another team comes in, another team comes through. So that's how aggressive this circle was in terms of rotation, in terms of ping pong as well. I must say, I think this is the hardest circle we've seen today.
Yeah, it's not as straightforward, right? Because of the hard pull towards Milta, and then it bounces back up to the main peninsula, 100% land towards the end. So it is a tough circle for these teams. And with that, we are presented with a lot of early fights. So the fights were well spread out throughout the entire round towards the end, where Tem Entertainment scored the chicken dinner. So in summary, Xavier not in sight when it comes to the top 4 teams that perform in this round. I wonder how far are they right now. We'll check that out later once we come back from the highlights.
There you have it, guys. Whoa, sorry, Cloud. You first.
Yeah, you don't ask that question 2 seconds before we switch.
Sorry about that. But anyways, what do you think, Cloud? What do you think of that particular match?
Well, looks like Tem Entertainment made a big comeback here, and what's interesting enough for Tem Entertainment is that they did it without the circle. So when they got the circle, as in like it was a military base circle and that's the regular drop spot, but they couldn't bring much to the table. So it's interesting that they are able to readapt with this kind of situation.
I think that, I believe that some teams, when pressure comes through, they do well. I feel like this is like a Tem situation, You think when push comes to shove, when, you don't have the advantage, somehow they still manage to make it work. Anyways, coming into the second ranking page, honestly, I'm surprised because looking at DX, who is like the team that is like super consistent today, getting only 2 is quite surprising. But at the same time, they've built themselves such a lead to the fact that they have a nice little cushion for mistake in this particular match to just kind of like reset and go forward. Because after this, we're going straight to Miramar, right? So it's already a different kind of mindset that you have to go into the map as well. But coming into rankings here, it's still a huge lead coming in from D Xavier, followed by VPE, and the rest all between 3, 4, even 5 and 6 is just so competitive right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? And that's the fun of the grand finals, right? We don't want like, in day one, a team pulls away by a 50, 60, 70 point gap. So now at least the gap has closed up between D Xavier and also Vampire Esports. But on page number 2, Strangers Esports, unfortunately, a non-mover at the number 16. A bit of a mover here for Alter Ego, moving up to number 13, but everyone else goes down.
Okay, now let's talk a little bit about, things that are the elephant in the room here. Talking about VOIN Donkey, Team Secret, Strangers, Boom Esports. And I think it's so interesting when you look at them at the bottom, but at the same time, it's a 3-day event, right? And I am a true believer that teams that do well early tend to struggle later, mostly because when you do well early, you are gonna get scrutinized a little bit more. And once you get scrutinized a little bit more, everyone's gonna start readjusting. And then suddenly when the cards are placed on the table on day 2, day 3, you start to struggle because it's too late for you to readjust. But what's your thoughts? Do you agree with me or disagree, Cloud?
Yeah, I totally agree with that, right? Like if you're like the highlight team, like naturally everyone wants to learn what you do well and what you don't do well, and they will try to find a way to counter you. So I guess, okay, I mean it's only one game for D Xavier, right? So let's not jump the gun on it. But I wouldn't be surprised if that's going to be the case. But I'm not surprised as well because in PUBG Mobile, we have a new update called the Golden Dynasty.
Yeah, going to Dynasty is going to be very fun for you guys, especially if you guys are out there looking to play with your friends, because it's a game mode where you have so many things happening, so many things going on. It's a theme mode, it's an event as well. You have the Golden Moon, Layla's Memories happening as well. So again, reminding you guys that this is a very, very limited themed mode for you guys to try right now. It's limited time, so if this is your thing, check it out very, very soon.
Yes, update your PUBG Mobile now. Just like how we could update ourselves with the current going of the Grand Finals. These area, because of that 27-point cushion, they are still up there. But now with the gap has closed, they no longer have that cushion this round.
No, I mean, it's still a big cushion, but it's not an impossible cushion, given the fact that I think for a lot of the first place teams, it's been like what, double digits, almost 20 points sometimes as well. So it's not going to take a lot to really catch up. But now my question is, when you move to another map here and talk about Miramar, while Miramar, it is a bigger map, it does, it have a lot more long ranges. I feel like it really suits players like, say, Alter Ego, especially when you have players like Rosemary, who loves playing long range. And I think also for Sem9, Firen, this is a map that's just made for him. But whether or not these teams can actually pull together for it is going to be the issue as well. Because at the end of the day, this is the first map for Miramar that's played here in the Grand Finals. A lot of teams are still question marking around, and so is Cloud and I as we look at our predictions right now. Let's see, is it going to match? Oh, we do have some matches. We have BTR there. But the only difference right now is between me and him is that I have a CD Alliance and you have Sem9. What's your reasoning here, Cloud?
Well, number one, I just wanted to try to give, if only there was 4 predictions, I would try to pick one from each region, but the fact of the matter is that we only have 3. So I went for these 3 teams, and I thought that these 3 teams have the best potential.
I agree with you, because I think that, while Sem9 is a little bit more toward the middle of the pack, I think the other two has really, really high chances as well. But sometimes, you love when those outlier moments were to happen, so that's very fun to watch as well. But anyways, I chose to be light because we haven't seen a chicken dinner from them yet. I mean, they're usually a team to at least get 1 or 2, right? At least make it to the top 4. Not quite there yet, so hoping to see that. But, what do you want to see for this map, Mr. Cloud?
Oh, I want to see an Impala Circle. Yeah,
Impala.
I didn't get Impala Circle with a caster, so I really would want to see that. But now today I've been getting like 2 mid to the base circles, so if the circle gods are kind enough, maybe they will drop an Impala Circle.
Why not, right? You're already giving you so many circles. I mean, 2 SMB, 1 close to SMB, so that wouldn't be wrong. I'm not sure I think you were casting that week. There was one team, I'm not sure which team, but they had a player that always had a spray bottle, and every time before the game, he sprays his face.
Oh yeah, that's somebody from VOIN Donkey, I remember.
Yeah. Honestly, like, I sorry, I got caught off guard there by the player. But anyways, when he sprays that face, I thought that is like such a vibe, because it's been so hot recently. You want to keep fresh, you want to make sure that you focus. Like, what better way just to really spray some cold water just to bring you back in the game? It's just such a small thing, right? But I feel like it works.
Yeah, the little things, right? The little things. Yeah, if it can freshen you up like a quick few seconds before the game starts, why not? I mean, you got pretty much nothing to lose by doing that.
You really don't. Anyways, coming back to what we want to talk about in the game here. In your opinion here, I mean, the last 2 weeks you've seen the games. Who do you think, I mean, obviously from your predictions as well, but like, who do you think will have like the highest success rate for this chicken dinner on this map? I mean, like, if you look at the maps throughout the entirety of today, if you have one team you can choose for Miramar, who would you choose?
I'll probably choose one of the Thai teams.
Thai
Generally,
teams?
The Thai teams, they generally like Miramar for some reason. And the best performing Thai team right now is Vampire Esports. It could be the best time or the best chance to score it.
Yeah,
How about you?
think. You know what? I'm gonna have to agree with you. Vampire Esports looks very active today. They've been all over the map. They're taking fights, and I'm sorry that 1v4 Schweppes and Sem9. I can't get it out of my head because that was crazy. So I think individual wise, VPE looks hot today, like insanely hot, and I want to see more of that. But you know what else is interesting? We haven't seen Mormon play yet today.
Oh yeah, the most hyped up player for Vampire Esports.
Yeah.
But I guess with the kind of performance so far, they've been, how should I put it? Silently consistent. I think that's the best way for me to describe it.
Yeah.
So there's no reason for them to make any changes.
Yeah, and I think throughout the entirety of the league stage, I think we saw more of Mormon than Newsy. And I think it's very interesting. I think there was a bit of, chatter from analysts as well about what to expect in terms of play when you see Newsy in the lineup compared to Mormon. Whenever it's Mormon, it's like almost like a double, a double aggression to come forward to break the defense, and then Newsy just doing whatever he wants. But I think that's changed already, and it's really hard to pinpoint where exactly Vampire is going to go. So let's see how it's going to go for them on this Miramar map. This is the 4th map of the day, 5th map of the day. Let's go.
And we are in Miramar. Wow, how time flies today. It's such an exciting day, I must say, with the type of gameplay that has been shown by all these teams. Now, Miramar, things might switch up. We might have a chiller start because it's such a big map. But let's see, anything can happen. It's a grand finals anyway.
It really is. I think that when the stakes are higher, especially with a $200,000 prize pool on the line, a slot to PMGO, I think there's a lot more pressure in terms of performance for these teams as well. It's a big change, shorter league stage, the smash rule as well. So I think a lot of these players are still trying to get to know this season as well, alongside the newer players, the new rosters. But like it or not, excuses are excuses. But at the same time, you gotta move, you gotta go.
Yeah, you have to, right? You have to, because it's like a sprint. It's a grand finals. It's not like, you have like day 1, day 3, and then you have like the super weekend to collect those points, yada yada, and so on. It is an absolute sprint, the grand finals, and it is for the trophy. Like even in the super weekends, it's like, okay, yeah, we did okay in the super weekends, not the best, but there's still like the second week to catch up. But for BTR, first casualty.
This early? Oh no, that's massively unlucky. Okay, centralized circle here, so it's not too bad. But honestly, I'm quite mostly shocked that we're seeing any team drop by Partona. It's just so further down south. You still have to cross that bridge as well. But I think I also understand it. It's relatively empty. You're not gonna meet anyone early, so understandable.
Yeah, maybe you want to play it a little bit safer, right? And don't end up being like a BTR.
Whoa! Is that shade I hear?
I mean, I'm just stating facts, right? Like the fact that they lost a player, I'm just stating it.
Dang. Okay, but coming into this one, this is a very centralized circle, and looking at the map right now, most teams have really positioned themselves toward the middle side here. I'm talking about say toward the water treatment. There's like 2 teams there. Whoa! Ooh. Some GTA 5 action here. A hit. You know what? GTA 6. Why not? The game's coming out soon, and Potato goes down so quickly. But you know what? It's not without repercussion here, because Razak is putting a lot of damage into RRQ, but they answer back. So Razak, like it or not, he's not going to be able to avenge his teammate.
Yeah, it's just too bad, right? I mean, it was a quick work by RRQ, and VOIN Donkey lost 1 player. RRQ, they seem to be interested to try to find the other remaining players of VOIN Donkey.
I mean, I'm liking, look at that spray control. That's impressive from this far as well. So good looking at these kind of fights as well. But speaking of that long range as well, you can see Olio as well getting active here, so that's massive. So at least we have this idea of how the tempo is going to be early. It's the same tempo that we're seeing on Erangel. Early game, it's all about getting the rotation, trying to chunk down, the HP of all the players rotating around the map. Okay, here's our first substitution of the day. Iftar will be playing this map. So Cloud, what do you think about this particular lineup? Will they change in terms of aggression, or what do you think?
Okay, the fact that they swap out Adit Luke, and I know Adit Luke is, obviously he has the highest stats for CELCOMDIGI Alliance, right? But if we kind of reflect on CELCOMDIGI's Alliance performance, Adit Luke haven't had the best of performance himself. So I understand the switch here, the fact that Iftar is coming in his absence, and without that level of firepower, maybe CELCOMDIGI Alliance will play a little bit safer this time.
And also Alva coming in for Alter Ego. Okay, this was the lineup that we talked about before the game, right? About the chatter between analysts from different regions about how Alva cannot play with Rosemary in terms of their playstyle. It doesn't really work. But now in this lineup, we're going to be seeing them play. I'm not sure if you noticed them play before. I think in the last week or so. What do you think about Alter Ego and their lineups here? When they change lineup, does it change a lot in terms of their playstyle? Because usually we see Alva swapped out with Rosemary, right? But this time they're together.
Yeah, there were a couple of occasions last week as well when they played together, and they were not able to come up with the best performance. In fact, in week number 2, their best performance was playing without Rosemary.
Ooh.
So, based on that observation, I think that it's okay. Based on that observation alone, I'm just putting it out there, right? It might not be good for Alter Ego, but I am pretty sure as well that the coach knows what he's doing. If not, this substitution wouldn't happen. And if we were to look at right now, where's Alter Ego? They're at number 13 with only 18 points. So I guess the coach is just like, okay, it didn't work out, so we might as well just try everything that we can, because how far more further can you go down? Yes, you can go to number 16, but ideally that's not the situation that you want to be in, right?
Yeah. I think it's that trial and error method as well. Because I think at one point, I mean, again, this is the first Erangel, the first Miramar of this of this grand finals, is number 1. And number 2 as well, you know, when you think about it, maybe there is something that they have fixed between these two players. Perhaps it might be a Miramar only lineup, who knows, right? Because I know that some teams love doing that. I mean, remember back then we had like in Sanhok when the healing game was around, I think Geek Fam had like a dedicated healer for that map. I believe it was Kacang Susu. So maybe this might be the case for this map. Who knows?
If only the healing game could still work, right?
No!
Yeah.
No!
We don't want it as well. We don't want
Cloud,
it. We don't.
do you remember how we had to hype up people healing in the last circle?
Yeah, it's like,
Yeah,
yay,
heal, buddy! Yeah, heal, buddy!
Yeah. He has 50 first aids left. Yeah. And it goes on for the next 10 minutes.
Oh man, good times. No, not really. But anyways, both teams getting active here. I'm talking about OSJA. And I think OSJA, you know, coming in from tier 2 to here, I thought that OSJA and KAGENDRA would really struggle as they go between tier 2 and tier 1, because usually there is that gap in experience, gap in style of play. But somehow, I guess because they've been terrorizing tier 2 for so long that they're just almost undefeated in the tier 2 situation, they're like, you know what, I think we've outgrown tier 2 and let's play in tier 1. And they're just fit just so well. It feels like this is the stage made for them.
It's like the big boys right now, right?
Aww,
like,
you put it like that.
We're grown up now, you know. Give us the grown up games. Don't send us to play school anymore.
You know what? You know who's trying to grow up right now? It's Bright. He's all alone here. His teammates are outside, but still, like it or not, he's so separated from them, and he's also very low. That nade, only separating that nade and him is that wall, so he has to fairly safe, stay very, very safe. But Team Secret have managed to encroach this compound. They're inside, but TEM, they can do the funniest thing here. They can just crunch them from the outside. That's a nice nade onto Trang, so that should kind of like put a damper onto them in terms of their momentum. But Bright, he has other things in mind. He wants to go on top of the building and jump down, maybe?
Oh, I love the creativity by Bright. Okay, stay up there, take your time to heal up while waiting for your other teammates to come. Now, Damn Entertainment, the rest of them, they are just around the corner, so they can appear anytime soon. But finally, Drunk, he got Bright, and now he's down.
Oh yeah. Now for TM, they're forced to just kind of vacate the area. They cannot save Bright at all here. So TM, like it or not, and I really gotta give it to Team Secret here, because just now the only person inside this compound was Bright. And honestly, I thought that, okay, he would kind of relay the message a little bit earlier to his teammates. Perhaps they could just collapse together and play together. But because the rotations was a little bit too late, Bright couldn't hold on, Bright falls. And now for TEM right now, they're rotating and they're gonna pass by Boom. But surprisingly, Boom this time around, I think they've really changed up. They don't want to go aggressive early here.
And I think that's wise, right? Because in the past few rounds where they fought early, like, it was not a good result for them, so it's wise for them to just stay chill for now. And the fact that it's a bigger map, they will give them that opportunity. But with this circle, a hard shift towards Monte Nuevo. Boom Esports on the right, they have to rotate it, and look at the amount of teams in front of them.
No, there's a lot of teams in front of them. Toward the western side, there's so many people rotating forward, and the only team that can have a safe rotation into the circle right now from the southern side is the team I said, hey, you're all way down in south, and it's gonna be strangers here coming in from Ladrillera. I cannot pronounce it. Oh my god.
Okay, it's quite a tongue twister.
Say it 5 times quickly, Cloud.
Ladrillera.
Wow.
The tip is to roll your tongue.
Rata.
Ah.
Sorry, Emmy, I had to pay homage there somewhere.
Yeah, you can send him the invoice later.
Oh, wow, wow, wow,
Oh.
wow. Not like this. Come on, don't out me this early. Anyways, rotation-wise, okay, pause. Because we're seeing a lot of fights here happening, and Sem9 is overwhelming Vampire Esports. Never thought I'd see the day this early for this team to go aggressive, but they do. This time around, they're challenging, and the rest of Vampire Esports forced to vacate where they are. They're rotating away here, but CD Alliance close by.
Oh, in a roofless building. Okay, a bit of not my favorite spot, but then again, it's okay. I mean, they're Vampire Esports, they know what to do. Anyway, CELCOMDIGI Alliance right in front of them. Right now, with the position that Vampire
that's
Esports is
nasty.
at, there's like 2 different teams around them. CELCOMDIGI Alliance in front, and on top is Sem9.
Do you see that angle CD Alliance was playing there? Not sure how he managed to get that, but anyways, Jimmy is in trouble now. Chunked down to so low in terms of HP, and it feels like layers in terms of how these players are. We have Sem9 at the very tippy top of this terrain. We have at the very bottom, it's CD Alliance, and toward the mid side there, it's going to be VPE. And like it or not, wherever you turn, it's going to be a fight here. And I think at the very least, it will be Sem9 that's going to come up on top if these two teams were to duke it out. CD Alliance forced out of the terrain, of the compound, excuse me, playing inside of the smokes, but I'm not sure if I like where they're holding right now, because it's so out in the open. They don't have terrain advantage at all. So I think for CD Alliance, realizing this, they're going to rotate over inside of the compound.
I guess what they try and do is to get as middle as possible in this circle. But let's see if it works out for them. Right now, it's going to be Nepeko knocking down Vexy, and Zeta is on the other side together with GenForce. So quite spread out for VOIN Donkey.
Need to come through here. Zeta staying fairly safe, and I think it's interesting to see in terms of VOIN Donkey. I think in week number 1, Zeta was like the heavy hitter for the team, always coming up on top, last minute kind of like being that 1v3 to revive your team again. But now it feels like a lot of teams have identified this and they shut him down early. Anyways, that's a nice nade by Zeta as well to really chunk down the HP of the RRQ players, force them to reposition. But GenForce, he's doubling down. He's saying, okay, their nade hits me, but I don't care. I'm going to push out here, and he's going to try and knock him down. But Zeta gets one opening there onto Nepeko. I don't think he's been lobbied quite yet. He can be picked up, but it's such an open area here. If VOIN Donkey were to collapse together and get some nice crossfires, RRQ might be in trouble.
Yeah, right now RRQ, they are in trouble with the fact that GenForce just got knocked down by Alter Ego. That could be a long-range knock, but look at the minimap. Teams are starting to come by because they have third party by Alter Ego.
So Ego happy to play off of this as well, but Zeta somehow managed to run away with a pick-off of his own, but he's now in trouble here. Low ground only he has, and Alter Ego just staring right at him, but he's gonna double down. He's gonna try and fight it. He put in a lot of damage onto Octa, so it forces Octa back. He has to go for that reset. He has to go for the heals as well, but there's a lot of damage sustained. A nade to come through does not hit quite yet, but you can see the rotations coming in for the vehicles as well. I don't think Zeta is in a position to be picked up quite yet, as Rosemary quickly finds him and ends his life right now. Straight to the lobby. His teammates cannot save him. Goodbye.
There goes Zeta. Eliminated by Rosemary himself. The first one picked up by Alter Ego in this round. Drang will get Nati from D Xavier, but that's only a knock. No follow-up just yet. D Xavier, they cannot afford to lose him or they'll play as a duo.
VOIN Donkey this time forced out of the way here. I was really hoping to see a lot more from Zeta, given the fact that week 1 he was like the hero that we were looking at, you know, in terms of firepower, in terms of damage, in terms of clutch potential. But end of the day, it's still a 4-man team. It's still a 4-man game. Everyone needs to, you know, to really step up here. It's just unfortunate, like for VOIN Donkey, they've been put in positions where they get overwhelmed in terms of their survivability, in terms of their positioning as well. Razak crossing, surprised that no one's shooting at him. Oh, spoke too soon here, taking a lot of damage, barely surviving the scuffle. He needs to stay alive, but BTR, that's a long-range pickup from Federalis, and of course it's him.
Oh yes, the Filipino Terminator they call him. And the fact that he's able to pick up that one elimination point for his team, so great work there by Federalis as they continue to hold on to their compound.
BTR this time around, they lose Snape early, fine. Page 2, find a compound, play passive, find people in the midst of rotation. Done. Checkbox already. Let's see what their next play is. But in terms of this terrain, this is interesting because this one terrain at the southern side of Power Grid has 3 teams, with Sem9 being at the very tippy top here, BTR at the bottom. So BTR, as soon as they pop their heads out, they could be in trouble because there's 3 teams staring right at them from the high ground.
As for Tem Entertainment, it looks like they're gonna remain silent for now, rotating from the southern side. No other teams around them, so it's a good advantage for Tem Entertainment to remain alive!
What a nade!
But you high! What a nade indeed!
Straight to his face, and now immediately he's just getting chunked down, his HP gone. Mika to just secure that one pick off as well. That's what I want to see here from Sem9. I think today in terms of their teamwork has been great. They have a nice tag team going on, double swings, trade potentials are incredibly high as well. And I think it's thanks to their positioning. I think they've really changed up the way they want to play and how they want to approach these fights as well. So they want to play in positions where they can cross off each other here. That's why you can see Mika and Yuhai just sort of like play off each other. That one nade knocks one person out. Mika finds another side of the train to just really just chunk down the HP. And for now, I don't think they want to move quite yet, because I think in terms of circle, the only worry they have is toward the later stages if it pulls toward the western side. For now, they can stay here and it won't be a problem.
Yeah, no doubt they're in a great position right now. With the high ground, they're able to see the rotations of other teams and also do pickoffs like how they did against the Xavier earlier on. And speaking about the Xavier, the gap between them and Vampire Esports is only 14 points now. So it's very possible for Vampire Esports to overtake them.
Seeing a lot of rotations come through here. I'm surprised. I mean, toward the western side. I thought it was going to be like super hectic toward the eastern side, but no. We're seeing strangers to the western side here from Monte Nuevo. We have Alter Ego, Kagendra, Boom, Esports as well. And understandably so. That terrain near Monte Nuevo is something that a lot of teams want to hold on. Because as soon as you kind of encroach or pass by that terrain, it's all just lower ground. It's exactly where BTR is holding. And you don't want to be caught there because it's right between another terrain as well. So I think a lot of teams, instead of rotating into the circle itself, they're just looking to hold and see where the circle is going to go. But Mika, huge. What the heck? How many kills did he get with that nade? Okay, the next one's just gonna bounce away here. But I think Bose and Zeus gonna have to move forward here. I think they're just running out of the way here. Rushes up forward. Nade goes a little bit too high, but Mika, he's not shy. Come on, throw some more.
Yeah, if only he has more hand grenades. But unfortunately not. He does have a molly though. So
Yeah, he can. Barbecue.
Probably go for the barbecue, and he's looking for that angle. Okay, now he sends out his one and only trusty molly. And no,
not quite yet. A little bit wide, but that's fine. I think tops as well. So they did manage to get that reset. So for Flash, this is massive. This is something they really need. But it's not great in terms of positioning because they're stuck. They're from the top side here. They show their hit. They're going to be in trouble. And speaking of trouble here, Strangers going aggressive right now. Fully taking advantage of Alter Ego. They were not expecting this aggressive push. Octa is here at least to try and trade here. But Mela will be falling down. As Octa, massive sprays to come through. But Kagendra, they're looking to fight as well. It's a three-way fight and no one is surviving, especially not Strangers. They fall. Kagendra forced to go for these heavy resets, and somehow for Alter Ego, Octa still very healthy.
Kagendra, now it's time for them to reset with that smoke. Found the elimination feed. Mika is not done yet. He's not done yet with Team Flash, man. He's gonna cause PTSD to Team Flash.
Nice angle played here from BTR. You can hear the crowd just getting active right now, knowing that Sem9 has full advantage of the circle and the area. You can almost feel the electric from the crowd right now as well. But anyways, Kagendra here not quite done yet with Alter Ego. Alter Ego now left with Octa and Rosemary. And these are the two duos that everyone said they can't play together. I am hoping to see some miracle plays from these two.
Oh, but the miracle falls to Sem9. They still have the circle, and they have the high ground still that they can hold on to. A perfect position for Sem9, but not so perfect for Trang from Team Secret. He evades that nade, but takes a bit of splash damage.
Just a tiny bit. Let's set up some smokes just to kind of deny them that vision, just keep them guessing where he could be. But you can tell that CD Alliance isn't really wanting to take this fight. But now here's Rosemary getting a little bit more active, aggressive, a little bit more further front here. He wants to take that first damage, first contact forward as Octa puts in the backline damage. But I think that Kagendra very aware right now. They're all eyes onto Octa instead. So Casper rushing forward. That nade a bit too high, does not actually hit him, but it does hit Octa instead. So he's rendered very, very low. So to deny that space, a molly comes out here, and Rosemary going to try and play a little bit more back, re-rendezvous with his teammate, as they try to go for his long-range pickoffs instead.
And Alter Ego, they don't have the vision of where exactly Kagendra is at. Like across this hill is Kagendra, but because of this hill as well, Alter Ego, they can't really see. The smoke is not really helping Alter Ego. Anyway, Kagendra, they reposition themselves, and behind them is Boom Esports.
No way. different aggression here, a lot later than usual, but it looks good. Now, Ichan tries to try luck, trying to jump out through a smoke, finds nothing here, but a lot of damage to come through as the rest of Boom Esports decides that strength is power is how they want to play here. So KAGENDRA does get eliminated here, 11, but not before they've done 5 eliminations first. Now, these two Indonesian teams, once again, duke it out, back forth. Pondbit playing in the smokes here. Yummy is very much active this time around. He has been kind of offline the last 2 maps. You can tell that he wants to bring himself back into the game. So they have this terrain to play with as well. They are the team inside of the circle, so at the very least, they have this understanding that Alter Ego has to push through them.
Yeah, I mean, he was literally stabbed by his ex-teammate Razy in the previous match. But glad to see that he is now coming back in. But he has to win this fight against Alter Ego. Now, Yummy, he does have the high ground advantage against Alva, but he has to be aware of the fact that Alter Ego, they have a good spread as well, so he cannot over-peak in case he gets punished by the other angle.
Nice high ground as well held. Alter Ego almost out of options as well as the circle is pushing to them. Boom Esports so much control of these terrains as well. A 2v4, you could tell that's not really hesitance per se, but a lot of respect given to Alter Ego. You don't want to lose too many members this early as well. So playing in strength of numbers could be huge for them. Oh, I just surprised right now because I just realized that DX had lost 3 members early already. So this time they're not really geared for that chicken dinner this time around. But anyways, back to this fight. Snades come through here. Alter Ego, 3 people very much alive. Blue zone chunking out forward, and both teams in a Mexican standoff. They cannot move, they cannot fight, they cannot play.
Yeah, but they have to move at some point because they are by the edge of the circle. Trexie, 7-9, they're not done yet. They just got Leon, but not securing the elimination point. Here's
No
Yummy
way.
still trying to hold the front line against Alter Ego while Zero tries to go in for a flank.
Rushing up forward here, taking that space. OSJA looking to have a little peek up this terrain, finds nothing quite yet. The circle still very much in BTR's hands, but look at this aggression coming in from Team Secret. They go aggressive, they get active, they want to overcome and overwhelm CD Alliance, but somehow Iftar, the newly subbed in player, is the one to come up big here. TS, you're not stuck in here with, I'm not stuck in here with you, you're stuck in here with me.
Oh, Team Secret. Speaking about stuck, yes, they are truly stuck still. How are they going to get out of this sticky situation with the fact that there are more teams coming in, including OSJA Thailand from the outside of the circle? Now they are showing up. They could still win a couple of elimination points, but look at Lamborghini. The final player for D-Zara is holding on to his dear life and also the points.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm pretty sure 7-9 isn't aware of him at all. Now, this Mexican standoff, let's call it an Indonesian standoff at this point, because honestly, these Indonesian players have been meeting each other quite frequently throughout the entirety of this game. Always very toward the early to mid side of the rotations as well. Now, both teams cannot move, cannot play, but they've slowly but surely moved in together with the blue zone. But somehow, it's going to be Boom Esports to start it out. They have vehicles, they have the terrain as well, so they say, okay, let's just go, let's get a little bit active, rush into the circle, find a different terrain to hold, and I do understand why they did not act not eager to push into the circle early, because it's an open area in front of the Monte Nuevo terrain. So if you lose that terrain early, you might have fallen to Alter Ego here.
Yeah, right now it's like a roll of a dice, right? Like who makes the first move. But at some point they have to move because they don't have the circle. While we wait for that to happen, we shift forward to BTR. They are right in the middle of the circle with this compound. A little bit of elevation. What a great spot to be in.
It really is. You know who else has a great spot? BTR. They haven't moved at all from that compound. They held it so early, and I'm surprised that not many people have tried to wrestle them from that compound.
Maybe they try, but there's a lot of open space. Look at Tem Entertainment's position. Like, it's super duper open. And even if they want to try to contest that compound, it's so hard for them to get close. Well, we come back to Boom Esports. Right now, they lost 1 player.
And that's exactly what I was talking about the Monte Nuevo terrain here. Because as soon as you go into that circle, suddenly you lose a lot of advantage. And Boom Esports, they forego that advantage where as soon as they rotated into the circle, and Alter Ego, because they were so patient, because they were okay to allow Boom Esports to get into the circle and get into the bottom side of the terrain, they used that to their advantage. Another advantage here is going to be towards Sem9. They've gone for a 2-2 formation. They have 2 sides of the terrain fully in their control. But the amount of teams here in this particular corner of the map is actually quite surprising to me, because there's TS, there's Sem9, there's VPE, there's OSJA somewhere close as well. So like around where you turn, there is going to be a team here, but OSJA, they have a higher terrain than Sem9 here, at least toward the 2 players at the bottom side.
But Yuhai is knocked. But the fact that he's on that high ground, it's easy for his teammate to recover him as long as he has another duo together with him. Of course, it's going to be dynamic duo Mika and Yuhai. Team Secret, they try as they might to land those nades on the top of this hill, but it's so difficult for them to land it.
Yeah. Difficult as heck. And also if the circle pulls, getting off that terrain is also going to be another problem. But Rosemary getting active here. Huge pick off onto OSJA. Secret already knocked out as well. And it's very decisive how Ultra Ego move around here. They're not looking for a 3v3 fight, but instead they try to chunk down the numbers one by one. It's surgical if you think about it, because they've managed to really figure out where the members of OSJA are and just put in that aggression. Yuhai there, playing with fire all alone. He does have the high ground terrain, but he does not have the advantage in terms of numbers. So he shouldn't be going aggressive alone here. So the rest of Sem9 here, they decide, okay, let's just play a little bit more back, further away. But OSJA, this time around, they try to go aggressive. They try to take in this fight here. Red Bull going huge! Somehow, finding Alva, finding and immediately lobbying him out. There's still other 2 more members to worry about. It's only Rosemary left. In fact, he has to go pick up his teammates. It's not going to be easy though. And now, DX eliminated already. 0 eliminations. This is different than the DX we saw at the beginning of the day.
And they managed to only collect 1 placement point this time, so it's now up for grab. That #1 spot for Vampire Esports. They're still in this with 3 players. Back on the Alter Ego, Rosemary being the final player. He will not want to engage onto this, but look at how he's going to come in here. There's still OSJA Thailand in front as we come back to Vampire Esports pushing on Sem9.
What a nade there, nearly takes out Break, so he's in trouble. Still waiting for that reset here, but Sem9 looking to completely overwhelm. Firen putting a lot of pressure inside of the smokes as well. Nice sprays running through here. His teammate unfortunately will go down, but it doesn't really matter. Firen knows what he does best here, is putting in that fire damage, putting in a lot of pain as well, as Yuhai and the rest of them completely overwhelmed Team Secret. They could not move, they were stuck there a long time, and finally they're eliminated.
9 eliminations now for Sem9 while they retain the entire squad. Back onto Rosemary, spotted by OSJA Thailand. It's going to be a quick one. Oh, but before that is Rosemary that we're talking about, but the follow-up by Dewey will save the day, but he's not able to save Red Bull.
You hear the crowd getting really active today. And I think for a lot of teams as well, seeing Sem9 this aggressive, this good, definitely I would say home crowd buff. Regardless, putting that aside now, we still have Vampire Esports to worry about. We still have BTR to worry about as well. Vampire Esports from the southern side of the terrain here, they're out there in the open, but they're using the utility to their advantage here. Giving out space a little bit with those nades could kind of flush people out from these close corners, give them some entry into the compound, as BTR had been forced out of this one main compound here to play inside of the houses to the left side.
Wow, BTR still has the circle. There's going to be the advantage for BTR, but they don't have a full squad. Vampire Esports looking for an opening to come in. They're looking for that one knock before they're able to push through. But at the same time, they have to be aware of other teams on the high ground. They saw Sem9, so now they know that they're there. They might want to figure out a different way of coming into the circle.
Trexie noted already, and Nuzi, very aggressive. That's exactly what I expected to see from Nuzi when this lineup happens. He's very aggressive, he does his own thing, while the other 3 just play as a unit. And then when push comes to shove, Nuzi comes from out of sight, just completely overwhelm the other team as well. So that's something to worry about. But now is Trexie, beautiful flank on the side here, so aware of Gui's positioning, and it nearly takes him out. He's so low right now.
Able to heal up? No. He's probably out of first aid,
No,
and that's
wait,
it. Sem9 cinematic elimination again, but it actually was. Oh, wait a second. Okay, they got it. So now 10 eliminations for Sem9 dominating.
Crowd is loud, crowd is wild. This is what the Malaysian viewers were waiting for. This is the home crowd advantage they wanted to see and hear. Sem9 playing it fairly safe. They have to go for a reset here. They have to pick up that one player. But it's good for them because VPE is actually taking this fight with BTR. So if anything happens, if VPE does go toe-to-toe with BTR, Sem9 can completely overwhelm if they want to.
Yeah, right now BTR is probably in the toughest spot because they're in between 2 different teams. But it also depends on how... Oh, there's no... Next circle is going to be stage 9. It's going to close entirely. Vampire Esports, they need to move forward. So right now, in order for them to do that, they'll try to cancel out Sem9.
Sem9's are in trouble. Kind of rallied together right now. kind of bunch up together as well. It's a very dangerous situation to be in because one nade is all it takes. But the thing is, they have some cover with their vehicles as well, so they're not too rushed at all. They have Firen flanking from the side as well, and they're just kind of praying right now for the BTR and VPE to kind of fight off each other. But these angles from Firen is just so dangerous. He's so low right now. He's knocked down. His teammates nowhere in sight. He will be lobbied, but he's bought enough time for his teammates to go for that much needed reset. But there's still so much pressure onto them as nades come through as well. Sem9 Yuhai will go down as well. He tried to be the tip of the spear to go aggressive, but he's got it knocked down already. The second line defense is Mika, and he's blown to smithereens. Sem9, 4-man advantage at first, but they're not able to hold on. They go out in third, but 10 elims, that's respectable.
Oh, here comes the nade from across. Splash damage onto BTR. Now Vampire Esports. Can they wrap things up? Satar will get onsens. 2 active players left for Vampire Esports, and they're really close to the blue. While BTR, so far they have control. Look at the spread that BTR has at Vampire Esports. Very little space for them to play.
No space at all. The blue zone chunking them down. A lot of nades, utils as well, just raining hell to them. Yeah, they answer back, but without a lot of space to work with, they're just gonna chunk out and eat all of that damage. Satar nearly gets knocked down. That prone saves his life for a little while. Federalis knocked down already. Tony K not done and out yet. With the championship title on the line, they need this chicken dinner and all, and Nosy to fall as well. BTR, everything is falling apart for VPE, and they look to overwhelm right now. Nosy is gone. VPE, Tony K gonna be barbecued to death right now. Shot in the face as BTR, they come up on top. New lineup, new setup, new coach, and looks great for them. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Oh, BTR! Where were they? They were slowly climbing up, and now they have reached the pinnacle of getting the chicken dinner with a decent amount of elimination points to come together with it. We can also see that Vampire Esports, they knew they couldn't do much towards the end, but they had to be complacent with the amount of points that they've collected so far. Still, a second place finish for Vampire Esports is not that bad.
Honestly, when you talk about, second place finishes, you have to remember the amount of eliminations they've got, the consistency they had this entirety of the day. That first place spot, yeah, DX has held it for quite some time now, but that cushy, advantage they had, I think it's slowly being dwindled down. They've been knocked out early twice already.
Oh yeah, I know, right? But because it was such an open position for them, and they were forced to move anyway, so it was hard for them to survive it. But we'll check out the final flow again, just to recap on whatever happened earlier on. And BTR with the circle, with this compound, this was a fortress for them.
It really was. I think, we talked about like what BTR, how it wasn't wrestled for them. And you were right, Cloud. The big, vast, terrain, or lack of terrains rather, around them made a lot of teams really hesitate to rather push through. Because if they were to push through and take this fight against BTR, the teams on top of the terrains would backstab them as well. So honestly, for them, kudos, because this time around they were quicker on the uptick in terms of positioning. They were quicker on the uptick in terms of making sure what they wanted to hold all the way till the end. So great for them as well. And in terms of numbers, as usual, Satar last with 797 damage, but Snape with 0 because he was knocked out early. So like it or not, even without Snape, they can still manage to pull the weight and bring the whole team to the finishing line.
Oh yeah, this is a testament to 3 players but still able to come up with a chicken dinner. Yeah,
you predicted this, Cloud. You predicted this.
Oh yeah, cool. And you know what?
What?
The top 3 teams was all in my predictions. So just saying, right? Just saying. Anyway, we'll check out the highlights before we come back for more. High fives all around for BTR as they scored the chicken dinner with the least full squad time you'll probably see the entire season. Only 13 seconds.
I think it's been a while since we've seen a 3-man squad make it till the end, but honestly, respect to them for having that, that page 2, page 3, page 4 in their playbook to understand what to do when a situation arises. But anyways, in terms of damage here, Sem9 putting in the most damage that game, 2.8k. And honestly, it stems from the positioning in that particular terrain. They took full advantage of that. They put in so much damage to so many different teams. Unfortunately for them, the circle did not work on their favor, so they are forced to go off that terrain as well. So, like it or not, BTR, they were just the masterminds here. They were just 5 steps ahead of everyone. Now, Satar being the MVP here, and I think that's so important when we talk about Satar, because not only is he like one of the final few members from the original core of the team, but also he's always been the impact maker. He's a veteran, but despite the fact that he's played here for a long time, he's still showing the young ones why he's very much on top.
And fun fact as well, for Satar, he has been with BTR for at least 2 years now, but
That's
he
a
has
long
not
time.
won the PMSL before with BTR. Can you imagine that? Like, such an amazing player has not done it before. It is just mind-blowing.
Yeah, I think that it's such a testament to how great he is as a player as well. I think that for me personally, when I think about a player's achievements or a player that's solid, it's not really about winning that championship, but rather the performance throughout the entirety of the season. And I think for Satar, despite the many iterations of rosters that's gone through with BTR, he still managed to consistently stay at the top. Regardless, coming into the match rankings here, we're still not seeing signs of life for a few of his teams coming in from Flash, Strangers and CD Lions, a bit of life here and there, but nothing too solid. But honestly, D Xavier, last 2 maps that they've played, one Erangel and one Miramar, has not been great for them as well. So I'm expecting to see a lot more competitiveness toward the top side here. There it is. As in terms of points there, 78, and VP has managed to catch up at 76. That's 2 points difference here.
Only 2 points difference. Okay, it's going to be real scary. There is a big chance that Vampire Esports can finally overtake them at the throne, at the top after end of day 1, because we got one more match to go. But let's not forget about BTR as well. They are climbing up now. Between them and D Xavier, it's only 14 points. So they could come as a surprise team to take the top spot as well. But on page number 2, we got a few movers here, except for Strangers Esports.
Looking very, very scary as well. You're looking at Boom Esports, looking at Team Secret. These are teams that regularly are at the top side, or at least the middle side of the ladder, right? Boom Esports always at the top side. Alter Ego as well. So honestly, this season has been quite surprising to me, but in a great way. We love the rise, we love the Cinderella story, we love the rise of the underdogs, but at the same time, we also want to see, whether or not these teams, they've been here for quite a while, we want to see that adjustment. But then again, it's only day number 1. We have one more Miramar to come through as well. So now, the first Miramar was very interesting, where everyone made a beeline to the terrains, which is what we expected. But before we dive more into that, don't forget, everyone, that we do have a nice little surprise for you guys waiting in game right now, and it's the Metro Royale Chapter 25.
Yes, it is currently here, Chapter 25. Wow, how time flies. Anyway, with this new update, there is it includes as well the Golden Sands Crate that gives you a second chance at wealth, meaning that you can loot a lot more inside of Metro Royale. And if you know the objective of Metro Royale, the objective of Metro Royale is to gain as much loot as possible and to escape before a certain time. And with this opportunity to have the Golden Sands Crates, it is the right time for you to play Metro Royale right now, because you can stand a better chance in fact, to come out with a win in Metro Royale.
I think it's fun when you think about these kind of themed moments as well. And speaking of other things that are new in the game, Rondo is finally coming to PUBG Mobile. And I think this is a great time for you guys to kind of test the waters on how exactly you guys fare on bigger maps as well. And on top of that as well, in version 3.7, you have new mechanics going in. You have, I think Sir Cloud mentioned, there's also new weapons as well. So the style of play might change entirely when you go into this map. I think for a while, everyone will have some time to really explore, figure out what they want to do in this map, because it's such a different style of play compared to the other maps. But enough about that, because we still have another Miramar to worry about here. And I think for a lot of teams, especially for D Xavier, it's their first it's their first place spot that's about to be threatened right now But predictions are coming up here. Sir Cloud, I think we can... Okay, we all know. We all know, Sir Cloud. You all know. VTR on top for you. You love to see it alongside VPE and Sem9 as well. I think your predictions today have been great, honestly.
Yeah, that's the reward of staying loyal, you know. I'm loyal to only one, but that one just doesn't show up.
Oh, you're not talking about a team. Oh, you're not talking about a team.
Am I not?
A lot of questions, but anyways, okay. So we've seen, what BTR has to offer. Now that you've seen the 3-man advantage that they have, what do you think is going to be adjustments here? Oh, peekaboo.
We still see you, okay? Okay, calm down.
Peekaboo.
Oh. So what do I think is going to happen? Ooh, I think it's time for a team to overtake the Xavier.
You know what? It's time. The Xavier has been causing too much havoc too early. It's time for a new king.
Yep.
I want it to be Sem9. I wanted it to be Sem9, but anyways,
wow.
I mean, Sir Cloud has something else to say. But anyways, going into the final Miramar of the day, ladies and gentlemen, ready or not? Let's go.
And here we are, the final game for day number 1 in our grand finals. Of course, it's going to be Miramar still. Can the Xavier bounce back? Here we go as we head on to this game. We're going to check out the flight path. Flight path will be from the northern side, Oasis, all the way down to the southern side of the unnamed Lost Lilness area. For the Xavier to drop directly into El Pozo, it might take them a bit. They might drop somewhere in between, grab a vehicle, and move to El Pozo. But for most of the other teams, they should be able to drop directly into their regular dog spot. So that's going to be an advantage for some of these teams, especially the teams on the northern side. We can see eArena dropping straight into Cruz de Valley and also Torre Acomada. That's a regular dog spot up north. So they're going to get a direct drop into those areas. And it's an advantage if you can drop early, considering that the flight path starts from there. But of course, all these are truly random. You wouldn't know until you're inside the game itself. VOIN Donkey as well, they're able to drop up north into the area of La Coberia, so they're going to have a quick drop here. For some of the teams on the southern side, they're going to need to wait a bit, especially for Vampire Esports, who normally like to drop into Patona, so they're going to be one of the last teams to arrive into their destination. Whether we are going to see any early fights, well, we need to wait for that to happen, because right now the circle is going to be kind of different. It's going to be towards the southern side, centered around somewhat outside of Chumasera and Sem9. They start off with being in the middle of the circle again. Now, what kind of positions are they going to take? Are they going to take the high ground on the south side of Chumasera, or do they want to take somewhere on the lower grounds? We need to wait and see what kind of strategies are they going to put out. But the bigger question is, of course, whether the Xavier can make that comeback now. Zooming into Team Flash and RRQ GenForce. GenForce with the vehicle. Oh, he didn't know that Baus was there. And now Baus saw him. And fun fact, Baus is actually the twin brother of Zeus. Separated by a slightly different hairstyle. That's a bit of a fun fact for all you guys out there. And now Baus, 1v1, he does have a shotgun. He's going up against a Vector. Now, definitely Baus won't be using the VSS. Backup is on its way. They got GenForce anyway. And the first blood will fall to the hands of Team Flash. And RRQ, very, very early on, they lost one player. But from what we have learned from the previous round, you can still score the chicken dinner with 3 players, even though you lost 1 player early on. So, RRQ could probably take that as a reference and try to work it out. Yes, GenForce is important, without a doubt, but it can be done. So nothing is impossible for RRQ. And looking over at the points here, for RRQ, they have a 30-point gap with the Xavier. For them to catch the number 1 spot after this, it's not going to be possible, but at least they can close the gap. But we can also say hello again to Ade Luke. Okay, welcome back to the battleground. So he will be swapped in for Leon, who did very, very well in week number 1. And nice to see Ade Luke back. He probably needs that 1-round refresher. The fact that he got swapped with Iftar in the previous round. So let's see if he's able to come back to his peak performance again, because we have been kind of missing Adit Luke overall throughout the day. And Adit Luke is a very important player for CELCOMDIGI Alliance. The fact that he has the best stats among them all, best firepower, one of the top eliminators around. And I'm not saying only top eliminator for CELCOMDIGI Alliance, but top eliminator across. So they definitely need him to be in his top performance, because right now CELCOMDIGI Alliance is at number 7 with 40 points. So that's a 38-point gap between them and the Xavier. So it's going to take quite a bit for CELCOMDIGI Alliance. Nevertheless, there are 2 more days to go, besides today, of course. And anything can happen in the remaining 13 games, including this game. And anything can happen to the Xavier as well. Right now, they cannot be complacent. It's been 2 games in a row that was pretty disappointing for the Xavier ever since coming back from the break. So not too sure what happened to them. Maybe they had too much to eat or something like that. But I'm sure the fans of the Xavier would love to see them making a comeback and do well. Anyway, for BTR, team that just got the chicken dinner, now they edge closer to the top. Only 14 points between them and the Xavier. But this time it's going to be a rather different circle, and it will depend on how the other teams react to this circle as well. And we'll see if BTR will switch their strategy, because earlier on they played in the middle of the circle. They weren't too caught up by playing by the sides to collect those elimination points. Didn't get the most elimination points in the previous round, but that's okay. A chicken dinner is still a chicken dinner. So with that, they're still able to edge a little bit closer to the number 1 spot. For Team Flash, however, start off great this round with the first blood by taking out a player of RRQ, but they still need to crawl through 27 points, make that 28 together with their first blood this round, still at number 11 on page number 2. So it's still quite a tall order for them to catch the top spot. But it's okay, again, with 13 games including this, anything can happen. We've seen a major comeback by Alter Ego before in one of the past seasons of PMSL. So if they could do it, any team can do it. But as a start, we're going to see all the other teams that is, taking a chill.
Yeah. I think this is a lot slower pace now compared to the previous one. I think just now we saw a little bit more early aggression, a bit more. By aggression, I mean like pickoffs. Teams showing themselves early. Everyone crossing will go down. I think there is that one pickoff to RRQ as well. But in a lot of the time here, we're not really seeing active aggression come through as well. So I'm not surprised at the very least. At the same time, I think right now, as you mentioned, right, a tall order for a lot of these teams as well, especially if we don't have too many points in terms to catch up. But the thing is, it's still like 3 days to go. I think a lot of teams, DAY1, I'd like to believe it at least, that this is the get to know each other period, warm up period, trying to understand each other. Because the stakes are not as aggressive as week 2, right? Because we have DAY1 going in for that smash rule point, set point, then DAY2 is trying to get that point, match point, and then the chicken dinner. So I think this time around, teams have finally can say, okay, we have a bit more space to play, it's a bit more tempo, as opposed to like the league week where I have 3 days of just playing, then 2 super weekend, and then just 2 days of the weekend.
Yeah, so it feels very different, right, this season, with the new format included, the Smash rule.
I like it.
Yeah, I love it as well, not gonna lie. So the teams will really need to adjust on like how they're gonna pace themselves out throughout like the total of 3 weeks, right? Because it's very different than before.
It's very, very different in terms of pacing, in terms of gameplay. I think before this, a lot of teams, you know, I think the most popular word was used was prank, you know, like it means like they're just pranking and trolling around early, you know, just to really get a feel of the lobby, because they know they can play the comeback game toward the end of the season. But now, when not only is the league shorter, but at the same time you also have to remember that's also like it's shorter in terms of like that league stage, and then it's a reset again to that super weekend, and then it's a reset again to like league stage again, and then it's a reset again to that smash roll, and then there's a reset again to the grand finals. So like it just snowballs. Every single match does snowball. Okay, here's our second pickoff of the day. Here it's gonna be Bright knocked down already. I don't think it's going to be an issue for his teammates to pick him up. I think they are going to be doing that at the same time. But Frenzy, look at that. He's just trying to bait him. So as soon as the other members of TEM show their head, they can just put in that pressure if they want to. But what the heck is a circle? My god.
Wow, southern side of Jumasera, where all the high grounds are at. And 7-9, they have the middle of the circle right now. Xavier is going to come in for the left side. But we're going to put back focus onto Boom Esports right now against Tem Entertainment. And Tem Entertainment, they are passing by, like what you said, they want to try to save their teammate, but the spread by Boom Esports, it's a very risky play.
But Zero is the one that's punished, actually. Zero knocked down already. Not out yet. Can be picked up here. So they have a nice crossfire between two terrains, and that's huge. Okay, Zero out already. I think for Frenzy, I think they can see the panic come through as well, because he's like, okay, my teammate is out. I need to get something back in return. His eyes are on Bright as well, so he's gonna go at least put his shields back up before he goes aggressive here. But he's taking too much time, because now the rotations for TEM is slowly coming forward here. I think he's having a hard time navigating through that terrain. There we go. Frenzy finally gets him. Took a while, but he did get it.
Yep, as long as the point still goes to their pocket, that's fine. And Tem Entertainment, looks like they'll need to play the remaining rounds with 3 players, Golf, SOZip, and Frame. And now without the circle, they know that Boom Esports is in front of them. The good thing is that it's still stage number 2, so there's still a good amount of space that they can rotate away from.
Yeah. Okay, looking at rotations right now, I think Boom Esports and Tem, they had to go through that prolonged fight because of this hard shift. Like it or not, they have to go for the longest rotation of their lives. And I think they might be the last 2 teams into the circle, if you ask me, because most teams are already inside. Ultra Ego right outside the circle. They have finally vacated Los Leones there. But Val de Val looks so... It's like so packed right now in the circle because everyone is still very much alive. No team knocked out quite yet. I know it's still very, very early, but I'm so used to that early aggression that previous game as well. I thought it was gonna, you know, translate to this game. I guess not.
Yeah, I guess maybe it's like the final game for today and everyone has had a feel of each other.
Yeah.
So that's why like everyone's like, okay, we're going to be a bit more cautious this time after learning from the previous matches, right? Especially teams that did boo-boos. So they're telling themselves that let's not repeat it again.
Yeah. For strangers, okay, I think for them it's a lot more higher stakes here. Hold that thought, BTR going aggressive here. Nuzi immediately bombed to smithereens. Now Tony K, he tries to answer back here. Some nades to answer back, but at the same time for the rest of VPE, they're just stuck in a tiny little corner. Schweppes also is a nade. Tony K is in trouble. Snape nearly falls out there. And now there's no more space for VPE to work with. Onsense, that he's barbecued to death right now. He can't get close to his teammate. Federal is looking to find him in the corner here. Tony K chunked to only a few HP left, rushes to the top side of the building as well. Federales is just making sure to go left, right, and center, making sure no one is out there, but somehow the rest of the members are just falling down because CD Alliance is close by. They're taking full advantage of this chaos. Jimmy to start as well. And now for BTR, they're stuck inside this compound. They have nowhere to go right now, stuck with VPE. CD Alliance just laughing in the corner saying, haha, as if you get a kill, you overall VPE. Fine, we're trying to go for that long range pickoffs.
Well, with the fact that this fight has ended, looks like the fight between the number 2 and number 3 team, BTR and also Vampire Esports, BTR, they won it. But now the bigger question is that will they face up against CELCOMDIGI Alliance? Looking at the minimap, looks like CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they're not really interested to come in as a third party. They want to focus on to getting into the best position possible with the circle instead.
Looking at these rotations right now, one more time. For Alter Ego and OSJA, they need to take this fight against each other. They need to pass by the terrain of Chumacera, which is why you saw that kill feed happening as well. It's been prolonged already. If you think about it, Alva outside the blue zone as well. Octa low finally knocked down. So Hans for you. It's up to you here to make some magic happen. Playing this terrain to perfection, but it's Red Bull that's waiting. No, not happening quite yet. OSJA with the 1-2 punch right now. And that long range pickoff here, leaving Rosemary all alone right now. And there's no chance in hell is he able to pick up his teammates here. He's just gonna rush out of the way here, but a lot of bullets coming at him and only on a buggy. I am very concerned for this man.
Yeah, it's scary now. The fact that he is the only player left for Alter Ego at this stage. At the stage where we have still 15 teams. And the buggy that he's on, the back tire is punctured, so it won't move as fast as he would have wanted. Now Team Flash moving fast on the Boom Esports. Whoa!
This is very aggressive here. Boom Esports, they want to play the traditional game of just exploding into a side. That's what happened to Young. He goes down already. Frenzy waiting in the corner here, looking to barbecue. Just kind of flushed him out of these close angles as well. Nate to come through. Boom Esports undeterred at all. Young gonna become the bait. Gonna just try and get close to the house. But in fact, he just delivers a point straight to Boom Esports here. Yummy takes it and he's happy for that. He's already the grenade eliminator here. And now for Flash, for Zeus especially. He's just trapped in a corner here. It's gonna put in a bit of damage, a little bit of pressure just to keep the other members out, but he's not close at all to his teammate.
Oh, and a nade sent from the lower ground. And that nade will land on the tops. Beautifully done by SOZip. And now it's time for them to come in to wrap things up. They have to do it quick because the blue is going to put pressure onto them. Zeus managed to heal up before the SOZip with securing an elimination point out of tops.
Really love the fact that Boom Esports know exactly when to concede. They're not going to push the issue knowing that TEM is close and SOZip is happy with that. Thank you so much, Boom Esports, for crippling down that team, for us just pick up those free points. But Boom Esports says, nah, that's fine because Strangers is here and let's pick up the points from Strangers instead.
Now we move over to Boom Esports. Let's see if they can pick up some points out of Tem Entertainment. But also, we have to monitor the situation with the circle. It's going to be a center circle this time. Sem9 has the circle together with Xavier. So those are the two hot teams right now. Both of them got the circle.
Rotating out here, long range, very, very painful from Pondbit as well. I think this is the first time in a while that I've seen a circle down the south on this entire map right now. Dynasty Val here, if you see a lot of teams trying to figure out whether or not they want to play this high terrain or not as well. Boom Esports here, they have a nice little flank coming in from Yummy as well. So regardless of where Gloff goes, if he goes up toward the northern side, he's going to go down to his teammates. If not, it's going to be Pondbit on one end. So not the best of situations to be in. So like it or not, they have to concede here. But the one who stole a kill away was Strangers actually.
Oh yeah, they managed to sneak away a point. Sneaky Strangers Esports. But they need all the points possible right now. I mean, they're at number 16, so they need to put in everything. If they could throw in the kitchen sink, they should do it.
They really should. I mean, Strangers as well, one of the newer teams here in the league, and you could tell that they're still trying to find that nice sweet spot of adaptation as they play in this league as well. But so far, so good. I would say even making it to the grand finals and beating out the bigger names is already a big achievement in itself. So that's huge to see. Regardless, coming into this one here for BTR, they're looking at the high ground where they do notice the players of KAGENDRA up close here. They have a nice, I would say, spread across its terrain as well. So KAGENDRA, while they do have that high ground, they also have to remember that BTR has crossfires.
Yeah, BTR with that spread, they can definitely do that. They'll play with 3 players, but you can still have a bit of spread. So far, doing so good. And they even have like Razy in the circle as a marker for them to follow up when they need to rotate into the circle later on. But we're going to check out what's happening here with Boom Esports. They're still not fully in the circle yet, and more teams are around them.
Truly. VOIN Donkey this time around. Staying alive, staying very, very passive in fact. But happy to take these long range fights. Napeko takes a bit of chip damage, but not enough here. But meanwhile, on the other side of the map here, I'm so interested in this DX versus Boom Esports. Mostly because DX didn't have a great last 2 maps at the very least. They were in trouble. But this time around, they've got already 1 pick-off here to the member of Boom Esports. And now for Boom, they're running out of members already. 2 left. And who's waiting on the other side? It's CD Alliance.
CELCOMDIGI Alliance, who made the earlier move to come into the circle first. But now they have to defend the fact that more teams are coming by, including Boom Esports. Yummy, he has the high ground now, but I wonder does he know that CELCOMDIGI Alliance is there? Well, now he knows, but it's a little bit too late.
Surprise! A little bit of a present here from Malaysia. Playing the ambush game. They've been waiting here for quite some time, I believe now. But they don't have advantage in terms of terrain, so I'm just concerned because right now they're in a 3-way, 4-way sandwich and they're right smack dab in the middle of all of that crosshairs.
Yeah, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, great positioning though in the circle,
Yeah.
smacking down Boom Esports. So far, 3 elimination points collected without losing any players, but we're still pretty much in the middle stage of this round. OSJA Thailand next, gonna face off against BTR.
Both teams just really trying to survive right now. Circle pushing at them, so they do try and get their way inside of the circle. But what makes it hard is that we don't want to see an example of what happened to Alter Ego just now, right? Where Alter Ego was more patient. Boom Esports kind of conceded their hold onto the into the terrain, and then the rest is history. So we could be seeing a repeat of that. So that's why we're seeing a lot more of a passiveness from BTR instead of trying to force this fight. Instead, go for a higher ground. And Sem9 has controlled this area. He has the terrain. They have the high ground as well. BTR is so aware right now as Yuhai. He takes the brunt of that early damage, but it's not enough to knock him out. So it's already information itself, knowing how many people are out there and how many people are waiting for them. And for Sem9, they're doing what they do best. You just hunker down, wait for those long range fights, or hopefully BTR pushes into their compound and they're able to kind of force that CQC.
Yeah. But when they force that CQC, they have to be aware of the fact that other teams are around as well. Look at the amount of colors on the minimap itself. KAGENDRA is going to be another team that wants to get into the circle. And in front of them, the team that could probably stop them is going to be BTR. Now KAGENDRA making them move. BTR, 3 players. Let's see how they defend this. But they're not interested in defending. They will leave as well.
Don't want to fight, not in this open area, not when you don't have the advantage in terms of the terrain here. So they've hunkered down in the very middle of the area. But at the same time, they do have a high ground. They have to worry about Team Secret at the very bottom side here. I think they want to try and challenge this. They go outside. You can see that Team Secret was very ready for them. They had cooked those nades, but GK is low, but that nade into Satarless takes him down. Snape solo right now, and Frankie, he pops his head out. He sprays the heck out of the players of BTR. Snape stood no chance right now, and so does the members of BTR. There's only one member left right now, and I don't think he can hold on here. He's just trying to play ring around the rosy. Razy trying to play here all alone. He knows that he already knocked 2 players down. Break as well has to be picked up as well. Frankie going aggressive here, but finally Frankie, you can always rely on him to tie the last few knots that needs to be cleaned up. He saves the team and he saves the day, but right now CD Alliance, they're ready to collect their points. They're the Grim Reapers here, not allowing the resets. Thank you very much BTR for crippling them, and we will take all those points in our pockets.
Make them the Green Reapers instead. CELCOMDIGI Alliance. Well, now they are at 6 elimination points, just like that. But they have to defend their ground because more teams are around them. On the elimination field, we have eArena and Sem9.
Man, Sem9 Mika needs to be picked up as well. For Sem9 this time around, I think they're still very, very comfortable right now. They don't have to worry too much. They're hunkered down. They have a lot of space to work with. They have a cover as well. And I think for them right now, their priority is just making sure that they don't lose this compound. And hopefully, maybe other teams will fight off each other here. KAGENDRA, eyes onto OSJA. That's a lot of damage that he sustained just from that one tiny peak.
Yeah, that was a headshot onto him. Look at his helmet, shredded down to 25% left. Cannot afford to take many more bullets. Probably only one, but that's going to be about it. Onto the head. As for OSJA Thailand, okay, looks like they're going to play the safer route. They're going to come in from the right side where there will be lesser teams there. But the circle will definitely force them to move. Circle time, and where will it go? It goes to the middle. CELCOMDIGI Alliance has the circle. D-Xavier on the left side in the clear as well.
RQ could potentially take that high ground as well toward the southern side. There's a package waiting for them there too, so I think it's great if they can hold that. But I think the lack of information they have keeps them hesitant. But now, still, I'm surprised that these two teams have not moved quite yet, especially since the circle have moved away. Okay, understandably so. We're seeing OSJA keep an eye on them as well. So like it or not, these two teams have to duke it out. They have to fight off each other. If they don't, it could potentially become a sandwich, and you don't want that. Anyways, RQ here in trouble as well. They're trying to fight for this terrain. Strangers just waiting for them as Lapar and Hazel try to rush out forward here. They're not playing off each other. Hazel takes quite a bit of damage from that nade as well. As Lobby putting in that pressure through that smokes as well. None of the shots will connect at the very least for the time being as they kind of move around off each other. Hazel, we know he's close, but as soon as Earth peeks out his head, immediately bullets come to him as well. He takes quite some damage and he is forced to move back here. As the rest of RQ, they're looking to push out. They're looking to just crunch them from many angles. These smokes give them a bit of respite instead in terms of space as well. But Stranger said, it's fine. Let's just wait behind the smokes and hope they push through and we punish them for pushing.
Especially Hazel could punish them from the back. Tries to go in for a flank, but the smoke is not really helping his vision. Anyway, RQ, they have the upper hand right now with a high ground against Strangers Esports. They land a nade onto Lobby X, takes a bit of splash damage. On the horizon, we can see VOIN Donkey. They're monitoring the situation.
Oh, that is rough. RQ just completely run them over with the buggy as well. Hazel trying to put in a bit more damage, but at least Strangers answers back. But through the smokes, he sees the bullet tracers and he just shoots completely at them. Strangers, you are very much ready, and they can call them a smoke criminal. Let's be real here.
Wow, a smoke criminal. Ding, 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 ding. Yeah.
So you know that song, right?
Yeah, that's me, you know, with the Boomer song there. If you know it, ladies and gentlemen, do leave it in the comment section which song am I referring to. But VOIN Donkey, okay, we'll check that out later because right now we got a bigger case to look at. 7-9 in the middle of KAGENDRA and eArena.
But Sam9's not really kind of miffed about this fight either. He's just trying to throw out util, just waiting it out. But the thing is, they've been using so much util already. My concern is if they go through the late game situation and they don't have util for that. That is my dangerous situation as Mika gets completely barbecued. But he's okay, it moves out the way, sustains some damage. But KAGENDRA still cannot do anything quite yet. They can only just throw in those nades. Trexie takes a fair bit of damage out of that. But I think for Sem9, they're saying, okay, there's no point in holding on to this terrain right now. Let's just leave. Let's go outside. But eArena on the other end as well, looking to make the sandwich, looking to make it very, very hard for Sem9. Mika eats more damage as well. Firan wants to answer back. But right now, I think out of space, out of options as well for Sem9. So they need to do something and fast.
The sandwich is making me hungry right now.
Me too,
I'm sure
man.
as hungry as the players are to try to take out each other. Joe More. But anyway, Trexie got knocked down. Okay, this is the opening for KAGENDRA, the one that they've been looking for. But OSJA Thailand had to fight it from afar to knock down one member of KAGENDRA. Now they close 7-9 in. They're taking them out one by one. 7-9 now. They're falling apart. And now it's going to be eArena following up. This is a third party. Who made the first move? Who will fall first? And eArena surely did not. They take advantage of the situation. NC2 pretty low, and he will be gunned down as well. Joker from the outside. Finish off the final member of KAGENDRA. But the one who stood tall at the end is OSJA Thailand.
OSJA, what a way to play, and that was insane because it was a 3-4 team fight all the way to the northern side. It felt like everyone had reconvened up there at the northern side for that fight. Regardless, we have another fight happening here toward the southern side. Here's Strangers in trouble right now. VOIN Donkey completely ready for them here, despite one of their members knocked down already. They have a great setup already, a lot of layers going on here in terms of their defense, in terms of their firepower as well. So we have Zeta here just to tie up those loose ends. He's so aware that Earth is around here, but he puts in the pressure, and we know that Zeta is the player to watch out for when it comes to these 1v1 situations. He's so low right now, but KNS was very much ready for him, and so was Earth as well. So VOIN Donkey will be eliminated at 5th place, and now is the time for the true test. We're down to our top 4.
The best part is that it was actually Parajin who took out Zeta. So a long-range backstab gives Xavier an extra point. And speaking about Xavier, they could be on the verge of a comeback here. They are in the top 4 now.
I think that it's great that we're finally at this level because suddenly it's silence. Everyone's just forcing that reset in terms of fights because that northern side battle just now felt like the last circle fight because everyone was fighting to get into that circle. But regardless, this time around it's a more aggressive circle. We have 4 players alive here for both CD Alliance as well as DX. OSJA with 3, Strangers with only 2 left as Lamborghini steals lobby away, so that's fine. But CD Alliance right now, I think in terms of positioning, CD Alliance has a nice, I think, the eastern side of the circle. OSJA with the high ground northern side. And I think if anything, these early fights are going to be happening against OSJA and Xavier. Xavier has nice 2-2 formation going on here from the northern side and southern side of the circle. But my worry right now is because OSJA is playing separated, I'm worried that OSJA will go against DX for the 2 on the top side, and the very bottom side will take a fight against Strangers right now.
And the one they must look out for is also CELCOMDIGI Alliance, a full team on the northern side of the circle. We'll probably get them on screen soon. Okay, now we do have them. But it's a 3-way war, including Xavier looking down onto OSJA Thailand, not allowing them to move into the circle.
Aggressive right now from CD Alliance. They are not hoping for other teams to fight. They want to be part of that fight. A lot of pressure put into OSJA, and they love the fact of the idea that they are finally not the team being sandwiched here because it's OSJA that's being sandwiched. Look at how many nades are coming in from both different areas. It's like a meteor shower. This is how dinosaurs become extinct, and that is exactly how OSJA got eliminated here. Now for DX and CD Alliance, they have their eyes on each other right now, but at the same time, both teams are very aware that Strangers is on the southern side.
Yeah, they might want to finish off Strangers Esports first. But again, it's the theory of like who makes the first move, who will lose. Anyway, Strangers Esports, they're in the toughest position right now on the outside of the circle. In front of them is going to be the powerhouse Xavier. On the right side, it's going to be CELCOMDIGI Alliance. Pretty much pick your poison right now for Strangers Esports.
Don't have a lot of options, don't have an advantage in terms of firepower, not even terrain advantage here. In CD Alliance, they're happy to say, you know what, we have this terrain, it's the very edge of the circle, but we're in no rush. We want to see what D Xavier is doing first, but honestly, if I'm being real right now, D Xavier is being very proactive. They've taken up so much space already toward the western side circle. They have the high ground for the northern side, and the other two players of D Xavier happy to go down to the lower ground and play off each other. They have the perfect crossfire.
Yeah, Xavier again with their position. It just shows that their confidence here coming back into the game. Lobs a nade across. KNS on the left side still stayed clear. But now they have to kind of break off between the two of them because they need to like distract Xavier, try to find an off angle. At the same time, manage the blue.
The lull, the silence. This reset is everything they needed, but CD Alliance, they're getting active. Aggressive as ever, and Jimmy punished for taking up space more than he did. Suddenly, everything's just falling apart. Any advantage is now gone because this is exactly what D Xavier wanted. They wanted CD Alliance to get active. They wanted CD Alliance to kind of push out and take these fights, and now suddenly everything's falling apart. Yes, Strangers has lost one player, but they took away two members of CD Alliance in that situation as well. Strangers 9 eliminations, 3rd place, great for them as well. With 2-man disadvantage here, CD Alliance, they can't do much. They have so much things to deal with right now, and finally D Xavier gonna completely overwhelm, and they run away with the 3rd chicken dinner of the day to end it.
D Xavier is back with a bang. 3 chicken dinners today for D Xavier, and all of them in different maps. It just shows the level of versatility that they have. Although they dip in performance for the last 2 rounds, but with the chicken dinner to end the day, they leave the arena on a high.
Really, really high, but I think the Malaysian players and the Malaysian viewers are also very, very happy with this outcome because throughout the entirety of the day, we saw a lot of the presence of the CD Alliance and SEM9 members over the top 4 as well. So this is a huge W for those who came here all the way to the venue to watch the Malaysian teams. Regardless, D Xavier starting off high, it looks really great right now because we did talk about the last 2 maps, how it was a lull for them, how they're not able to keep up, how they haven't been able to readapt. But somehow in that small span of time after the break, they managed to figure it out. And I have to say, this is a lot of independence as well as understanding what exactly went wrong here. I'm super stoked. I mean, if you look at how D Xavier plays, I think that being at the venue, especially in the week as well, knowing that D Xavier is always the first one in the venue, always the first one to start practice compared to the rest, I think it translates in their performance today.
Oh, great observation there. Clearly something that we can't see because that happens like behind
the
scenes,
scenes,
right?
yes.
Yeah, but that shows that great discipline by D Xavier, right? So, and it's translating into the game, like what you said. 10 eliminations for D Xavier, so that's 20 points. And the fact that all of their closest contenders, like Vampire Esports, like BTR, they got eliminated somewhere in the middle of the game, so they will surely pull away from the closest competition.
Honestly, I have so many questions right now. Number one is more of like, how the heck is Lamborghini able to break the 700 points every single round? Because even on rounds where you think that they go out a little bit more early, it's always Lamborghini or Parajin that's still managing to put in that numbers damage. And, it's surprising because usually when you think about players, okay, they don't have a lot of eliminations, but they're putting in the damage. They usually get punished. But let's talk a little bit more about it after the highlights.
And here it is, Xavier coming back with a bang, ending the day with a chicken dinner. And fun fact, in case you just joined us, we actually started the day with a chicken dinner for Xavier. In the middle we had one, and now we're gonna have another one towards the end. They scored a chicken dinner in 3 different maps.
That's crazy if you think about it. Started off on a high, before break went on a high, and after that, at the end of the day, high as well. I think this is great for them, and I think I'm really hoping to see that this momentum actually rushes through tomorrow. But at the same time, it's fun to see what different things teams will do to readjust to the day as well. Anyway, CD Alliance as well as OSJA will be here as well. So green is definitely the color of the day. But strangers from the very bottom of the barrel plot their way up here to the top 4. Shows us what they do have in the pocket in terms of what they have in place. So definitely do not count this team out quite yet.
Yeah, but we can't count out the MVP from Xavier for the second time today. The OG player, Lamborghini, arguably one of the most decorated players in the Vietnamese region. Coming in with 5 eliminations and 740 damage. And Tash, like what you said, how is this guy able to always come up with more than 700 damage every round?
Yeah, you know what, we need an interview, right? We're gonna be like, hey, how are you doing this? So what kind of magic spell did you do? Or what did you eat today? Because low-key, I need to know how you're able to put out this consistent amount of damage here. And I think that's really important to talk about Lamborghini as well. You did mention before, one of the most decorated players from the Vietnamese region as well. He's consistent, he's aggressive, and I think that it suits their playstyle very well. Having Lamborghini in the front line and then followed by Levi's as well as the second line of action. Now coming in here, this is huge because they finished with 20 points, and I think this definitely makes up for the last 2 maps that they weren't able to bring anything to the table at all. So in a way, this is a good way to end the day as well. But CD Alliance and Strangers just tying up at 14 points each. This is huge.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. For Strangers Esports especially, you don't want to be that number 16 team, especially at the end of day number 1. It's demoralizing. So they fought for it, and this is their reward, 14 points. On the other end, however, the closest contender to Xavier before this round started, Vampire Esports, no points at all.
Yeah, and I think that sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't. But I think in a way that this circle was also quite difficult as well in terms of rotations, and it was quite hectic. I mean, imagine how many teams do we see up to the northern side there toward the 5th phase, I believe. It felt like a final circle given the fact that everyone was fighting toward the northern side of the area, because I expect for these fights to happen in the middle side, but no, it happened to the northern side, and understandably so because of that terrain. Regardless, it's gonna be Xavier 2 points shy of that triple digit with 3 chicken dinners. Shows us that they have a lot of, I think, space to work with, and I think this is great because tomorrow there'll be a readjustment, and you have no idea what's gonna be happening, especially on game 1, game 2. So they can kind of have this peace of mind saying that okay, we can relax a little bit, we can make some mistakes, and then we can move on to the next games. But right now in the 16th place, we're gonna see a bit of a shift here where Team Secret will be occupying that. It's gonna be a drop down for Boom Esports and Alter Ego as well. For me, for Alter Ego and Boom, I'm not too worried about them because they do have a history of bouncing back really hard on day 2 and 3. But what's your take, Sir Cloud?
Well, I do worry for Boom, the fact that they are now the only team to have not scored a single rank point. It just shows that they need to learn how to survive a bit more for them to at least crawl up to page number 1 before we talk about them getting into the podium spot. But our MVP today is at the top of our podium spot, Tony K from Vampire Esports.
Honestly, not surprised. He has been one of the heavy shooters, heavy hitters for Vampire Esports, and I think his role has somewhat changed this year compared to last year where he was the tip of the spear. He's always the one going aggressive, but with the many iterations of lineups they have, he can take a break and play a little bit back, or he can go a little bit more aggressive depending on who is coming into play. So that's really exciting to watch here because honestly, I think that he's such a great player in terms of his positioning, in terms of his damage as well, and I think they play off each other very well because last year is all about individual prowess, right? For Vampire Esports, it's not really about playing together, but this year they've really changed up the pace and they said, okay, like it or not, we have to play together, we need to have roles. But let's see who exactly we're going to be talking to during this interview.
Thank you so much to our caster, and guys, welcome back. Anda semua masih lagi bersama saya, Fira Fendi. And sebentar saja tadi, kita telah pun menyaksikan perlawanan yang terakhir untuk hari pertama PMSL Final 2025 kita. And right now, I'm not alone, but I'm with DX Net T. Hello, you good? Okay, can you talk on the mic? Yeah, use the mic. Okay, so my question. Okay, right now, DX is number 1 for overall ranking. And you guys are champion for Malaysia Offline PMSL Grand Final on 2022. So, how confident you are to be a champion this time?
Xin chào Netty. Thì trước hết là hiện tại các bạn đang đứng đầu bảng xếp hạng tổng và lần cuối cùng các bạn giành được chức cúp vô địch đó là cũng tại Grand Finals tại Malaysia vào năm 2022. Vậy thì lần này mức độ các bạn tự tin mình sẽ giành được chức vô địch là bao nhiêu?
Mức độ tự tin của bọn em là 20% thôi ạ.
Our confidence level is 20%.
20%. Okay. By the way, why 20%? Can I know?
Bạn có thể giải thích thêm tại sao lại là 20% được không?
Đấy, bọn em không đủ tự tin ạ. Bọn em không đủ tự tin để giành chức vô địch.
Because we're not so confident that we can be the champion.
I see. Okay. But do you think Malaysia have a good spot to DX because every time you play in Malaysia offline, you guys like perform very well?
Vậy thì Malaysia có vị trí đặc biệt trong lòng các bạn hay không? Tại vì mỗi lần mà các bạn thi đấu tại Malaysia thì các bạn thể hiện tốt.
Em nghĩ là team bọn em khá có duyên với Malaysia.
I think our team quite match the energy in Malaysia.
I see. Guys, boleh tak bagi sikit energy untuk DX? Wow, see your supporter from Malaysia? Okay, my next question. So today is the first day for final. Do you think among these 16 teams, who is the biggest competitor for you guys?
Hôm nay là ngày thi đấu đầu tiên tại Grand Finals. Vậy thì trong 16 đội tham gia, bạn nghĩ là ai là đối thủ lớn nhất đối với đội của mình?
Dạ, DX ạ. DX là đối thủ lớn nhất của bọn em ạ.
Is DX, Dingo Savior, that's our greatest competitor.
I see. Means yourself. Okay, but okay, my last question. Every time you guys get a winner chicken dinner, you guys look like very nonchalant. Is it like because you play style or you want to keep until you become a champion?
Mỗi lần mà các bạn giành được bịch cơm gà thì mình có vẻ rất là lạnh lùng. Vậy thì lý do là tại sao? Có phải là vì muốn để giành đến cái thành công lớn hơn rồi mình thể hiện niềm vui không?
Dạ, em nghĩ là team em cũng quen với top 1 rồi ạ. Nên là cũng không có gì để bất ngờ.
I think we are already familiar with chicken dinners, so there's nothing to show much.
Wah guys, dia cakap dah familiar dengan winner chicken dinner. Okay, this is my last question, okay? So, you guys seem get a curse for second team every time you play in sea. Can we know why?
Có vẻ như là các bạn bị cái lời nguyền là vua về nhì tại giải đấu Đông Nam Á. Thì bạn có thể giải thích lý do tại sao được không?
Thì em nghĩ là bọn em chưa vượt qua được bản thân của chính mình nên là chưa thể giành được chức vô địch ạ.
I think it's because we haven't overcome ourselves, so we haven't got the championship title yet.
And the biggest thing that stopped you guys from being a champion?
Is themselves.
Themselves. Okay, nice answer. By the way, thank you so much. Thank you Nekti and thank you guys. Itulah dia pengakhiran untuk hari pertama PMSL Spring 2025 Final kita. Dan kita akan jumpa lagi di hari kedua besok. Tetapi sebelum itu, saya akan pass mula kepada caster kita yang hari ini nampak seperti putera Thailand. So caster, take it away.
The biggest enemy is yourself. Well said by Niti there, by Xavier. And fun fact, Xavier actually won. The last time they won at this stage, right, Southeast Asia, it was during the PMPL Southeast Asia era. But the PMSL era, not yet. So I guess that's what Nati was talking about.
Yeah, understandably so as well. I think there's a lot on the line for them. I think it's been a while since we've seen their name rise up to the top. I think it's huge. I mean, just now in the interview, he himself said we're not too sure, we're not too confident that we're able to win. But honestly, at this point, I think it's great that they're starting to find that confidence as well. It really translated into the game in terms of their aggression as well. So kudos to them for being able to do that. Now, coming into, I think today, I think it's such a great statement play from them, because I think for a while now, I think when you think about like how the defending champions have been like players for Indonesia, Boom Esports in particular, as well as Vampire Esports, I think there's that idea like, oh my god, there's a lot more pressure. Like, okay, we're going up against these teams that has been undefeated for so long. We have to kind of wrestle the title for their name. Can we do that? You know, that confidence starts to shake. But I think with this great start, it does give them a little bit more, I would say, hope or other expectations of what they're able to do with their own capabilities.
Yeah, and so far they've been showing it, right? I mean, 3 chicken dinners in a day, still holding the #1 spot with a 22-point gap. What more can you ask of these? Of course, you can say that, oh, the 2 rounds that they didn't do well. At the other day, they're still #1 with a decent gap.
Yeah, I think it's really hard to stay super consistent throughout all maps. I think when you talk about PUBG Mobile, one thing's for sure is that there's the element of RNG in terms of circles as well. You can't really predict where the circle's going to go. You can have like an idea, but not really a full predict as well. So at the end of the day, it's a lot of guessing games. It's a lot of adaptation, but sometimes when odds are just not in your favor, your positioning is just being sandwiched, when you are late to the circle, when you are gate capped out, it's just one of those things that are just a little bit out of your control, which is why it's so important to think that chicken dinners are not necessarily, I would say, the requirement for this game as well. I mean, we've seen so many teams before. I think Vampire Esports is a testament to that, right? No chicken, no problem, because they're able to rise to the top even without chicken dinners. So consistency is definitely key here, especially in the grand finals, because at the end of the day here in the grand finals, the mechanics for this format is definitely a lot more different. Yes, the chicken dinners would help in a tiebreaker, I believe, but at the end of the day, the points is what we want to go for.
Yes, but there will still be 12 more games to go, including tomorrow. We're going to see the next 6 games. It's going to be at the same time, same channel, ladies and gentlemen. But if you happen to be nearby the venue, do give IOI Mall a visit to watch it live as well. But don't forget us at the English broadcast. My name is Circla, together with the amazing Tash Bunny. We'll be seeing you again, same time, same channel. Bye!